Okay, so oh my god, again. Yeah. Got good old Deep Eddy and Coke Zero. So
What is that?
it's a Deep Eddy. Remember that pineapple shit we tried? No, the grapefruit. So
wait, there's no volume in the headsets.
oh, that's why. Hold on. I got just this.
There we go.
There it is.
It's you. There's Elliot and there's Al. So cool.
Technical difficulties.
I'm telling you. Look at this great setup we got. So what do you got, Smirnoff?
Yeah, I got a bunch of Smirnoff and still some Jaeger.
Yeah. So Al, were you looking at Mike's there?
I am with the Mike's Hard Lemonade, hard pineapple strawberry, and this thing is fucking delicious.
God. Yeah, so just doing three of us tonight, and it's Jesus. Even just getting three of us together has been a fucking challenge.
It's been hectic lately for all of us.
Well, I've said it before, and I'll keep saying it again, man. When with people who got real jobs and you're working, sometimes I know I've been working 6 days a week, 55 hours, and Al's working these crazy shit, and
12 hours a day, 5 days a week.
It's got shit going on. It's like, hey, that's the premise of being blue collar, and we're all still fucking broke for some reason. It's like I'm glad that I went on my day off Friday to get some overtime, and I got done work at 10 a.m. and by noon I had $20 to my name. Like, how the fuck does this happen?
Yo, listen, I got paid. What is today? Saturday. I got paid on Thursday. I paid all my bills, and then I had $4 that I had to put into my gas tank, and I'm like, working sucks dick. Like, now I see why people really commit like hard to doing it illegally. Like,
yeah, actually, that's gonna be good, Al. Since this past week, I wish we had a bigger budget and sound production and stuff, and I could make a segment of like celebrities being scumbags and like all the different things that they keep doing that just will piss you off. Like, I don't know, Cardi B she bought a car for $800,000.
Her new husband got arrested for waving a gun at Trump supporters.
It's like when you hear things like that, where it's like, if I had $800,000 car, I wouldn't even be. I'd be scared to drive it. It's like,
yeah, the thing is that's one of them things where,
fuck, man.
It's like, it's just disgusting, the waste of money. Like an $800,000 car for what?
So
just to say you have it.
And on top of that, apparently she bought a car seat. Now, I'm a dad, I have a kid, and I try giving my son the best things I could afford, even when I was back in the drug game making a lot of money. But like, I think the most I ever spent on a car seat was like $100, as any sane person would do. Apparently she bought her kid a car seat that cost $7,000. I'm not sure what a car seat that costs $7,000 does differently than the $100 one I bought. Is it a transformer? Like,
no, I think it's to help that baby learn to become a scumbag just like her. It'll teach her how to drug men and rob them.
God. So I'm gonna start. My phone is I'm trying to start deleting stuff off my phone since it's probably gonna start smoking at some point. But cool. We'll just get into some funny shit and just random shit as always. And I'm just happy that me, Al, and Elliot are just hanging out because it's been hectic for all of us. Now we got next time we record, we'll have either a current president or a new president, and I'm just gonna sit back, with a nice bottle of Jack and just watch the world burn.
Listen, this is the only thing that I want to say. Everybody, go vote. Don't sit at home being complacent. Go vote. Vote for whoever you support. If you're a Trump supporter, go vote for that man. If you're a Biden supporter, go vote for that man.
Well, did you see that? We talked about, me and Elliot, when we're watching TV Tuesday, where Chelsea Handler, she's telling 50 Cent and stuff.
You're black. You can't vote for Trump.
I just like that, even people were like, thanks, Chelsea, for telling us, our race now.
Yeah.
It's
Jennifer Aniston calling, like, you people are being fools for voting for Trump. I'm like, shut your ass up. Go back to making friends.
This is the thing. They feel comfortable in saying that because in large, the majority of black people won't vote for Trump. And it's part to do with the media coverage that he gets. Like, he always gets the negative, you're racist coverage. Right. And the reality is he's done a lot like that benefits black people. But the issue that he's always going to come up against is the fact that he keeps cozying up to these racist groups. Like, he won't denounce them.
Yeah.
Like, when you hear somebody ask him about David Duke and he's like, oh, I know nothing about white supremacy. I don't know what this is. I don't know who this guy is. But then you find out he actually knows who he is and has had dealings with him in the past. And then you keep hearing him cozying up to like all these neo-Nazis and these white supremacist groups, these Proud Boys. You hear all this stuff, and it's like it's hard for people to look past that. You know, no matter what he does, it's hard to look past the fact of when you hear somebody shouting, you know, nigger this, nigger that, and then they say, well, would you denounce these people? And he's like, I don't know these people. I don't know anything about it, but you know that he knows them.
Yeah.
You know?
Yeah, and that's why I said, I mean, when usually we're not talking like on the, well, recording this stuff too, and we have our own talks. We're not recording, but that's what I'm saying. Like, you know, what you just said, Alice, like, people can be civil about that because you're like, you flat just said it, like, you know, yeah, he's done a lot of good stuff for black people. He's also done X amount. So it's like someone showed a picture. This was trending a couple days ago. It was from Anonymous, and it was probably the best thing in 2020 we've seen, where they showed a guy and two guys on a freeway. One guy had, you know, a Trump flag. One guy had a Biden flag, and both of them guys were shaking hands.
And this is the thing that people don't.
And that's the problem.
It's the thing that people don't get is like you don't have to hate people for not liking who you like as a politician. Like your personal preference in politicians don't have to make you enemies. Like people take that shit so serious right now. It's like family members that don't talk, husband and wives divorce, boyfriend girlfriends break up, brothers don't get along anymore. Like like over your political choice. Like that's insane to me. Like I'm supposed to now hate my parents because they like a different thing, or hate my brother because he likes a different thing, or hate my girlfriend, or what if me and my son hate like two different people? I'm supposed to hate my son now? Like that's insane to me. Like, but that's where people are right now. That's where the country is.
I don't know if you've been watching. I've been sending you links for SNL by showing to Elliot with the whole, like, because I still love where Jim Carrey's been doing Biden. And, like, you know, Alec Baldwin's been doing Trump.
I've been watching it.
The past 3 weeks, I swear to God, every time, because this is SNL, of course, this is, you know, fucking 2020, everybody's offended. And I must read at least 4 articles. Like, the first one I'll read, the other articles I just skip over, I just read the headlines. And I just love the fact that I had even YouTube videos, I'll see, like, you know, everyone's talking about, like, Jim Carrey and Alec Baldwin. Now, like, take Mom, for example. Mom is a big Trump person. I don't 100% agree with it, but okay. And even Mom is like, as a civil person, she's like, Chris, I love Alec Baldwin. And she goes, I love the way he shits on Trump. And Mom likes Trump. And she goes, I can't deny it's fucking hilarious.
That's the thing. Like, the humor is what humor is. Like,
well, why is it the past 3 weeks Jim Carrey's been doing Biden? I must read at least 10 articles a fucking week where it's like, Alec Baldwin's fantastic, but like SNL has a Jim Carrey problem. Well, the way Jim Carrey's insulting Biden, hold a second, hold up. You have no problem with Alec Baldwin shitting all over Trump, but now Jim Carrey's making fun of Biden, and now you got a fucking problem.
But this is the weird thing about it. Well, we all know why the problem exists. The problem exists because these guys are biased, and because they're fans of Biden, they don't want him insulted. But let's be honest, Jim Carrey's doing a phenomenal job. That motherfucker is funny as shit. Like, I watch those skits, and I fucking damn near pee my pants every time.
And they're light, too, because this is SNL. Jim, like we said, we mentioned Bill Burr. Bill Burr didn't say a single swear word, and fucking Twitter tried to slay Bill Burr.
Listen, they could try. Bill Burr is a fucking bulletproof Teflon, phenomenal giant in the industry. Like, he's not going anywhere. Nah. And he was the people that get offended by Bill Burr are always the people that are like too invested in it. Like, the shit that he said is like, whether you want to look at it as lighthearted and laugh it off or whatever, there is truth to it. Like, so be mad if you want to, but at the end of the day, what are you going to do other than be mad? Like, nothing. He's not going anywhere.
Well, it's like the Jim Carrey stuff, the stuff he says about Biden, like he just like how he keeps like losing his place, keeps forgetting things. He turns like to Biden. Just everything he does on Biden. It's hilarious. It's all it. It's just satire.
It was pretty damn funny, and I just love how they come out in droves attacking him. Biden's not like that. You're right. Biden is far worse.
Here's the thing. What they don't get is whether he's like that or not is irrelevant. The point is, it's been put out into the atmosphere. We've all heard it. We've all seen the clips. We've seen the videos. Yeah. So, of course, at some point, the comedy is going to be made and the lines are going to be drawn. Like, you can't... Why are you mad at Jim Carrey? Like, he didn't create this information. Yeah. He's just running with the information that's already out to the world. Like, being mad at him is just a waste of time, but he is funny. Fuck it.
That's why I just love the whole political satire. And we said, no matter next time we record, no matter who's going to win this shit, it's just like SNL, say Biden wins or Trump wins again, it's going to be 4 more years of satire and the same people bitching on Twitter and bitching on whoever. It's like, okay.
Like, and you know what's funny is people don't get this. Like, I was having a conversation with a friend of mine that pointed this out perfectly, right? They're like, it doesn't matter who wins. The formula is always going to be the same. It's just going to be changed based on political perspective. Yeah. Like, if there's a Democrat in office, all Republicans are going to hate him. The Republican the conservative news outlets are going to trash him. The liberal news outlets are going to praise him, and then if it's reversed, it's the same thing. If a Republican's in office, the conservative news outlets are going to praise him. The liberal news outlets are going to trash him, and that's just what it's going to be. Like, the cycle is going to repeat forever and ever. Amen. So
yeah.
Let's just buckle down and get used to what it is.
Yeah, I just want to get out there because every time SNL's, whenever Jim Carrey does Biden, I can't stop fucking laughing. It's just so.
I just don't get how people are mad at Jim Carrey. It's Jim Carrey, man. This man is a comedic just legend.
They're trolls. They're safe behind a screen. So I think South Park mocked it best, where Kyle's dad was a troll and he was safe behind a screen. But the moment they're like, we're gonna find out where you are and put your name out there and your address, start freaking the fuck out.
Did you watch this? Oh, I showed this Elliot and he was drunk enough to appreciate it, but did you watch the Sassy News?
I didn't. I meant to. I got the link and I meant to.
After we record this, you have to watch this. That is
deep
one
fake.
One of the funniest things I've seen. Not in 2020. Oh my god! Because it's making fun of, but it's when you watch this shit, it's fucking amazing. Like, guys behind South Park, man.
Did you just see Tom Cruise vagina poop?
Yeah, it's.
My god, I couldn't tell the difference.
So
I'll definitely check it out.
Yeah, no, we're gonna show it to you. It's only about 10 minutes long, but when you watch it, you'll be fucking amazed by how like this just guys at home doing this stuff. This whole deepfake thing. The only thing I worry about is like the technology is what it is right now. I worry about like 5 or 10 years from now because it's going to become the point where someone can take your image and say they can do a pretty good impersonation of Al, and that could be like. It makes you wonder if court cases come up and shit and criminal evidence is because when you watch this deep fake right now, I'm just saying in 2030, like there's times when Al Gore is talking and Trump is talking, and if I showed this to a random person, you think this is actually Donald Trump or Al Gore talking. That's the whole point of like how good technology's gotten. Mm-hmm. But like, what if that starts happening where someone's like, hey, look, I saw on video and stuff, I got record of this guy breaking into breaking into this corner store, breaking this dealership. It wasn't me. No, this is you. We got you on footage. It really wasn't. Like, it's fucking scary technology.
It's terrifying shit.
No, we show it to you. There's a couple points, even like Elliot said, they show a point of Michael Caine. Now, we can tell it's not Michael Caine by his facial expressions.
No, I honestly thought that was Michael Caine. This is an impersonation of Michael Caine where it's impossible. It's fucking freaky, man. So I shouldn't say it. But, yeah, definitely more because like on the Papalotti's up with celebrities being scumbags. Because like, well, I don't know if you listened, you knew about it, Al, where it's like I said, I respect Joe Rogan, love the fucking man. I didn't listen to it because I can't listen to 3 hours of Kanye West. But I did like check out a couple 10-minute clips. But this week, Joe had on Kanye West and he had on Alex Jones, and like, I just love the comment section either of YouTube or like even Joe's own Facebook page. I just find it funny where it's like if Joe has Alex Jones on. We all accept the fact that Alex Jones is a fucking lunatic, and he says the most fucked up shit out there.
So is Kanye.
That's what I'm about to get. That's what I'm saying. Alex, like
a fucking moron.
Alex Jones and Kanye can say the exact same thing, and I'll read comments. Kanye is a fucking genius, or now I'm a fan of his, and this guy's he's so fucking brilliant. I can't believe how great Kanye is, and I'm thinking to myself like, what the fuck are you talking about? Like, have you listened to 5 seconds of this guy talk? Like. Jesus Christ.
Kanye is crazy. The only thing that slows down any rant I have about Kanye is because I know, despite what anybody wants to say, I know something is wrong with Kanye mentally. Yeah. Like, I know that. Like, nobody has to explain it to me. Sit down and listen to fucking 10 minutes of him, any conversation he's having. You know that he's broken like, he's not all there mentally. No. So that's the only thing that slows down me just shitting on him 24/7. But Kanye is fucking... Yeah, he needs help. Like I
just watched one 10-minute clip, and every time he's talking, I'm like, someone put this fucker in like a straitjacket. But like I love the comment sections. This is where we live in Al, where it's like, I was never a fan of his, now I'm a fan, or this guy's a fucking genius, and I'm like, he's not a genius. Like, or like, well, people like you did listen to the whole three hour interview, and I'm like, I can't. There's not enough liquor in fucking Ireland for me to listen to Joe talk to Kanye for 3 fucking hours. Like 10 minutes. It took me 5 segments of 2 minutes at a time to listen to Kanye because I can't listen to him for 10 minutes in a row because he's just so fucking bad. Like, at least what Alex Jones is, I could take it as satire because you're thinking this guy's a lunatic, but it's kind of funny because he's a lunatic. But Kanye's talking like he's dead fucking serious. At least Alex Jones, there's like, the guy's fucking crazy. You know?
But here's the thing, though. They're both dangerous in this way.
Yeah.
Is that even though the average intelligent person will be like, nah, Alex Jones is insane, there are people out there who are diehard supporters and believers in the crazy shit he said. Yeah. Like the other day, I watched an interview with him where he was talking about the plot that aliens had, and like, no bullshit, this was a real thing that happened. It was a real conversation, and he really believed it. And there are people in the comment section like, oh, they're sleeping on Alex, and he knows the right way, he knows the truth. And I'm like, it's like this something is wrong with these people.
Yeah.
And it's like the same people that will sit down and listen to the crazy shit that Kanye spews out of his face and try to say, oh, this guy is a genius or whatever. I'll say this about Kanye. When his first, 2 albums came out, I was like, go Kanye. This guy is fucking phenomenal. But then listen to any interview or just watch any of his sporadic fucking activities or whatever, any conversation he's had, you get to realize, something's wrong with the dude. Something's just wrong with the dude. He's not all there.
Did you see his mental breakdown in a bulletproof vest about how his mom tried to kill him before he was born because his father told her to or some shit?
I didn't see that one, but I've seen the one where he fucking lost it, where he was in the middle of a concert. He did this twice, where he was in the middle of a concert and just stopped the music and stopped the fucking everything and went off on a spiel.
Yeah.
He did one where he went off on a spiel about Jay-Z and how, Jay-Z's got the shooters and all this other stuff, and he did it more than once. And then there was a whole nother conversation where he broke down and was mad at his wife about, I forgot who it was. It was, she had went to some function where somebody was at, he accused her of cheating and all this other stuff, wanted a divorce.
I remember that, yeah.
I was like, this dude is a weirdo. He's pulling shit out, and I don't know what goes on behind closed doors. I don't know his personal relationship with his wife or whatever situation they're going through. But for all intents and purposes, when everybody interviewed her and talked to her, it was like, nah, the dude something is wrong with him. He's under stress.
Yeah.
And I'm like, this dude is just off the top. Every time you see him anywhere, he's always over the top and doing over the top shit and saying over the top shit and just acting out in a weird way that the average person can't understand. And I don't know. He's just, I don't know. I just don't think he's all there.
I mean, definitely, I want to listen to probably tomorrow the Alex Jones stuff because I want to see how batshit crazy it is. But both of them.
Now that you said that that he did an interview with fucking Joe Rogan, I'm gonna. Yeah, I'm definitely not doing the fucking Alex Jones interview. That's absolutely not happening. Yeah. I'm gonna listen to the Kanye one and as much of it as I can stomach.
I mean, the Kanye ones right now, 1 week ago, it's got 9 million views. The Alex Jones one is 4 days ago, 9 million views. So both of them. I mean, love them or hate them, they bring in, because people want to see what the fuck they're gonna say.
Yeah,
I just find the difference is at least from the top comments I was reading, it just seems like the majority of people at least find Alex to be what he is. The guy's fucking insane. But then Kanye, these motherfuckers, it's like he's such a genius. And like, no, Albert Einstein was a genius. Okay, it's just, and I'll just say people like this one dude on a group, and everyone got quiet, a bunch of likes. I said, listen, say what you want about the guy's musical talent. I'm like, this is still. As I talked about this on my podcast I created, and look it up whenever you guys want to. I'm like, I looked up the story again. This was the same asshole Kanye who was worth $1.3 billion and had to get a government bailout to pay his employees for his company. And the bailout was between $3 and $5 million because, his employees had to get paid. His employees were going hungry and stuff. They were starving, and, he needed that government money to pay his employees. I mean, I'm sorry, Kanye, you're only worth $1.3 billion fucking dollars, but someone's got to pay your employees.
That's around 400 times the amount which he got bailed out for. If you can't.
But the fact that this is the issue, and Al, we've all talked about this, especially Al, is it's just amazing the level of fucking greed these people have. Yeah. Because how many small businesses this fund? I was actually reading an article too. A lot of big corporations turn down this stuff because they're like, this should be going to small businesses, mom and pop stores, places that are shut down permanently, places that have to pay their employees, whether it's hair salons or fucking mom and pop stores or just small whatever tech companies. They're shut down permanently because they couldn't get government funding. So you got $5 million for your clothing line because your employees had to get paid. So that $5 million you got couldn't go to somebody else. So they couldn't get it, but you could get it, but you're worth $1.5 billion. Okay, dude.
I wonder if they had to jump through the hoops that smaller businesses, because I get my hair cut by, I think, out of one place that's open in Albany. Everybody who worked there had to get a COVID test paid out of their own pocket Then they had to have someone go through their shop and all that. I'm like, good God, that sounds like
the only thing. Like, I wouldn't say I
terrible.
defend Alex Jones, but even I laughed about this with Mom. Is like Joe said in the past. He goes, Alex says a lot of fucked up shit, but he goes, 10% of what he says is true. It's like Alex says so much wild shit that he'll miss 90 things, but those 10 things out of 100 they come true, and you're like, fuck,
like The Simpsons.
What's scary with Alex is sometimes he says true, but you can't filter it out though.
Yeah, I don't buy into the hype. Like, I have not yet seen him say something that was true other than something that was already true before he said it.
Yeah.
Like anything that he said that was true was already a fact before he pointed it out.
Well, I only mentioned Kanye because that happened this week, but yeah, so this happened a couple of days ago. Every once in a while, the internet can be good for us, and this is why I'm a fan of when Twitter comes to our defense as us, regular blue collar assholes. But so Kim Kardashian just turned 40 years old.
She looks it.
Awesome. So
she can still get to work.
Yeah. So Kim Kardashian, she's
on her knees.
So there's a lot of different places I post up from The Guardian, but like, if you wanted to pretend things were normal just for a brief moment in time, you might go for a walk around the nearest park, buy yourself some ice cream, or if you're Kim Kardashian West, ask your closest friends to quarantine for 2 weeks in order to attend a birthday party on a private island. What Kim was trying to say is that COVID is hard. It's hard times for all of us and stuff. She wants things to go back to normal. So for her birthday, she wanted to, host a party on a private island. After 2 weeks of multiple health screens and asking everyone to quarantine, I surprised my closest family and circle with a trip to a private island where we could pretend things were just normal for a time period. Normal with dancing, riding bikes, swam near whales, kayaked, watched a couple movies on the beach. I realize that for most people, this is something that is so far out of reach right now. I am humbly reminded of how privileged my life is. So, of course, Twitter's just like, oh yeah, ripping her fucking apart. Veteran British musician Peter Frampton replied saying, are you that insensitive you don't realize that this is not what the majority of people are doing during the worst COVID spike yet want to hear? People are going to food banks, not private islands. It's like,
too bad a whale didn't devour her.
You know what? It's like she's super out of touch with everybody, but it's not. You can't really be mad at her because her fans propped her up to that extent. Like,
oh, of course, yeah.
She's at a point where all she wants to do is floss and flex, and she's flossed and flexed so long that it's now her normal operating procedure.
Yeah, look
like
at her,
flossing and flexing is just what she's doing.
She has 67.1 million followers. Yeah. Of course. Yeah.
Thankfully, I'm not one of them because I think that whole family, like Joe Rogan said, are a bunch of crazy bitches.
Listen, call them whatever you will, but the one thing that I could say is they have found a knack for getting people to give them money for doing nothing. Like they have closed the fucking book on how to do that.
If anybody says to me, Chris, why do you hate capitalism for? 2 words, Kim Kardashian, is why I fucking hate capitalism.
Oh, that's exploitation.
Oh, it's capitalism. Because
anybody wants to see, you're going to have freaks out there who want to see a sex tape, no matter how great or terrible it is. You could probably release something of a guy humping a fucking blow-up doll, and people are going to make it out to be like some masterpiece or something. People are just out there like that.
Well, I've said this before, and it's why I just find funny about the whole situation is it's like, how many of these people, they're out of work right now, their kids are fucking hungry, their mortgage isn't paid, but yet I need to buy that new Kim Kardashian perfume. I gotta buy that new Kim Kardashian, her app. I have to watch another season of her reality show, and I'm like, and that's why on her, because I can tell you right now, I'm 39, I'll be turning 40 in August. Even if COVID wasn't happening, what I wouldn't be doing is taking you, Elliot, and Al, and Susan, and Carlton, and everybody to a private fucking island with whales and kayaking and and jet skis and shit. Because I'm not as
cheap.
Yeah,
but very cheap.
But she wanted to just remind her fans like during these hard times, I'm really struggling by taking all my friends to a private island and just fucking having we're spending millions of dollars while all your kids are starving.
Yeah, while Gal Gadot just does a little walk through her own private little garden because the struggles are real. We're going back to episode 7 here about the bullshit or Madonna singing in her tub because she's fucking insane.
I swear to Christ, I'm just gonna fucking plan a vacation and go somewhere fucking exuberant and just do all types of weird fucking expensive shit and post it online for everybody to see and be jealous. And then I'm gonna come back and be mad at myself because I'm in debt now and I can't afford to do the shit that I'm doing.
Blame COVID.
Yeah. So it's great to know during COVID when people are struggling, Kim, just at your 40th birthday, go out and enjoy yourself. Don't worry, you earned it by all the hard work you've done.
Yes, so that more of your male fans can attack you because they see how much cellulite you have on your body because you didn't Photoshop properly.
I find funny as Joe has said through all the years of this podcast, even listened to episode three something where it's like making fun of Kim Kardashian's diaper ass and all the plastic surgery she's got done. You just had her husband on. It's like because Joe was just making fun of like how like it's so obvious all the constant cosmetic surgery she's had to look like that. And it's just
they all look like each other. If you gave them all the same haircut, hair color, and all that, I couldn't tell the difference. I still can't tell you who is who. Shit, you throw Caitlyn Jenner, I'm like, he's one of them. I can't tell you which one he is, but he's definitely one of them. I can't tell you the difference. I think the most I've seen of them is South Park.
Yeah. So that guy, let's see, his name was Keith Raniere. I know we've heard about that in the news a few months ago. He finally got sentenced. He was the leader of that big sex cult and the sex following. What I found funny about this article was that fact that the judge, he sentenced him to 120 years in prison. But the reason he sentenced him to prison for 120 years is because that he was going to face something like for 2 years or some shit. But like, because the judge felt that during the prosecution process, he didn't seem like he was remorse. He didn't feel guilty. So it's like, because you didn't feel guilty about your crimes, instead of giving you like, a couple years like you should have, I'll give you 120 years. I'm thinking to myself like, so this entire court process and time, you had the power of giving this guy 120 years for doing this whole sex cult and sex trafficking. You were going to give this fucker 2 years because he didn't show enough remorse. Well, now we'll change it to 120. Whether he showed remorse or not should be fucking irrelevant.
No, the remorse has always been a factor in trials, always. I don't know why. I can't explain why. I mean, to some extent, you could understand it.
Yeah.
But for the most part, because there's been times where you feel like if a person shows remorse and they truly regret, then if you let them back into society, they probably won't make the same mistake. Yeah. But a person that shows no remorse is likely to continue to act, right? Continue to do the shit that they've been doing. So it's always it's always factored in. But it's like you said, if the crime has a time limit, then hit him with everything you got. Don't be like, he's sorry, so let's give him 2 years. Oh, he's not sorry? 120. That's ridiculous. Like,
I believe
fucking ridiculous.
There was a couple of cases of drunk drivers who hit people and killed them. One woman was sorry. I think she got like 30 some odd years. One woman was just like, I'm rich. I'll get out of this. It doesn't matter. They hit her with like 100 or some years. And I'm like,
I mean, this is like,
this seemed about right.
This from the New York Times. It's like a massive article. But yeah, it's something like he created his company back in 1998. 18,000 people have taken courses. Something like, IQ tests, grade scores, even, from Troy, New York, from the Rensselaer Polytechnic Institute. Some couples were spending $300,000 on their courses. I mean, it goes on about how he was having slaves, but he's been doing this shit for almost 20 years. So he was living with several women. Like, yeah, people would say, like, how do you even create a sex cult? Like, what kind of, like, suaveness or, like, what kind of charisma do you got to make, like, make a couple spend like $300,000 to join your sex cult and shit?
But I mean, look at the people who escaped Scientology. They were talking about their experiences. All you have to do is you just say something. Oh, what we're going to bring this to the world. You're going to find people who want that. There's going to be people so desperate for acceptance, they will come to you. That's the problem.
People are sheep and they want to be led. And the thing is, if you have money and an idea, you just got to find people of like mind. That's the crazy shit. Like, I'll say this for a fact. No matter how crazy your idea is, there are people out there that have had that thought and that will act on it if given the opportunity. Wow. No matter how wild it is.
It's the age of TikTok and YouTube and stuff.
No, that will go away when sex robots become real. Humanity is going to come to an end because men won't have to deal with finding a woman, dealing with her irrational mood swings or the arguments. people are just gonna have robots and that's it, and mankind is gonna dwindle. TikTok and all that's gonna slowly die out because why spend money when you have this thing there?
Yeah, it's so Elliot didn't watch the first one, Al, but did you watch Borat 2?
Not yet. I want to watch it because it's getting a lot of hype online, and I'm very curious as to
I watched
everything.
it with Jamie and Brian before we went to the kids trick-or-treating, and Jamie, that's the hardest I've seen my sister laugh in like a couple of years.
I saw them both.
It's he watched them back to back. He'd never seen the first one. I was like, really?
I saw the first one. I thought the first one was hilarious. It was wild and out there, but still funny as fuck.
That's how this one was. This was, so.
One was probably more out there than the first.
I only bring this up because, the part of the reason it took him, it's been 14 years since the first Borat, and because a lot of it was, whether people liked it or not, was that because he became a massive, not even just U.S., but a global sensation. Everybody knew who Borat was. So it became very hard for him to do these kind of skits, because when you watch the first film, as you can see, part of the premise was like he's filming something and you don't realize that you're on camera, or you don't realize that this is satire and shit. You think it's real. Yeah. So in the second film, Elliot knows, and you'll see this, Al, that Borat has a daughter. In the second film, it's been 14 years and stuff. So, of course, they're doing different skits and everything. And because Borat's become such a huge sensation, he has to wear different costumes and stuff and different disguises to show he's not Borat. But there's one scene, and you'll get to it, but like basically, he drops off his daughter to a babysitter because he has to go out and earn some money because he's trying to buy his daughter plastic surgery. It's a long story. But the only thing I felt kind of weird about this situation, because now, the whole point of Borat was you're telling these people that this stuff is real, because if someone knows it's a script, like an actor can emote to a certain extent. The whole premise of Borat and his other films like Bruno and stuff and everything he's done is that you get real emotion from people when you don't know it's film. You think it's serious and shit. So because the film and stuff, he brings his daughter to this black woman and everything. And, she's from Kazakhstan, different country. They have different customs and cultures. So he has this babysitter watching his daughter who's 15. Now, the actress is actually 24, but they think she's 15. And when Elliot's seen this, if you've seen this girl, you think she's 15. She looks nothing. I found her real age. I'm like, that chick ain't 24, but she really is fucking, you'd buy every second. This is a 15-year-old girl. So basically what they did was they filmed it where this woman was babysitting his daughter for the whole afternoon while he's out working and shit. So she got paid like $4,000 for watching his daughter, and she didn't know that this was a Borat movie. So because she knew it was a Borat movie, she thought this was actually a real situation. Like, he does small things, like he shows up with his daughter, he's got her on a leash and stuff, and he's like, here's a water bowl, he's like, if my daughter gets thirsty, give her water out of a bowl. And she's like, is this real? The woman thought that this was real, which is the premise of Borat. You think it's real. So she felt, because this was a major motion picture and not a documentary, that she should be compensated more money for that. So it's like, how do you feel about that? Like, they paid you $4,000 for a documentary. You didn't know it was it was supposed to go to theaters because of COVID. Amazon bought the rights, and obviously it's on Amazon. So say Borat 2 did like whatever, $200-300 million and stuff. You feel you should get paid more money because it's a major motion picture. I mean, extras get fucking paid $1,000 a day. And whenever you watch, you say Avengers Endgame film or something, Infinity War, after the film ends, you watch 20 fucking minutes of like 10,000 people who worked on these films. So they're not all getting paid Robert Downey Jr. money. Let's be honest, guys. There's sound guys, there's makeup in, there's lighting, there's guys doing the CGI. They're not all making top dollar. So it's like, she felt she should get more money because she wasn't, confiscated.
She was compensated. She was paid $4,000. Like, at this point, she's just being greedy and saying, since it's a movie, I want more money. That's what it is. Yeah. But essentially, you weren't hired as an actor. You were hired as a babysitter, and they just filmed you.
Yeah.
Like, you knew it was a documentary, but whatever the case, whatever you want to say, you got paid.
And that's publicity, too.
Yeah.
Gotta figure people now know her name and what she does. That's tens of thousands of dollars. She doesn't have to pay for her face to be out there and people to know who she is and what she does.
I mean, what's funny is, I'll get to the second part of the article. This came from a post about October 26th, so 5 days ago. This came out today, actually, the updated word. Sacha Baron Cohen actually donated money to her. But I'll start with the initial post. Was that, she felt that She feels betrayed after she was led to believe she was participating in a real documentary about a teenage girl being groomed to marry a rich man, which is Borat was, he wanted to spend money on his daughter to marry, Trump. It's part of the skit, but that was the premise of it. And she said that, I feel like she's from the third world country and that kind of stuff does happen where they sell women. I'm thinking this is for real. So she felt that this was a real situation, not a movie. But I was like, I read this and you got paid $4,000 for hanging out with a kid for a couple hours and shit. You feel like you deserve more money.
Yeah, that's the craziest thing. How more money for what? I feel like $4,000 for a little bit of time is already excessive, right?
Does she want to bring morals into this? That she was okay about being on a documentary?
I was thinking it, but I wasn't going to touch it.
Yeah,
I was thinking it, but I wasn't going to touch it because I was like, first of all, but just the fact that you knew that they were grooming a 15-year-old to marry a wealthy man, and you were like, oh, I'm okay with this because
for $4,000, I'll turn the other
they basically
cheek.
bought your silence with $4,000, and now that you know it's a movie. Oh, well, I want more money. Get the fuck out of here.
This says, we were concerned, she says. We were up there praying for her and asking God to help her, and we were doing what we thought was a Christian thing to do.
But not call the cops to help her.
Not notify the authorities on any level.
She said she only learned it was all a prank when her cousin showed her the trailer for the Amazon Prime movie last week. I was just kind of shocked that it was all that kind of movie. So she said that she wishes the producers came cleaner. Again, that the point of the film is when you watch it, if they told you it was part of a sitcom movie, you wouldn't have that reaction. That's the point of Borat. Is Borat's bringing you a 15-year-old daughter that you're thinking is he wants to spend $60,000 on her getting a boob job, nose job to marry a rich man because they want to get your real reaction. So it's again, you got paid. So
I mean, this woman even read the book about if in Kazakhstan a girl touched herself, her pussy would devour her and suck her body.
I will say that's the point where it's so over the top ridiculous, but it's funny. It's satire.
If you want to bring morals into this, she got paid $4,000 to literally turn the other cheek on grooming a child to marry an old guy. I don't want to hear it.
I love when Al said this, and I'll probably forever quote this because Al said this, and I gotta go with that. This woman is saying she's a Christian woman and she believes his values X and X. And Al said this a couple weeks ago. He goes, "Well, what I love about religion is you guys will condemn these two, the whole gay marriage thing. Remember, you talk about Al and the cake. You're you guys will condemn them being gay, but you'll ignore all the other shit."
And I say that, and I've had that conversation with people a lot because I want somebody to make me understand. Because when they use their religion as, oh well, homosexuality is bad, and I have to condemn it because it's bad, but you'll ignore all the other sins. You'll ignore murder, theft, lying, adultery, fornication. You'll ignore it all. A fucking killer could walk into your store and purchase something, but the gay guy, this is the guy you got to stop because he's gay. Get the fuck out of here.
Yeah. So apparently too, now her pastor and her church, they started a GoFundMe account to raise money for her, whom he calls the moral compass of the film. So I'm just saying she got the short end of the stick. Okay, so they felt that again she wasn't compensated enough money. So that was 5 days ago. This actually came out this morning. I just read this. I was at work. Same from The Guardian. Sacha Baron Cohen, the guy who plays Borat. Now Borat, he's got money. He didn't have to do this, but I almost felt like this was a trap in a sense because if he doesn't do anything, now he's a piece of shit on the biggest piece of shit on the planet. So what's he do? He donates out of his own pocket $100,000 to her.
So her silence in allowing young girls to be groomed and sent off to other men against their will means more to her than her Christian values or moral values. Okay, whoever you are, I don't even remember your name because you meant that little. You're a piece of shit.
That's the thing. It's just the concept of greed. People are so motivated by greed because she was not willing to take a stand on the concept of this girl being groomed to marry a wealthy older man. She was gonna stay with her Christian values and keep silent. But the concept of not being paid more money because it's a movie and you didn't know that, now that's where you stand on the hill to fight and die.
Yeah.
Now, you're motivated more by greed and getting more money than you are by stopping this perverted fucking bullshit happening before your eyes. You took the money and turned a blind eye and was about to let a 15-year-old girl be sold into a marriage that she probably didn't want anything to do with.
Yeah.
But But you were going to fight over this fucking extra money.
Movie, yeah.
How much of that was she going to donate to the church to repent? No.
This is what, okay, this court article. So, yeah, so Sasha donated $100,000 to the Church of a Woman who was featured in his comedy, I believe it was a real documentary. So it says she had been recruited by her place of worship, and says Borat's fictional daughter of Kazakhstan, but she didn't find out about the film until it was released for Amazon Prime. So, but the pastor said that Sasha made the donation on Wednesday, and neither he nor other church members were aware of the movie. So, they weren't surprising amount, but
they took that child sex blood money though. Fucking losers.
Fucking capitalism at its peak.
So the pastor also started a GoFundMe account saying she believed she was, I want to see what she got. Okay. So on top of Sasha donating $100,000, the GoFundMe account by Thursday, so Borat came out on Friday. The Amazon Prime, I watched it Friday morning at work. By Thursday, they raised another $130,000.
So
that was donated through the page. So between Sasha donating and then GoFundMe, you just raised $230,000.
What is happening?
$234,000 for her to be okay with 15-year-old girls.
Wait! Stop.
Boy, oh boy. Wait. What the fuck?
I have no idea what the hell that is.
I was like, what is Al talking about?
There's a big brown bear in here.
Yeah, he's bald too.
Dun, dun.
Makes sense. Well, I was going to text him to come down, but he's always busy, so.
I figured there's one way to make my entry.
How drunk are you?
Huh?
How drunk are you? We got plenty of beer.
Listen,
have you watched Borat too?
I wish you would have said this was going to happen.
I didn't know.
I would have done the same. I would have dressed up as well. I would have thrown a costume on as well.
Unfortunately, I have some place to go, so I'm not going to be on the podcast.
Right.
But...
Well, you can whenever you want to come down.
Oh man!
Listen, you've been busy, so
you just made my night. Just so you know, you just made my entire night.
We're talking about blue collar shit, like how Kim Kardashian for her 40th birthday party, she rented a private island because she wants to feel normal.
Or how some greedy ass.
That's normal.
Yeah. It's like I said.
I'm going to my private island right now.
Yeah. Because I can tell you, because come August for me,
I got to take some LSD to get there.
And sing lesbian seagull.
Like we're saying for Borat 2. Borat 2, this one woman in the film, because Borat's satire, and they don't tell you it's a film because they want to make it a joke. Yeah. She got paid $4,000. She felt that she knows it was a movie, so she should get paid more. So they started GoFundMe. They just raised in a week $130,000. That the guy who plays Borat, Sacha Baron Cohen, he donated $100,000. So yeah, I'm basically going through like celebrities like Cardi B. Cardi B bought her daughter a $7,000 car seat because
why not?
Why not?
And then her husband had to...
So during Corona and everybody's fucking broke and shit. Our economy's crumbling, but like.
Are you kidding me? Have you watched the videos of these women crying because they're...
So. All right, see you later. Come down, we want.
Or they're crying because they're driving and a Trump rally kind of thing is happening and they get stuck and they're like, these guys just surrounded my vehicle. I'm so scared right now. Oh my God, they're so scary. I'm like, man.
So yeah, that was funny. So Junior stopped by with a fucking what the hell was that?
It's a teddy bear.
Teddy bear. So
it wasn't a Care Bear. There was no symbol on the stomach.
That was hilarious.
Junior had the entire week off work. I was like, Junior, want to stop at Susan's party? He get back to me.
I was like, who the hell is that? It's obviously a dude because there's no breastises.
That's
It's like, isn't that other Chris that I met at Sue's party?
So they're saying that some of this money was donated to her church, and like whatever the case may be, the fact that again you got paid $4,000 and you made it based. Like, I just felt that like personally, it felt kind of tacky to say it because now, of course, social media being what it is. It's like, I felt I was kind of betrayed. If Sasha didn't donate, and that was out of his own pocket, his $100,000, like, what if he didn't donate that? He'd be slayed.
So it's okay that she took the money to remain silent about a 15-year-old to be groomed to marry, I believe it was Mike Pence originally. And that's perfectly fine. $4,000 to be like, hey, this girl's going to be sold to an old guy. It's perfectly fine, Jesus will forgive me. It's not a documentary, it's a movie. Motherfuckers ripped me off because, okay, so $4,000 is your limit on every child you'll allow to be groomed and sold to an old man. Gotcha.
So it's like, so now going forward, now it's going to be, so hey, listen, if you're listening to this, if you're an extra in a TV show or movie and you got paid $500-$600, well, get a hold of me and we'll start a GoFundMe account for you and try to raise as much money as possible, even though you've already been paid.
Unless it's the same circumstance, then I'll just call you a scumbag. For free. For free.
That shit's crazy.
So.
Disgusting. It is disgusting.
But yeah, so more of 2020 and funny ass shit. So
facts.
This came from the New York Post. Have you ever heard about this? Was the self-cloning mutant crayfish take over a cemetery?
What?
I swear to God.
Listen, any other year I would have been like, holy shit. 2020, par for the course.
Let me pull out my bingo card and see if I have this.
So, for 2020, who had fucking self-cloning crayfish?
Like, you just scored big on your fucking bingo card.
So, apparently, these are called the marble crayfish. They're about the size of regular crayfish, but apparently they are considered all female. So they're asexual and they can clone themselves instead of getting pregnant. And they started having so many of them that they actually took over a cemetery. Into the fact that they said it's impossible to round them all up. It's impossible to empty the ocean with a thimble.
Napalm. Lots of it.
The creepy crustaceans experience mutation, of course, around 25 years ago that allows them to quickly reproduce by themselves, enabling entire populations to spring up from a single one and dominate lakes, ponds, and rivers. So the thing is, normally they would eat stuff like, whatever, algae and plants. Now they're eating flesh. So they've evolved. So they took over the entire cemetery and they're having a buffet.
Fucking napalm. Just napalm. No questions about it.
Yeah, so the foreign creatures then feed on plants, snails, and amphibians, depriving fish and other aquatic species of food sources, but now they're moving on to people. Now, of course, like as everything,
fucking 2020.
This happened once owned by German pet collectors in the 90s. They do not naturally occur in the wild. The outlet reported. The fucking Germans.
School teacher,
again.
I'm going to need the Czechoslovakian boys desk too.
It says, like, see, someone apparently had the animal in their aquarium and then they set it free on the canal. Say, man, it's like fucking, them fuckers are doing that shit. Like, the German scientists.
What have we told you bastards about this, huh? No World War III. No army of mutant crayfish. We will just get the Cajuns over there. It'll be a giant thing. We'll win.
Yeah, look, the European Union, they banned owning or releasing crayfish into the wild because they're so fucking, what they do. So you know what happened? Them fuckers are like, we got another way to kill the Jew. We're going to start making mutant crayfish.
We're going to round some up. Put them in the cages, charge a fee during the day, and release the mutant crawfish at night.
I'm trying not to laugh at this.
Also, you can take the pictures as well and bring them home as souvenirs. Thank you very much.
Sure, they come out at night. So that makes it fucked up.
You guys are going to get us crucified.
They fucking see ya.
But the thing is, you got to make fun of this because horrible shit did happen in the Holocaust.
It would not shock me if the fucking Germans were fucking manufacturing mutant crayfish. Because how do you fight that? He said they've already taken over a cemetery. Now, what's next? They're going to take over a school or something?
They're going to take over the zoos? Oh, look, mother, there's a camp at the end of the river. Is it a concentration camp? We cannot say. That was part of the treaty.
Fucking
get Jojo Rabbit, he'll help us.
Fucking and it's because they keep self-cloning, so you can't stop them. They keep mutating.
You didn't really have to get rid of them all at one shot.
This is like Hitler's wet dream right here. This is some supernatural bullshit.
Jesus Christ. Oh, I just found that fucking hilarious. Like the goddamn mutant crayfish. Like, can you imagine you're working for a cemetery, because cemeteries have groundskeepers. You show up, you start dusting off the whatever, the fucking the caskets and stuff, and you're doing the grounds. You look over and you see like a fucking army of like mutant crayfish like just crawling over the fucking
with little Nazi hats with the swastikas on it, doing the little march with the arm in the air. Like what the fuck? Comes home shaking, drinking honey. We're getting the fuck out of Germany. Why? I just saw Nazi mutant crayfish take over the cemetery. Fuck this shit, we're out.
Yeah, exactly. It's like I would say, it's like you thought you had a bad day at work. Like, you know what I just saw last night? Like, it was 10,000 crayfish eating corpses. Like, you know what? I'm moving.
Fuck this shit.
Like, you think you can scare me? I just witnessed a fucking crayfish apocalypse in the making.
Because you think, like, crayfish aren't that fucking big. No, they're not. But when 10,000 of them jump on you, like, shit.
With a taste for flesh, yeah. Release the Crayfish Battalion!
And the ability to self-replicate overnight. 10,000 crayfish have become 20 if they all just make one.
The guy said, we can't stop them. Like, yo, you better be on top of that shit, guys, because next you know it's like they're going to start taking over a lot more shit than cemeteries. Yeah.
Germany has been overtaken by some mutant crawfish.
Oh, Christ.
Someone who may or may not have been drunk swears he saw this Fatzika somewhere. We're fucked.
It wouldn't shop in the fucking goddamn Germans. Mutant crayfishes. Yeah, so we talked about a few weeks back with the whole, let's see, pop up again here.
God.
So apparently there was another incident with the fucking guy in a jetpack. So it's like, this jetpack shit getting serious, man. There's some sick son of a bitch out there flying around. So,
yo, be honest with yourself. If you could get your hands on a jetpack, what would you do?
Oh my God.
I would lose my shit with a jetpack. Like I would. I'd be like, wait, I could literally do whatever I want right now.
Yeah.
I'd probably get arrested.
Oh, yeah.
Probably. There's no probably. I promise you I'd get arrested.
They wouldn't catch you. That's the point.
Guaranteed. well, at some point they'd figure it out because they'd start, at some point they're going to start laying traps for this guy.
Well, this is what I found funny about the situation. So this happened. It says, we just passed a guy in a jetpack. A pilot told the air traffic controllers in Los Angeles, but this new one happened on October 14th because the first one happened back in August. They figured, okay, like I was reading articles just saying, like, you know what, this is a hoax, it's probably a fucking drone, where it's like these guys are not seeing things. That was back in August. Now it's October. They saw it again. So guys, this isn't a fucking hoax. It's not being made up. They're seeing a guy with a jetpack flying up by the fucking planes. So yeah, you see, the first sighting happened on August 30th, and it says they passed a guy that was flying by 3,000 feet. So, I guess what's baffling people is that apparently there are companies right now that are making jetpacks. There's like 4 major companies across the globe, and all 4 companies are like, they can't figure this out because their current jetpacks. I seen a video on YouTube where it's like the guy, he was basically flying over a pond. This pond was like, maybe, he was in the air for maybe about 20 seconds. They're saying like, they feel it's impossible because the technology doesn't require, like, they can't fly 7,000 fucking feet into the air and there's not enough fuel. I'm like, well, guys, you know what? Someone's doing it, whether you like it or not.
It's probably a guy who built his own shit, his own prototype, and is testing it out. Like, exactly. It could be, that's a total possibility. Like, but somebody's fucking doing it. Somebody's out there with a fucking jetpack.
Yeah, because this guy's, someone's saying, let's see, this guy Mayman, see, it says jetpack experts are confused. David Mayman, chief executive of Los Angeles-based Jetpack Aviation, is skeptical. But you can be skeptical all you want, dude. He goes, there's only a handful of companies working on this type of technology, and none of us have heard anything about doing something like this. The question is, why the heck would you fly around Los Angeles? You need to have your head read. That's a catastrophic accident waiting to happen. Well, but again, this is the 3rd plane that's reporting this shit, dude. So it's like, he said that even if one of those jetpacks were to get out and be reproduced, it's extremely unlikely that a jetpack pilot could reach 6,000 feet and still descend safely. So it's, so it's like I said, the jetpack experts don't believe in it. I'm like, well, someone's doing it, bro. So just because you're not doing it doesn't mean it's not happening.
Well, we know for a fact that people are flying around on jetpacks because in Dubai, when they go out to Dubai when the wealthy people go out to Dubai on vacation, jetpacking is one of the things you can do. As for the limit on how far or how high they go, I have no idea. I did no research. But obviously, somebody's fucking doing it.
Yeah, because it's one thing if it was one plane, now a second plane, now it's a 3rd plane, and it's all happening in the same area. So it's like,
I can make this far scarier. Mini jetpacks. Small enough to fit on the back of a crayfish. Only in 2020.
Now the mutant self-replicating crayfish can fly. That's all we need.
We are fucked, buddies. We are fucked.
Someone, I gotta do this funny shit, so because it's 2020, why not? Like, somebody shared this on a comedy thing, and it's like anything, it's so over the top fucked up where it's like any other year you wouldn't believe this shit. But it's gotta be true, because this came from let's see, the Irish Mirror. So gotta give me a second, because so many stories when you read it, you're like, is this no. Human beings are. How many times has Al said our species is doomed?
We're fucking doomed as a species.
We really are.
There's no debate.
So, oh boy, depraved man who had sex with pet chickens while his wife was filming him.
You don't have to go any further. Fucking insane shit.
He got 3 years in jail. Like, well,
how many years did she get for recording it?
She should have gotten the same amount he got.
I mean, yeah, I'm not gonna read the gooey details, but just the fact that, like,
please don't.
No, I'm not gonna. Well, okay, but on top of that as well, though, he also was caught. This is I can't pronounce this man's name. It says Rehan Big. Baig. So he's banned from keeping animals. Well, you think, but he's also placed on the sex offenders register for life because, oh boy, let's see. He also had images. Computer equipment was seized from his house, and 49 indecent images of children were found, including 11 in the most serious category, some of which featured children as young as 6. Oh boy. So on top of fucking chickens. Jesus.
I don't want to hear any more about this fucking guy.
He's a pet. That makes me wonder. Did the wife know about this?
Probably.
No, she was filming it.
No, I mean about the kids, or was she the one sending him pictures of the kids?
Who knows, man?
Here's what we do. You take them out back, you give a bunch of random people a nightstick, blindfold them, tell them they're a piñata, and let them go to town.
Well, to Alice about the wife, so his wife was 38, she was handing a 6-month suspended sentence after admitting that she filmed her husband.
Wow.
Okay. So, of course, the judge was like, it would make any right-thinking member of society sick to their stomach. Yeah, you think?
Which part? Because both of them makes me want to find this guy
and fuck him up and her for being a part of his bullshit.
I always find it funny because the fact that how fucked up it is, but like the fact that there's somebody out there, there's a guy fucking chickens, and the fact that his wife was filming him fucking chickens. Like
this isn't new, but I think Butterball turkeys, they caught some of the employees doing sexual things to chickens before.
Now you know why the turkeys are so moist and juicy.
Yeah. People are naturally fucked up. You can't blame anybody but people. They choose to do these things.
Yeah.
You can tell me that they can say God or the devil told them to do it. Like, no, motherfucker, you decided to pull down your pants, convince your wife to record this shit, and fuck an animal.
I mean, all three of us, I got you and Elliot and Al's we got into Lucifer. And like, you watch Lucifer would be like, did I tell you to fuck a chicken?
Yeah, no. I asked you, what is your deepest desire? I didn't say do it, you sick son of a bitch.
I doubt the devil was telling you to fuck livestock.
Yeah. It's like, yes, fuck that chicken so I can get some nice juicy chicken tenders.
You know what's crazy about it? I wish there was an ability that lets you see what the fuck led people to decisions that they make. Like, I wish I could do that. I wish I could ask, like, because you could ask a person, but you don't know if you're getting the truth from them.
Yeah.
But I would really like to know, like, what the fuck was going on in your head when you decided, oh, this chicken is sexy.
Yeah. I think it clucked at me in just the right way. You know what I'm saying? That cluck was a little extra high.
That cluck was so sexy. Oh, she seduced me. Jesus Christ. What the fuck was going on?
She ran over like, I was like, wait. No, that was a turkey. Yeah. I got confused. Had to fuck it.
Chicken was looking all seductive like, cock.
It makes you want to. Buck, anytime was he watching KFC commercials, just rubbing himself?
Yeah. It's like, it laid an egg and looked me right in the eye the whole fucking time. I couldn't say no. It's like, wait, dude, what? Like, what is wrong? And your wife, she was there too with the camera the whole time.
And then she was like, I'll record this. Yeah. Like, the fuck is wrong with her? Like, what?
And then we're going to eat that egg afterwards.
Maybe I'm weird, but I'm telling you, there's just a lot of shit I don't have the stomach for. Like, if I was dating a girl and she was like, yo, I'm going to fuck this animal and I want you to record it. Not only would I call the police on that bitch, I'd be like, if you ever come around me or my family again, I'm going to shoot you in the face. Yeah, because imagine shit. Like, you are insane.
You were dating this girl for 6 months. She was out. Listen, I tell you something. Before I met you, I was sucking horse dick. Like, wait, what? Yo. And now listen, I love you. We were dating for 6 months. I want you to film it.
I'm gonna be honest.
This is why we keep going to the horse ranches.
As soon as she finished that sentence, I'd throw up in her face, and then I'd be like, "Stay the fuck away from me. If I ever see you around me or my family, if anybody I know, I'm gonna shoot you in the face."
I would throat punch her.
Somebody sent me years ago. Maybe it was somebody at work or something. I got to the point where I turned it off. I couldn't watch it anymore. But like, yeah, there was like a video of a fucking horse. It was like the video was a horse fucking a guy, and like I got enough to where it's like the horse gets behind him. I press stop. I couldn't actually watch it, but I knew it was the fact of like this horse was fucking this guy. And I was like,
was that the dude who died because he fucked the horse?
There's so many of them you can't tell anymore. Like,
there are actual people who want it to be legal for them to have relationships with animals.
Yo, I seen a thing that was on the news. This is like back in like the late 90s, right? Early 2000s time, where there was a guy that straight up and down was trying to marry his horse. Was trying to legally marry his horse.
It doesn't show.
And I'm like, why? Like, what the fuck is wrong with you? Like, what's going on in your head? Like, there's literally...
That's one times where, can you imagine being a judge? That judge comes home with a fucking bottle of whiskey. Like, honey,
no.
You know what happened
today? That dude just pulls it out from under the desk, and he's just like, I need this to finish, or I'm going to throw the fucking book at him right now.
I mean, I said we consciously every time in our lifetimes growing up, you'd see a fucked up comic book or a fucked up movie, and you're thinking this shit is kind of warped. And now you're like, you know what? Like Elliot said before, like truth is worse than fiction.
Fuck yeah.
Fuck the fact that I'm reading articles that thank God there weren't a lot of details, but just the fact that a wife would film her husband having sex with chickens, and of course the chickens were all dead because from a physical standpoint, obviously. A human having sex with a chicken, but the chickens, there's corpses there because he essentially fucked them to death. Like, so
hopefully he did.
This is just getting worse.
Yeah,
he probably sold the corpses too. Like, hey, we want a fresh order of chicken.
I said I haven't had sex with the biggest number of women, but the few times I've had sex with women, there's nothing you could ever in any kind of like I don't care if I was in LSD, on acid, on Molly, whatever. A chicken's butthole is not going to mimic a woman's vagina. Like there's nothing you can say to me. Like
I'm mad you even said that because here's the reality of life for me. Even if a chicken's butthole could mimic a female's vagina, a human woman's vagina, I wouldn't want it. I don't give a fuck. It's a chicken. Like I don't care. Like there's nothing that replaces a woman for me. Nothing. Like I don't want to hear nothing anybody got. Like, that's wild.
Yeah.
Fucking people.
Or even like fucking females from a standpoint, like, you know, they can make jokes about women's and stuff and big dicks. Like, I get it. Some women can take a pretty big fucking dick. When you take a horse, that's just like your vagina. No, there's no physical aspect where that makes sense to me. Where it's like or your butt. Like it's just.
This is why whenever I hear the stories of some dude had sex with a horse or a donkey or a zebra or something and fucking dies from the fucking act, I'm like. Natural selection at its fittest, like at its best. Like this person needed to die so that whatever
got the Darwin Award,
whatever fucking issues he had isn't passed on to offspring.
This is almost out what we say, like, you know, parenting. So can you imagine this guy's parents? Like if someone
no, he was fucking adopted. That wasn't a real child. We adopted him.
This comes down to, like, you know, nobody raises their son to grow up and fuck horses.
Like facts. This is a fact. This is a whole thing. This is why, and this is exactly why I said earlier. I would love to have the ability to be able to ask somebody a question and get an honest answer, like the way Lucifer does. I would love to be able to say to a person, "Why did you do that?" And they answer me honestly, because I would, like you said, nobody raises their kids to do this shit. Actually with Karen, why do they do this shit?
Mentioned with Karen Carlton with the whole cuties thing, where it's like you were saying that like you can't always blame the fucking parents. You can't because it's like I've done my goddamnest best for the past 13 years to raise the best little boy possible. If God forbid he's 25 and Chris, your son fucked a zebra. Like I didn't teach him that. Like, it's like, Jesus Christ.
I didn't teach him that, and I would have hoped that he never came across that. Like why would and it's the truth. Like It's just some weird shit that some people do, and you just don't know how they got there.
I'm just scared
like,
too.
How did they get to that place?
One day Christian hears his podcast with his friends, like, so my dad said I was gonna fuck a zebra. Like, it's like, no, but I'm just saying. For example, like, you're the guinea pig, but yeah, it's just
the weird shit.
We can sit there and blame fucking parents all day, but like, it just comes to the fact I just said with a lot of things out there that like. There's just certain things that in human beings, certain people are just born fucking broken.
Yeah, that's a fact.
There's no amount of medication or therapy or explaining, and I'm sure some scientists will try explaining, like, well, I've dissected this guy's rationale of why he wanted to fuck a chicken. I don't care. He fucked chickens. That's a fucking empty and shut. And the fact that he got 3 years. Hold up a second. I got more time for fucking having pot in my car than this guy's fucking chickens and taping it, okay? And he had child porn. And you gave me more time for having possession of marijuana than the guy who was fucking chickens? Like, our system is... Oh, man.
It also depends on the judge, too.
Yeah, that's true too.
Well, even a judge. Well, you know what's fucked about the LA is? Remember, I'll never forget this. When I was in county jail, when I was in county jail, still waiting a sentence, I would read about different articles and stuff. And this one guy, I'll never forget this situation because it pissed me off that bad. Where I talked about this podcast, but like this guy was a fucking child sex therapist, and he would be a therapist to kids who were already fucking molested, boys and girls. And then he found out he was molesting the same kids that he was doing therapy on. So up a second. So you are a therapist to help cure, and at least not cure, but like get over these kids who've been previously molested, and then you're doing it again. They gave him like fucking 3.5 years, and the DA said we gave him the maximum amount that this fucking charge would allow. And you're thinking to yourself, then someone needs to fucking revamp these goddamn charges. If this guy was fucking molesting kids anywhere from 10 years old to 16 years old, and you gave him 3.5 years, and that was the maximum amount, then something needs to be fucking really revamped.
Listen,
if that was the maximum sentence.
I just hope for everybody that's in the world, if ever there is a child that's been molested and the parent of that child was to murder the molester, and I end up on the jury, there is nothing you could do to get me to convict this person. Yep. Nothing. Like, I will tell the judge right to his face, I am not going to get this man convicted. It's not going to happen. If you're looking for a fair and biased juror, I'm not your guy.
Yep. I want to be the judge and just throw, like, you, sir, are not guilty. We didn't even get to, we don't need to. Sorry, I'm like, no. This person abused their child. He got what he deserved. Facts. Next case.
Yeah.
I am not even doing, I'll be like, I'm not going to be fair and biased. I'm not fair and unbiased. I'm going to be unfair and mostly very biased. Like this,
I'm going to be in that booth staring at that motherfucker the whole time. Can we replace this guy? He's giving me nightmares. No.
And on the flip side of that, like if I'm a juror on a trial where they're trying to convict a molester, this is what I would have. This is honestly what I would say. I would have to pay very close attention. Because I want to, if I'm going to convict this guy to die, I want to know that he really did this shit. Yeah. Like, if he really did it, if you were really if they come in with proof like, oh, this is his semen, this is his DNA on this child's, he's done. Like, you are fucking going to jail. I'm voting for the death penalty. Even if we're in a state that doesn't support the death penalty. Yeah. I'm like, I want this guy dead.
Take him behind the shed with a baseball bat and some nails if you have to.
Yeah,
it's insane.
Our legal system is fucked up. Well, I don't know if you heard about the whole, like, so I seen it officially now, Lori Loughlin with the whole, like, her whole fucking bribery scandal in college. Now she's sentenced to officially 2 months in jail.
Yeah.
2 months. But, like, I just read an article this morning where it's like her daughters are very distraught and very upset about her mom getting 2 months in prison.
Oh, wow.
Christ.
2 months.
You know what's fucked up about that is that I know people who fucking got way more time for way less of a fucking issue.
Well, I just mentioned it myself. I typed on Facebook. I want to see who reads it. Hey, guys, I got 3.5 years for a fucking green plant.
Which is as natural as the day.
Which is, right now, I said all three of us can get in my car and drive up to the Massachusetts border, which I may or may have not done the past few months. I can buy vape pens and edible gummies and chocolates. legally, no problem, you know? And so and she got 2 months, 2 fucking months for all the shit she fucking pulled. Of course, her daughters are very distraught and upset. And I'm like, oh, boo fucking ho.
This is another thing about capitalism that pisses me off, because when you're wealthy, the rules don't apply.
Yeah.
And
like,
of course,
when you have wealth and power, the rules don't apply.
And also, in going deeper, I hate, and you'll still see comments saying, like, you know, well, according to her white privilege, I'm like, get off the whole white privilege shit. That's nothing to do with her fucking skin color. I mean, that's a pure, like, she's a fucking celebrity, and she's got shitloads of money and shitloads of fucking lawyers. If she was a black celebrity or an Asian celebrity or a Hispanic celebrity, it would mean nothing at all. It's the fact that she's Lori fucking Loughlin from Full House. I mean, it's simple as that, guys. Come on, like.
She's got money, she's got wealth, she's got power, she's got status.
It's funny because I was watching Law and Order, I think last year, and there was an episode about this same thing. Yeah. Some guy was having sex with all these moms because they wanted their kid to get in this Ivy League school. Okay. But he wasn't the guy. He wasn't the man of admissions. And they're like, it's not a crime. You thought this man was going to get your kid in.
You know what?
You chose to sleep with him, and your kid didn't get in.
I'm not even mad about that.
You know what? I'm not mad, because this is the thing. If he didn't make you a promise, if there was no like solicitation involved, if you made the assumption that he could help you, and you were like, I'm gonna fuck him to get my kid in, but he didn't actually make any plans with you, fuck it. I'd be like,
I think he went with it towards the end, and he was like, yeah, you think I'm this guy, so I'm this guy. Yeah, we're going to do all this. And towards the end of it, one of the mothers, her kid jumped out of a window and killed himself because he couldn't live with the embarrassment that his mom was going around fucking dudes because she didn't have any belief that her kid was good enough to get into a college on his own.
That is kind of heavy to put on a kid. Like, I think you're not capable, so I'm going to whore myself around.
So, Lori Loughlin's kids, you're not good enough to get in college on your own because your mom had to bribe and probably drop trout.
They show too, but Lori Loughlin's kids weren't that fucking intelligent anyway, so. Yeah. But, like, I'm not going to lie to that situation.
Well, one of them's a YouTuber, I believe.
Well, she was a quote-unquote influencer. And she was
a beauty influencer, and people ripped her apart the moment this stuff happened. And I was just like, I don't care anymore. See, the thing with the internet is the moment you put yourself out there, you put yourself out there for good, bad, or the worst.
Yeah, facts.
So if you don't want to, don't put yourself out there.
We'll get into that later, definitely. It's like
thing to do.
Actually, I'll talk about this now. We'll say that because, like, Al, because I don't look at TikTok too much, but sometimes I do when Al sends it to me. And this guy keeps popping up. I gotta find him. I know it'll pop up again under my recommended section. But there's this guy out there, and I'm not in any ways condoning this shit. I'm just telling you about, like, the reality and why my 13-year-old, he still doesn't have a Facebook account. I don't want Christian to have a Facebook account yet. Eventually he will get one. But every once in a while it pops up. There's this guy. I'll find it eventually. I'll show it to Al and Elliot. But he's got a girlfriend, and I think she has either palsy or something. She has some kind of condition, and not to be offensive, but but she talks like a very certain way. She talks like almost like she's deaf, or she talks very slow. And I seen in one video he was just saying like, "Hey guys, this is my girlfriend. I love her." And when she talks, when she was talking, reading something, it was very hard to understand her because of her condition. And I'm like, look, I get that. Listen, but it's 2020, guys. It's like you have to understand the fact at this point, if you're going to make a TikTok account or Instagram or Facebook or Twitter, anything, you better understand the fact that this is going to be coming. There's going to be now some people, I prefer satire. I love comedy. Some people are just genuine assholes. But if you're going to make a TikTok account and have your girlfriend who has a speech disability or a mental disability, you better, I'm not saying I condone it, but the fact that you better expect this to happen because this is the world we fucking live in. Yes, there's going to be 10,000 people making fun of your girlfriend's speech disability. That's the way it is. I mean, I don't agree with that. Like, I wouldn't, if somebody put it out there, like if I get to a car accident and I started speaking really funny and stuff and I'm talking like this all the time, I would say make fun of me because I think it's fucking hilarious. I can accept the fact that these are my flaws. If your girlfriend can't, or she's too sensitive, even like, and to go deeper with that, Joe Rogan said this before in a podcast, would say that all three of us, everybody's been in high school. You've been in middle school. If you dealt with a bully or peer pressure, you would go home, hang out with your friends, talk to your parents, and just escape it, and that's it. Deal with the bullshit tomorrow. Joe was like, right now, though, for kids, it's kind of 10 times fucking worse because now kids can't go home anymore. You go home and you got the internet. You got fucking Facebook, you have Twitter, you have Instagram. But the thing is, the bullying, when we were kids, the bullying, you would at least go home and escape this shit. Now, almost every kid's on social media. So if you're fucking being bullied, the bullying follows you.
I wouldn't say 10 times worse. I would say infinitely worse because there is no escape.
That's what Joe was saying.
That guy, I'm sorry, whether you wanted to bring awareness or not, that's kind of a shit thing to do. Because the internet, unfortunately, whether it's to bring awareness or not, you're going to bring all that hatred.
And the thing is, it's our fault, though. It's our fault collectively. Like, we've created a society where people are no longer willing to acknowledge that people are just assholes. Like,
they really
everybody isn't going to be nice to you. That's just the reality of life. You know, and those of us who didn't grow up with the internet, we went to school and got fucking bullied and got over it.
Or beat up. Yeah.
We understood.
Or fought
this
back.
is life. Like, you're going to come into situations where some people are going to like you. You're going to make friends. Some people aren't going to like you and you can't win them over. And that's just life.
You're right.
But now we're at a place where we're telling people, we're trying to convert everybody into being like this nice person, and it's just not going to work. But the reason that a lot of these kids commit suicide when they get bullied is because they've been being raised to believe that people should be nice to you, and if they're not being nice to you, somehow something's wrong with you. But it's not fair to put that burden on kids, and it's not accurate in the way life goes. Because no matter what stage of life you're in, whether you're a kid, a teenager, early adult, older adult, there's always shit that's not going to go your way, and there's always people that's just not going to rock with you.
Yeah.
And there's nothing you could do about that. But people don't want to accept it. And these guys that create these accounts where they feel like, oh well, I create this account and I'm gonna give the entire world access to my girlfriend who has this issue, but I don't want anybody to say anything about it. That's unrealistic. Like, it's like you said, I don't condone it, don't think it's right, but it's unrealistic to believe that people aren't going to be assholes. Like, it's just nonsense. So you do something like that, you create any social media account, just accept the fact that some people are going to like you and some people are going to be assholes. Yeah. There's nothing you can do about it.
Yeah. And these are conversations I've had with people and I'm going to have with my kid. I've had certain conversations with Christian already about, like, playing Fortnite on Xbox Live, about, like, stuff that goes on before I ever have my son ever create a Facebook page or a Twitter account or Instagram. I'm going to sit there and show him articles like this. The fact that, like, and he's done with some small bullying already in his middle school life, like any kid. But, like, next year he's going to high school. He's going to be in high school for the first time. And before he ever, we have to sit there and, as a parent, have long talks about, Christian, listen, if you want to ever, and he will eventually, create a Facebook page or a fucking TikTok, he'll probably get on TikTok. Before this happens, like Big Al would say, we're going to sit down and have a conversation of, like, this is what the internet is, and you better accept this shit. And I feel like, not saying it's all on parents, but, like, you better, if you are listening to this and you have kids, or whether your kid is 5 years old now or 15 years old, you better sit down and talk to your fucking kids about, listen, this is not going to change. If anything, it's only going to get worse. Yeah. Because whether it's TikTok now, this is 2020. We got TikTok, we have Facebook, Instagram, Twitter, Reddit, fucking, who knows 5 years from now what the next thing's going to be. Yeah. It's only going to get fucking worse, guys. So, no, I'd say I do, like Al said, I didn't condone it, and, like, his obviously girlfriend has a disability and she has a speech impediment, but, like, I'm just saying, don't keep, like...
don't keep harping at the people that are assholes. Like, I would never go on that page and make fun of the girl. I'm not that guy. But I know for a fact there are people who will. You can't waste your time trying to convert these people. They're never going to convert. You're never going to get them to say, okay, I realize the error of my ways. I'm sorry, I won't do it. Though some people won't do that. So you just have to acknowledge that some people are that way permanently and tune them out. Just continue doing your, like, it's like I go online and there's a lot of people, like, I started listening to Joe Rogan recently because of you, and I guarantee you, like, you go into his comment sections, there are a lot of fucking trolls, there are a lot of assholes.
There is.
He tunes them out. You never hear him going off on tangents about, oh, well, these guys didn't like he doesn't give a fuck. You got to tune people out. Like, you just got to acknowledge that assholes exist. Tune them the fuck out.
Yeah, even don't like Joe's his last his last Netflix special, Joe Rogan Triggered. Joe Rogan said, he's like, and he goes into a whole 5 minutes bit about, like, the worst people you'll find on the internet is a YouTube comment section because it's anonymous. Because at least Facebook, for the most part,
you know who's saying what.
It's like you can't make a troll account or a second account, but most people have their own account, or Twitter, for example. But like, because Twitter has the blue check and verified, but YouTube, anybody can be in YouTube. Anybody, it could be a 10-year-old to a fucking 50-year-old man, and you can make up, and you're purely anonymous. You can just be the biggest scumbag, racist piece of shit you want to be. You can't be fucking
because
tracked.
you don't have to be held accountable, and that's the thing.
Exactly.
Like if they started making if they made it where any online profile that you have had to be. You had to identify yourself with like your name, your face, and your address. Yeah. If they did that, it would change the way people would behave.
Yeah.
You would still have those guys that wouldn't give a fuck, but the number would shrink so much. Like it would be such a small percentage. You'd still have those assholes that were like, "Fuck this, I'm gonna say what I want."
See, this reminds me of one time I was watching a video years ago, and I think it was somewhat a review of a video game, and this one woman commented, and I was like, okay, she had a smart comment. She's like, this game looks interesting, but I'm concerned about, and went on this great response to the video. And some guy's like, why don't you shut the fuck up? You're just looking for attention. She was kind of a heavy woman, and she had a giant chest. There's no ignoring it. Some women have massive breasts. Mm-hmm. No fucking ignoring it, no matter how hard you try. Yeah, it's like the sky's blue, the sky's not blue. The sky's fucking blue. And this dude was just like calling her a whore and a slut. And he's like, look, you just want attention, you dirty whore. I'm like, dude, why are you being such an asshole? He's like, so I'm fucking tired of you two being taken over by these whores. I'm like, because you're just such a negative piece of shit. I'm going to subscribe to this person to spite you. He's like, well, it's because you approve of this. I'm like, no, I don't approve of pieces of shit like you who attack anybody because you don't like them. I'm like, are you going to come out of the closet? Like, does your boyfriend approve of you hating women so much, you volatile little man?
And I've always said that there's a difference between, like, when you get into it, whenever I get a YouTube channel going, start with, Elliot and Al, there's said, and whether it's YouTube or TikTok or anything, I'm not against making money off side stuff, of having fun off Twitch, et cetera, et cetera.
I will happily pocket money.
The problem I have is that I've always said this, like the Critical Drinker. The Critical Drinker's been doing live streams. He just hit 540,000 people, subscribers. And I love the Drinker. And I've recently said that, I like the fact that when people like him have like a low, because in YouTube settings, 500,000 isn't a big number. When you get guys who got 10 million, 20 million, et cetera, the people that have more bigger, Kim Kardashian, for example, 67 fucking million Instagram followers. The biggest pieces of shit and biggest scumbags have the biggest followings, and that's the problem I have with that shit.
Well, it's because they're scumbags. It's because people tune in to see what the fucking scumbag is saying or doing. That's what it is.
Or like Kanye.
They get this sense of whatever. The numbers keep going up, and like I guess people, I've seen some comment sections where people were arguing about PewDiePie against this race to be the number one most subscribed person on YouTube, and some people are like, he's changed for the worst after hitting 10 million people, and some people are like, oh, you're a piece of shit for saying he's changed. I'm thinking to myself, are you really going to start an argument over whether someone believes they may have changed in their eyes? So your opinion isn't even your opinion. You have to conform to these faceless masses.
Basically.
Yeah, I mean,
you can't have an individual opinion anymore. You have to be a part of whatever
that's a problem.
The group think is at that moment.
And celebrity now, it's just like it can be YouTube, like PewDiePie, or TikTok. As one girl, like we said, I mean, Alice, like I've seen some TikTok videos are fucking hilarious. Some are informative, like Neil deGrasse Tyson. That guy is a goddamn genius. Then I'll see like, hey, like there's this girl who does a 15-second dance with 8 million fucking views. But then Neil deGrasse Tyson will break down shit that'll make he'll do a 15-second video and you'll think for an hour about the shit this man says. This man is a fucking verifiable genius, and he gets like 200,000 fucking views. But some girl saying, okay, boomer, gets 10 million views.
Oh, are you talking about Pokemon?
Or just like, no, there's a lot, there's so many on there. But no, a Pokemon's a streamer, it's like...
Yeah, but I believe she did that okay boomer dance with a Bernie Sanders shirt.
Maybe. TikTok's got a lot of them.
That was perfectly fine, but then she said she had a boyfriend and lost a shit ton of followers. I'm like, good God, the pull of the penis is strong here.
This is, more about money and stuff and celebrities being scumbags, which I just love the fact that we all work, and hoping you work too if you listen to this. But yeah, back to Kanye. So Kanye just dropped another this came from a couple of days ago, $3 million on his presidential bid. He also raised $2,700. Like,
nobody wants a gay fish as president.
So, coming from a genius that he is, but see, this is to me, again, which is why I get pissed off for how fucked up our system is, because people would always say, like, you know, if this person isn't hurting you, if they're spending their own money, how does it affect you? And I'm like, this is the problem I have, though, because besides he spent $3 million on his ad campaign. So, on top of raising his $2,700, he also spent so far $10 million on his campaign. Now, the election is in 3 days. Does Kanye have any snowball's chance of a nuclear explosion hell of beating fucking Trump or Biden? Wait. So the fact that you've already spent $10 million to run your campaign means that you're just a dick. Because that $10 million, give that to a fucking school. Give that to, like, kids. It's just, you've wasted $10 million. You're not going to win. No one takes you seriously. Like,
why didn't he take that $10 million and pay his employees instead of taking a fucking...
Thank you.
I was going to say that.
Yeah. So again, you couldn't. Yeah, you had to take a government bailout to pay your employees, but you spent $10 million total on a fucking presidential ad campaign, which you have no. I have a better chance of fucking like dunking like LeBron than you have of beating Trump or Biden. Like,
you want to hear a number that will really piss you off? Mike Bloomberg spent, I believe, it was over $500 million to become president. Over $500 million.
You know why that was such a colossal waste of money? Because everybody knew he wasn't going to make it. Like, he wasn't even going to be... You weren't going to be the Republican, not the Democratic nominee. You weren't going to make it that far. Everybody knew it. You didn't even...
I know, but that throwing away money like that, like it was nothing. Money, like, yeah. I was like, holy fuck, everybody I know could have the best life.
Listen, you know how many neighborhoods that could have been fixed up, how many fucking families could have been taken out of poverty,
exactly.
Or you know how many things that could have been done with that money. But then people will say, oh well, it's his money, he could do what he wants with it, but he's doing stupid shit with it. Like, stop glorifying the dumb shit that people take a lot of money and do.
Like his latest video, he gave the production company over $200,000 for his video, which was his ad campaign. But that's my fucking point. It's like basically the $10 million you spent in your campaign, you basically said you might as well just take like $10 million and fucking like dump that shit all into a big ass bucket, okay? Throw some gasoline in and just fucking throw a match in there, because that's exactly what it is. It's like you're just taking money and just wasting it for the sake of fucking.
But he'll need another buyout, though. Yeah, he'll need another buyout. Exactly. I wasted $10 million and now I can't pay my employees again.
Christ, man.
I'm a genius.
Oh yeah, what did you
Kim Kardashian is not a hobbit. She does not live in a hole in the side of a hill.
God.
Look at South Park.
Dumb shit, man. Fuck.
I can't respect a man like that. You need handouts, but then you blow 2 to 3 times the amount that you needed in donations. For what?
I don't even want to get into it. That shit is just... I'm sitting here getting annoyed just at the thought of him taking that $5 million handout and then blowing $10,000 on a fucking campaign run that's not going to happen.
Yep.
It's not going to happen. Is he even on the fucking ticket to be voted for?
I don't think so. I think it's Biden, Trump, and Joe Jorgensen or something, and that's it, to my knowledge.
Yeah. Yeah,
let's change the subject. Let's talk about some other shit.
That's why it's just shit that should piss you off about. So whenever people, like, Kanye's a fucking genius and a great guy. Uh-huh. Yeah, so remember...
I guarantee you the people that are saying that are fans of his first 2 albums. Like, anybody that's claiming Kanye is a genius is somebody that has his first 2 albums and is a fan of those 2 albums.
I'm going to piss people off. I don't think I've heard one of his songs all the way through.
Like, I had his first album, and I'm not going to lie. His first album was fucking really good. I can't even...
Yeah.
I won't sit here and even shit on it. It was a fucking amazing, phenomenal body of work. His second album I didn't purchase, but I've heard the songs, and I know a lot of people who are fans of. After that second album, I didn't follow how many other albums came out, so I just don't know if there's a third or a fourth or whatever. But I know this. Having paid attention to all Kanye's rants and all the stupid things that he's said and done over the years, if you feel like he's a genius, I feel like it's coming from a place of loyalty from his first 2 albums. Like, that's what I think. It's like, you can't tell me that this dude who's just like going off on these weird tangents and, you know, running up on stage, grabbing mics and stopping in the middle of a concert to whine about some shit that happened fucking 5-10 years ago, and this guy won't come and he won't let his family mingle with my family, and come on, like, something's wrong with the guy.
My dad wanted to have my mother abort me.
Something's wrong with this kid.
Yeah,
he's got way too much going on to have that level of success and to make that level of money and still be that level of unhappy and unhinged is weird.
Like I said, and just I always just say, as being a blue collar person in this podcast and people that care about finances, the fact that this guy is spending like, you know, $10 million on a bullshit ad campaign and fucking taking a $5 million government bailout, which that's $15 million right there that could have went to like whatever.
So it's many other things. Yeah. Like,
yep. So. Anyway, so let's see. I found an article saying world's deadliest animals, mosquitoes. They've actually scientists, because I guess they're bored, but like they've mosquitoes taste for blood. They traced it to 4 different types of neurons. So apparently they've been testing mosquitoes and trying to like, you know, get more, trying to find ways to combat mosquitoes and stuff. But they said that mosquitoes actually have spread diseases like malaria, dengue, and yellow fever. They still kill 500,000 people die each year from mosquitoes.
Yeah, I know. When I was growing up,
that's fucked up, man.
When I was growing up, like dengue fever was a thing that, like, that was a thing that people were afraid of. Like, it was so bad. Like, there were like certain seasons where, because there would be like more rain, you know, the weather would start to change at certain times of the year.
Yeah.
It gets cooler. There's more fluid in the atmosphere. Like, it's mosquito breeding season. Like, certain times of year, they come out a lot. We would have like a truck that would drive around throughout neighborhoods. We found out later that this fucking thing that they were doing with the mosquitoes wasn't good for us either. But there's this truck that would drive around. It would like blast the smoke out of it and fucking fog up like entire fucking neighborhoods at a time. It was effective to kill mosquitoes.
Also, kids.
but it was having an effect on people that we didn't even realize. Like, found out later on, like, yeah, that wasn't so good for everybody. But it was a step that had to be taken, though, regardless of the effect that it had on people. Because mosquitoes are really bad. Like, literally, you would see them in droves. You would walk out of your house and you would see people sitting on the corner like this, swatting mosquitoes. You would swat your arm, and you would kill so many mosquitoes, you have a blood splotch in your palm. Yeah. Like, and they would like gather on your body where whatever was exposed. Christ. Like, it was insane. It was insane at certain times.
Yeah. No, I never heard that till you mentioned it, because it just said malaria. I never heard of dengue and yellow fever. But I mean, 500,000 people. That's a big number of people.
It is. Like,
500,000 people. That's killed more than coronavirus.
Like, consider the fact of that shit. Those things still happening in the world today. Like, in places where they aren't as sophisticated. You know, they're not like first world fucking countries and shit like that. Like,
well, that's why they've been testing
island
for
nations, and
they're trying to get more of a taste. They're trying to test more of like when they bite into you and suck your blood. I guess they modified some mosquitoes, and they wanted to see the team genetically modified mosquitoes so that the researchers would see which neurons fire when a mosquito tastes blood. So, identifying the specific taste neurons associated with blood might be something we could use against them. So. I didn't know this as well. I've heard this back. Apparently, that only female mosquitoes feed on blood, which they need for their eggs. This puts females in a unique position. They need to distinguish between the sweet nectar they eat for most of their meals and the blood they gorge on before laying eggs. So,
I'm against genetically altering shit. I don't know what
I'm saying
we're
this is.
Come against.
I always say this. Like, the thought of genetically engineering anything terrifies me. Like, because every time we've done it, it's always had a bad effect every time. Like, we've not successfully modified anything that was like, oh yeah, this is great.
I never heard this stuff called DEET. Apparently, mosquitoes can actually now detect. It says, in previous work, for instance, they found that mosquitoes can detect the repellent DEET with their legs and have identified an odorant receptor that mosquitoes can distinguish between humans and non-humans. So I've always said for years, we were growing up, we'd always go to drive-ins, we would have off and off candles. I swear, a past decade, you spray fucking off, and the mosquitoes jump in your arm, look at you like, what the fuck is this shit? It's like,
those are genetically altered ones that have stingers.
Every time I spray off of myself, I'm still getting bit. Like, man, mosquitoes looking at off, laughing at you. Like, get the fuck out of here.
I remember those little tiki poles that it had keep them away. Now they're just like, thanks for showing us the way, asshole.
The mosquitoes are like, 10 years ago this might have been effective.
Yeah, really.
We're the new breed, bitch. Now give me that blood.
We're 3.05, which means fuck your repellents.
Exactly. So they're trying to basically, when they button it says, just as a human has taste buds that differentiate between salty, sweet, and bitter and sour, in mosquito's style, it depends on the neurons as different flavors. So they've been testing mosquitoes' neurons. They say they can tell the difference between human blood, like actually human and animal blood. They know the difference. So said, what does human blood taste like to a mosquito? Perhaps the closest we can say is that it's a little salty and a little sweet. It's a bit like trying to describe the way a honeybee sees a flower in ultraviolet hues. So,
One Punch Man mosquitoes coming up.
Yeah. But they're saying that one possibility, it sounds like science fiction, but they're saying that there's a precedent. I just gave my dogs their monthly flea and monthly tick medication, which is oral. Perhaps something similar could be eventually be done for mosquitoes, a drug that people take that before going to a mosquito-infested area that will interfere with mosquitoes' taste for blood. So, we'll see.
Or just light some fires. They fucking hate smoke.
I don't want something that gives them a funny taste in my blood. I want something that when they drink my blood, it poisons the fuck out of them.
Exactly.
They go
I want that fucker
forever.
to land on my arm, drink my blood, and fall over dead. Like,
Yeah.
Oh God, he's got it, you son of a...
So this was a few weeks ago, which I'm actually waiting for Al to be here for talk about this, because so you know, as I do whenever time passes by, I'll sit down and listen to a whole month of like say Kevin Smith or Howard Stern or something. So Kevin was talking to his friend Mark Bernard, and they're doing a podcast and listening to about, you know, now I didn't watch this yet, but it's on HBO Max. I've heard mixed reviews. I'll watch it for myself. But Al, you've seen the trailers for that thing called Lovecraft Country, right? On HBO. Yeah. So, well, Kevin and Mark were talking about Lovecraft Country. Now, I didn't know this. Now, Mark was talking about H.P. Lovecraft. I'm sure Elliot would know about more of his kind of stuff. H.P. Lovecraft was, you know, he's a guy who created like Cthulhu and stuff and science fiction. He was a big book guy. The Elders and stuff. Apparently, so he got the, you know, he was into cosmic horror and cosmic beings and everything. The thing with Lovecraft Country was Lovecraft Country, the film, the TV show on HBO, is it delves into like a lot of mythological stuff. And the thing was, Mark was talking about, which I didn't know this, that like I wasn't a big book guy growing up as a kid, mostly the video games. H.P. Lovecraft was a massive person in terms of like the you know, realm of science fiction stuff and horror and everything. I also didn't find out that Mark said this, that like H.P. Lovecraft was a massive racist. Like he seriously hated black people. Yeah. So like, read up what it says, this article, because the article says, I looked this up, we can't ignore H.P. Lovecraft's white supremacy. But, so he, of course, he says his mythology, it said he was into the mastermind of cosmic horror. And, of course, he influenced people like, you know, Stephen King, even Ridley Scott, Guillermo del Toro and stuff about his different kind of takes. South Park made jokes about that with Cthulhu and stuff, but he was very massively, you know, into white supremacy. As well as on the same kind of vein was like, you know, everybody here knows Conan. We've grown up with Conan the Barbarian. Yeah. Kevin asked Mark, he's like, you know, if anything you've ever wanted to write, because Mark and Kevin next year's coming out, they worked on the new He-Man show. Mark helped him write that. Mark has wrote a shitload of different stuff. He told Kevin that, like, my dream would be to one day, because I guess Amazon or something, or Netflix, they're working on a Conan TV show. If they make that, cool. I'm not sure what's going to happen with that, but Conan could work as a TV show. So Mark's like, I would love to work on a Conan TV show or movie. He goes, you know, being young as a black guy, he goes, and being a nerd, it was good to, like, you know, he's like, I loved Conan. I've read all the Conan books, the Conan fucking comic books, the novels. I was a massive Conan fan. However, he goes, being a black guy, it's hard the fact that you found out that the guy who created Conan hates black people again. Exactly. You know, he's a massive fucking racist, which I didn't know that shit. So I wanted to ask this to Al, and I wish Carlton was here with Karen, but I can ask you guys, even Elliot, it's like, I guess it's different between, like, say, for instance, Bill Cosby. Bill Cosby, I think because, like, if I see Bill Cosby doing stand-up and stuff, I can never watch his old stuff and look at the same because we know what kind of person he was. But I want to ask this to Al, that, like, you know, as being, like, a person who, like, if you read a book or something, or a comic book or a movie, if you enjoy something growing up as a kid, then as you get older, like as a teenager or an adult, and you find out that the guy who created Conan, for example, what if Conan is your favorite character, like Mark, for example, his favorite character of all time? He loves him, read his books, his comics. And you find out the guy who created him hates people that look like you. Like, can you still enjoy this anymore?
I'll be honest with you. This is only me, my personal. I'm not even going to attempt to speak for the entire race, but my perspective on it is, it would definitely differ from situation to situation. Like if it was like, if I had read the books before I had ever heard about the guy's insane hate of black people and I was in love with the books, what would happen, what might happen, is that I probably wouldn't care past the point of, well, I've already read the books and I'm already in love with the story. Like for me, it's different. It wouldn't be easy for me to just turn off my love for the book just because this guy who wrote the book is a dick or an asshole or whatever, right? That being said, I would totally understand anybody who said, I'm not supporting this guy or anything anymore. I'm not doing, I'm not going to read the books. I'm boycotting, whatever. Yeah. I would understand it and I wouldn't tell them not to. I guess I wouldn't be against their decision to do that. Me personally, for me to boycott something because a person is a racist and they're spewing their racist belief, just spewing it out for the world to see it, in order for me to boycott that person's work, is I would have to know what they are before I got involved with the work. Yeah. Like if I knew this guy was doing this crazy shit before I ever picked up his book, I would never pick up his book. So regardless of how good the book was, I would never know because I wouldn't give it a shot. Yeah. But if I had already read it, if I was already in love with the story, in love with the characters, I had already connected to the book, then it wouldn't be easy for me to just say, fuck this guy's book. I would be able to say, fuck this guy. Yeah. Like I would, like at that point, I could say, honestly, nothing else he made after that I would touch. But I would, the shit that I already like it. So it's like, I can't turn off the fact that I like the book. And that would only apply to certain things though, because it would depend on the level of shit you were doing. You being a racist is some shit that I don't like, that I wouldn't like, and I wouldn't have to tolerate. But if I found out he was like a pedophile, I would definitely be on a different page. I'd be like, fuck this guy, fuck his books. I hate everything. I'm burning it all. Like I would,
I'd hate the person, but as long as it wasn't in any of their work, I wouldn't care.
Yeah, that's a good point.
So that's pretty much, it's like, okay, Conan is not going around like, oh, this man's darker than me. Well, fuck all of their people. I'm killing them. I'd be like, whoa, you lost me, buddy. But if it wasn't, I'm like, you know what? Hey, I can separate the person from the creativity as long as their hatred doesn't spew over into it, because then I wouldn't be watching any Disney, because Disney, the dude hated Jews. Walt Disney hated Jewish people.
Make a good point again.
Yeah. I loved watching Disney movies. Now, if they're like, oh, a Jewish person, fucking kill them, throw them in a gas chamber, I'm like, I'm gone. I am fucking gone.
Yeah, you're right. I have to agree with you 100% on that. Because if it's built into the work, like, if I had ever, like, I've never read Conan books. The only thing I know about Conan are the movies that I watched, Conan the Barbarian, Conan the Destroyer with Arnold Schwarzenegger. That was my introduction to Conan. And in those movies, there was no level of racism that was like blatantly obvious to me as a kid at the time watching it. Like, it was like it wasn't a part of it that was like, oh, these people are dark. Like Elliot said, these people are dark, so let's kill them. Or it didn't bleed into it. So I don't know any of his other works, so I can't speak on all of that. But like it's like you said, if it bleeds into the work where you could see it, like you could see it blatantly in your face, it would have a different effect. Because I wouldn't be able to accept it if guys are like, if I watched any Disney movie where it was like, this animal is Jewish, let's kill all the, like, I would be like, nope, I'm out. Fuck this. Like I would fundamentally stand against it.
If you had the Cosby Show where he's roofing drinks and just giving that Jell-O pudding, I'd be like, I can't fucking watch this because this shows the kind of person he really is. But I separated Bill Cosby from the character that he portrayed. Yeah. It didn't bleed over, so I can't be like, well, I liked his shows, what he did in real life, but the characters he portrayed wasn't his real life.
Because I could say
person.
I agree with you on that. I could say that I loved the Cosby Show. I loved it.
Did.
I still to this day I haven't watched the Cosby Show in a long time. Even before all these allegations came out, I hadn't watched the Cosby Show for years. But in the span of time that I was watching it, I loved every episode of it. And I don't think like right now, I despise Bill Cosby. And the reason for that is because Bill Cosby, it feels like a betrayal. Because every message that he has ever put out was always like positivity. He was always the guy that was like, I want young black men to do better. I want you guys to go to school, graduate, work, wear your clothes in the proper way. He had all these messages that you needed somebody in his position to put out there. And then when you find out that he's doing this weird, wild, crazy, illegal shit, it just felt like the ultimate betrayal. It felt like, yo, you were everything that I wanted to be and wanted to like surround myself with. And then I find out that you're like a monster.
Yeah.
Like it was just.
Yeah.
I can't get over it, man. I just can't let it go. Like my sister the other day was saying, "Oh, you're so hard on Bill Cosby." That's like because I feel betrayed by this man. Like there are other people that have done worse things than Bill Cosby, but I don't. I can acknowledge that they've done bad, but they don't affect me because I didn't see them in the same light that I saw Bill Cosby. You know, it didn't.
And I think with technology, a lot of people don't have that conscious trigger.
Yeah.
They see the person and the character they portray as the same person. So let's say, in real life, people are like, oh, well, that Elliot guy really hates Germans. No, I love Germans. I hate Nazis. I make fun of them because the more I make fun of Nazis, the more we can laugh and see how ridiculous they are. We shouldn't be afraid of them. We should mock them. We should point out their stupidity. They're not superior for whatever dipshit belief. Hitler was highly superstitious, thought that, he could harness the power of the supernatural. Fucking stupid. I laugh at that. He really thought Jewish people were some kind of monsters that drained blood and all that. That's fucking stupid. I laugh at that because let's all think about it. We've all known Jewish people. They don't sleep upside down. They're not trying to drink our bloods and steal our money. It's fucking stupid. So yes, I mock it because let's prove what it really is. It's fucking stupid. Yeah. You want to kill millions of people just because you don't like their belief or who they are or that they believe something different? You're fucking dumb.
That's why I said it's hard because it's like, for me, like I said, like looking at Bill Cosby, for example, it's like you see him up on stage doing a comedy bit or seeing him in a movie. The thing with Conan is like Conan is a character. So it's like you figure if you fall in love with this character, whether it's Conan or say Spider-Man or Batman, like I would take, for example, comics because they're popular right now. If Batman is a character, you fall in love with Batman, but you're not seeing the guy who created Batman. And even thing is like the guy who created Batman, Bob Kane, he's long, well, and dead. So it's like, because Batman is a character, that character will outlive this person's lifetime and stuff. So it's like, for Conan, for example, if you love this character of Conan, even if if you find out later on in life that the guy who created Conan is a piece of shit, the thing is, you're not falling in love with the man, you're falling in love with the character. Bill Cosby, for example, even though he is, like, whether it's Bill Cosby or Dave Chappelle or anybody, you're still seeing that person. So it's like, it's hard to separate the person from the creation. And I totally agree with you, Elliot, where it's like, in a sense that this has been the constant with comics right now. People have gotten pissed off with comics, that comics in the past, like you could be a leftist or a fucking liberal or like a Republican or something, which is fine. That's your own personal beliefs, but don't throw your views into the comic, the character. People would say, listen, if you're a liberal and stuff, if you want to write for Batman, you can be a liberal. Don't put your liberal beliefs onto Batman, because Batman isn't a liberal. Batman isn't a Republican. He's not a Democrat. Batman doesn't exist. He's a fictional fucking character. He wasn't created to be a liberal. Neither is Superman or Spider-Man, anybody and shit. It's like you should, as a smart writer, as a smart person, this has been killing constant Hollywood the past decade. It's just like these people are taking these franchises, these established characters, you know, Spider-Man, Batman, fucking Star Wars. This was created well outside of our lifetimes. These are characters that are 40, 50, 60 fucking years old. When they were created, they wasn't the point of making their political beliefs shoved down your throat. Stan Lee has said this a million times. Like, you know, Stan Lee would keep, for most part, all of his politics out of his characters because it wasn't the point. You know, his characters weren't a message of like fucking political beliefs. Nowadays, though, these comic creators, they can't help talk about, I love Supergirl, but I'm anti-Trump, or I'm anti-gun control, or I'm anti-immigration, or I'm pro-immigration. Look, Supergirl wasn't created to fucking fuel your agenda, dude. It's like, that wasn't the point. So
like they don't understand how to separate.
They really don't. But like, it definitely is a fine line because, like, you know, they said I grew up as a kid loving comic books. I don't care if it was Spider-Man or Black Panther or Blade, but all of us, we had the privilege of knowing that Stan Lee wasn't a racist piece of shit. So it's like you could be a little black kid and love Spider-Man or love Batman, knowing that Stan Lee created the X-Men, not hating black people. So, like, I would say I see it from both standpoints. I see it where it's like, you know what, guys, I know the guy was a racist piece of shit, but I still love Conan. I also see it as like, hey guys, I know that I love Conan. I can't watch him anymore because I know the guy who created Conan is a racist piece of shit. But like, it's a tough fucking thing, you know. It's like, how do you love a character and you grew up loving this character, then you find out the guy who created this character hates you because of the color of your fucking skin, or your fucking your gender or something, your religious beliefs. Like, it's
a tough, sticky situation. It's complicated. Yeah. It's complex because some people, like, you know, that there are going to be people who immediately reject everything. It's like, this guy's racist, I'm done with him. I'm not mad at those people. No. On the flip side of that coin, you're going to have people that's like, I don't fuck with him, but his work was good. I'm not going to be mad at those people either. But I fall in the position where I understand that there are going to be people that they're going to feel this way, and they're going to want you to feel this way as well, and they're going to be mad at you for not feeling that way. Yeah. Like, no matter which side you fall on. You know, the guys that are going to be like, I still fuck with the work. They're not going to understand why other people are like, how could you condemn this body of work when it's so good? And you're going to have the guys like, oh, well, this guy's racist, and I'm not supporting anything he does. And they're not going to understand how you could support anything he did if he's racist. So I get it. I get that it's going to be complicated. But for me personally, I'm like, if my situation is always going to be, if I was already in love with the body of work, it's going to be hard, especially when it comes to books. Because when I read a book or I watch a good movie, I'm going to get lost in the story. And if it's really good, I'm going to like it. And if I like it, it's going to be hard for me to unlike it. Like, if I was to find out James Cameron right now was like a massive KKK supporter, I'm fucked because I'm in love with Avatar. Like, I can't. There's nothing I can do that's going to make me unlike this movie.
Yeah. Oh, yeah, I'm the same way. It's like, it's like I said, Stan Lee, you know, it's my favorite characters was Spider-Man. Right now, it's Incredible Hulk. If, like, you know, Stan Lee hated white guys and Native Americans, fuck, man. Like, it's like, how do I read the Hulk now? Like, God damn it. Like, it's...
this is how crazy my situation with Marvel Comics is. I've been involved with Marvel Comics for, like, literally most of my life.
Yeah.
And... there is no character created in the Marvel Comics fucking pantheon that I'm not in love with. So if I found out tomorrow Stan Lee was like the leader of the KKK, I'd be like, well, guys, we're just going to have to fall on this sword here because I'm not, I'm sorry, but these characters are already ingrained in me. Like, I'm not, it's too far for me to go back. Thank God he wasn't a fucking piece of shit.
It's hard. It's hard to like separate, like, you know, the man from the creation, because it's like, because I think it's part of it. It's also, you know, being is because a lot of us get into this stuff when we're kids, you know, and kids are impressionable, and kids want to idolize people. So it's like, obviously kids want to idolize Stan Lee, and even as adults, you idolize Stan Lee from being a kid, and it could be like a celebrity, you know. It's like, what if your favorite actor, like, hey, listen, I've loved Tom Cruise since I was fucking 5 years old, and I'm 30 years old. I love Tom Cruise, and I'm a young black guy, and Tom Cruise fucking hates black people. Like, fuck, how do I go back and watch Tom Cruise's movies if knowing that he hates me?
Exactly.
You know, it's like, and that's, so it's different with the creation, but it's the same thing. You may grow up like loving Conan the Barbarian. I love Conan. I've read his books, read the comics. I love the Arnold Schwarzenegger movies. This is my favorite character of all time. Then you find out the guy who created your favorite character hates you because of the color of your fucking skin. So it's like, it's a tough sell. Like, so, like you said, I see both sides of the equation, because like, I do get the point where it's like, for me, it would tarnish the fact that, like, because you love a character so much, and you love the ideals and the characteristics that this person represents, and you're telling yourself that I want to relate to this character. But now, how can I relate to this character if the guy who created a character hates me because I'm or is a massive bigot or something? Like, it's fucked up. Like, I hate the fact that this people like I never I'm 39 years old. I never knew that Robert Howard created Conan was a fucking racist. I didn't know that shit. Like, fuck. Now it's
I literally didn't know that until right now. Like, I was today years old when I found that out. Like,
yeah, it's like, so. And so H.P. Lovecraft. H.P. Lovecraft was a massive man to the science fiction genre. He created these fucking characters, these Cthulhu's and stuff, these old gods, and like, apparently H.P. Lovecraft did not like black people at all. In fact, I was reading the fact they said that H.P. Lovecraft was so racist that other racists were like, dude, you gotta calm this shit down. You seriously hate black people? Like, fuck, dude.
I never dove into the creator's life that much. That's why I said before, I like to put a buffer.
Yeah.
Because if someone's like, oh, you like this band? Well, they're a bunch of racists or bigots or phobes. I'm like, okay. Oh, you're not going to boycott them? Well, I mean, I didn't hear a song where it's like, oh, if you're a faggot, God's gonna kill you. Like,
it's anything, though. But it's like music. It's like we've said before, like Michael Jackson, for a prime example. All three of us grew up with this fucking man's music, and nothing was ever proven, obviously. But we just say, what if he was convicted? What if it was 100% proof?
I'd still listen to the music because it's not, his music isn't talking about going around touching children. So, I mean, come on. Thriller was about zombies and Vincent Price. Fuck you.
But see, I think it comes down to whether it's music or comics, anything fiction. Whenever an artist is creating something, like some of all three of us, some of your favorite songs of all time are songs that relate to you personally. Which is why I said most music is what you can relate to. That's why, for me personally, most rap, I can't relate to it, so I don't get along to it. There's a lot of rock songs that I feel like appeal to my sense of life and sense of experiences and whatever and shit. But if I find out, like, say, like, Breaking Benjamin, if Breaking Benjamin has had some of the best songs of all time. If Ben's like, Chris, I fucking hate black people, like, motherfucker, now I can't relate to you no more, bro.
I don't know. I love them so much. I would look at him like,
Which, like,
just shut up and sing the
song. Is, like, whenever you hear a song that you feel like you can relate to the artist, the person writing this song and writing this, like, music and singing this music, you feel like there's a certain connection because, hey, this person feels the way I feel. They think the way I think. They understand me and stuff. But the thing is, hey, listen, I hate black people. You don't understand me at all. Fuck.
No, just put your finger up to the lips like, shut up and sing the music. You're Breaking Benjamin. You can do no wrong. Shut the fuck up and keep singing. But that's just me. They're my favorite band.
Maybe that's how people are with Kanye. Like, listen, I love this guy's first album so much that I have to accept the fact that he's a raging fucking lunatic.
Okay, I'm telling you, I feel as if, but I can't imagine, and maybe I'm wrong, I might be wrong, but I can't imagine that if you've been paying attention to Kanye over the last decade, that you don't realize something is wrong with him. Like, I can't imagine that. I just can't. How could you have not noticed? So I feel like the people that are out there saying how he's a great and he's a genius, I feel like they're just people that are loyal to his first two albums. They're like, oh, yeah, I love this guy. He was incredible. And that feeling that it's like that thing where people say you never get over the way a person makes you feel. You might forget shit that they've said or done, but you never forget how they make you feel. Like, those albums triggered people in that way where you listen to the album and it's like, holy fuck. Like, it connects to you in such a profound way, you never get over it. Yeah. And I feel like that's what's going on with anybody right now, today in 2020, calling Kanye a genius is going through. Like, they're remembering his more prolific times.
Yeah, it's especially with the internet now, people have said the past 5 years, not 10 years, that the celebrity and things are changing a lot because now the problem is we're getting too much access to these people, because there was a time, like, in the 80s and 90s and shit, and fuck whatever, the 50s and 40s and 60s, 70s, that people just, like, you would see these people only in movies, only in TV, only in interviews.
You say that, you know what's crazy about that? There's a thing on TikTok, and I want to say there might be one on Facebook too, but I'm not sure. But I know for a fact there's one on TikTok I forgot what it's called, but there's a whole account that exists that links you to celebrities. Like if you click on it and you go in, there's celebrities, and you could literally talk to a celebrity one-on-one. Like these celebrities have literally millions and millions of people subscribe to their pages, and you could message them and talk to them, and sometimes I'll message you back. And there was a whole thing going on where they were saying, well, I don't know if these celebrities are actually there. It might be somebody that's monitoring their account. Well, even if that's the case, you still have access to the person in the extent of you think you're talking to the celebrity.
Yeah.
And like you said, there was a point in time where that didn't exist. There was no access to celebrities. You saw them on TV, you listened to them on the radio, you saw them on the big screen, and that's as far as you had.
Exactly.
But now,
I like those days. I remember going to a concert. I forget what concert. This was way before Facebook. Facebook was there, but it was way before all that. Twitter was not a thing. Instagram was not a thing.
Yeah.
I mean, you were in the crowd. You did everything. You waved your hand. You jumped in the air just for them to look in your direction, point in your... And I wore a shirt that said, "The only job I need is a blow job." I was Children of Bodom. Children of Bodom. And the keyboard player, in between songs, points at my shirt and laughs. And I'm just like... I'm like, I grab the guy next to me. I'm like, oh. It's like, dude, he just pointed at you. Like, oh. Like, I miss those days where you just like, oh yeah, I'm friends with them. You know, I'm friends with this band. We're the band. I miss those days where it's like you actually had to put effort for someone to be like, holy shit, that's a fan right there. You're just like. Oh, yeah.
It's always been like, at least my lifetime, it's been this big thing where it's like, you know, celebrities, we put celebrities on this pedestal, and at least now with social media, it's like we're seeing that they're not the heroes you think they are. But what's scary is like Kim Kardashian, you know, she's still a role model to millions of little girls, and like she's a fucking scumbag. And
to be fair, these little girls don't know any better though. I wouldn't want to be a hero to people who don't know any better, because that's just ignorance.
And that's why you're poor and Kim Kardashian's a billionaire.
You know what? At least I didn't suck a dick to make the money. I would not be sucking a dick and releasing a video because, like I said, there are people, the dude and his wife were making videos of him fucking animals. Why? Because there are people who want to see that.
You know, it's crazy because people tried to follow Kim Kardashian's fucking formula of sex tapes, or you know, and I remember what's his name there. What's Mo Fisher's real name?
Lawrence Fishburne.
Lawrence Fishburne's daughter.
Oh yeah,
was trying to fucking become a porn star at one point. I was like, yo, that's wild.
Yeah. How many lives have been ruined because of this? Not just that, but the lip challenge where a lot of kids had to go to the emergency room. People who follow them don't understand.
Yeah.
These people got fucking lucky.
It's 100% what it is, which I've said like in the past fucking decade, because we mentioned PewDiePie earlier. PewDiePie, since he came out, there's been 1,000 people trying to be like PewDiePie. PewDiePie hit the set. I call it the fucking the celebrity lottery. Because it's like, if you're Kim Kardashian, right? Okay, she fucking sucked a dick and got a reality show. No offense, how is she any different than the 50,000 porn stars every fucking year doing the exact same thing? You know, it's like, okay, well, PewDiePie, he got fucking popping YouTube, okay? And there's 50,000 channels, exactly PewDiePie's channel. He just got Twitch, all time Twitch, TikTok. What makes the difference between, like, you know, girl A with brown hair dancing, shaking her ass for 5 minutes versus girl B who's got blonde hair dancing when they look exactly the same, doing the exact same dance moves? Why is one girl got 10 million followers, one girl's got 1 million followers? They're doing the exact same thing. They look exactly the same. One's got brown hair, one's got fucking blonde hair.
Exactly.
You know?
And plus, if you want to dig deeper, PewDiePie's lucky. Look at all the stunts he's pulled using racial slurs.
That's what I said. PewDiePie, he's no different than Kanye or Kim Kardashian.
Yeah, he's a lunatic.
He's at the point of his status where it's like he's a fucking scumbag. I'll tell any of his fans with their faces, he's a piece of shit. It's like I said, the guy. Anybody can pull up the fucking video where it's like I said, I play Xbox, Al plays Xbox, Elliot does. I play PlayStation, fucking Switch. I never one time with Junior played Call of Duty and started calling guys niggers. You know, the videos are there. PewDiePie, he's losing a match to a guy, getting his ass kicked, calls a fucking guy a nigger because he got his ass kicked.
I've never paid money for people to hold up signs saying "kill all Jews" or "kill all people of a certain."
And he does it because he sits home all fucking day behind a computer and nobody kicks a shit out of him. I want to see him do this shit in someone's face. Go to a basketball court, dude, and do that shit.
Yeah, tell him to come down to one of our neighborhoods.
And despite all
shit wouldn't happen.
Despite all the sponsors he lost, all the fucking money he lost, and guess what? He's got more fucking fans.
Yeah, and they're donating even more money that Kanye. They don't have to afford.
Yeah, and just like Kanye's a fucking billionaire. Kim Kardashian's a billionaire.
Got lucky. Look at how many actors, singers, and all that have gone bankrupt. It
truly is. Once you hit a certain celebrity status, no matter what you do, as long as you get the right amount of fans, you can bounce back from it. I mean, all of us grew up. I loved Mel Gibson. I did. Fucking guy was in Lethal Weapon. He was Mad Max. The dude made a Passion of the fucking Christ. Mel Gibson has one of the biggest film careers in fucking history. The same guy who gets fucking. I'm drinking. Elliot, you're drinking. Al's drinking. I'm drinking. I've had fucking 4 glasses of Evan fucking Williams, you know. I don't start screaming racial slurs. If Mel Gibson gets drunk, I hate fucking black people. I hate fucking Jews. Yo, man.
Where he was calling up his ex-wife saying she was sucking like a black cock or something. Like, you dirty.
It's like Mel Gibson's one of the guys where it's
he fucking lost.
It's like, yeah, every time Mel Gibson gets fucking drunk, he hates black people. It's like, yo, really, Mel? It's like, you and Danny Glover were in the 10 movies together.
Yeah, I know, dude. Come on. What did Jet Li ever do to you?
I'm going to say this. I'm going to say the reason that he was able to overcome that bullshit so easy is because of Danny Glover. Is because people was like, but they're friends, though. Like, they're friends. They're actually friends in real life. Like, so it's like, does he really hate black people? Or
is he talking about specific people? I feel like certain people did something so horrible to him where he just says black people, but he's really saying specific people. I just don't want to say their names. Yeah. I mean, I'm not saying he should say any of this. I just feel like there are certain people he's calling out. He just doesn't want to say their names. I could be pulling at some strings here. Mel, who hurt you, buddy? I'm gonna do the what's his name? The guy who sings "Hello." Is it me?
I do admit,
Lionel Richie.
Yeah, like who hurt you, Lionel? Who hurt you?
I gotta admit though, I seen a couple of days ago the new trailer for his new movie. I want to go see it now.
He's got a new movie coming out?
I swear, I'm sure you.
Yeah, I will be honest with you. I never stopped being a fan of Mel Gibson. It is because the reason that I never stopped being a fan of his is because when he was going through his little tirade and all his racial slurs or whatever, it got picked up by the news a little bit, but nobody really ran with that story for too long. Yeah. Like, if you notice that, he never really got hammered down hard. There was like a few days where everybody was like, oh, this racist things that came out of his face for like a couple of days, but then it just went away. Like, they didn't hammer him down like they hammered out. I do admit,
I've been one too. Said I've been drunk, I've been high, I've said stupid shit, but I always just feel like there's a certain level of stupid because I've been pretty fucking almost blacked out drunk. I still never like, okay, listen, I'd half a bottle of crack and Al, I hate your fucking guts because your skin color. Like, just like, I don't know what, like, you know, they always say alcohol brings out your true self, and like I know there's different levels of like. People have been drunk and high and say shit they didn't mean, but like there's still some place of deep inside you, some place of hatred where that, like, I don't know. I've never in my lifetime, I've never been drunk or stoned enough where it's like I start hating people based on their skin color or they're Jewish. I don't know.
I'll say this: when you know how people say like alcohol brings out the truth, I believe that, but to an extent, because sometimes it's not necessarily that it's true. It's just something that might have been on your mind. But it's like you said. I can tell you this. I know 100%. I am not in fear. I have zero fear of ever getting drunk and saying racist shit because it's not. That's not the type of shit that's ever on my mind or ever in my head. Like, I'm never walking around with anger towards anybody about their skin. So I have 100% faith that I can get blacked out drunk and never make a racist statement.
As I said,
never.
If I was that fucked up, if I made a racist statement, it's because I'm quoting Chappelle's show or something, or Richard Pryor, Eddie Murphy. I'm doing it for comedy, but not like I said. When you heard fucking Mel's, I listened to that audio clip and that was pure anger. Like, you fucking whore.
Like I said,
it was audio clip. He said, I hope a fucking pack of niggers rapes you. Like, yo, I've never called my kid's mother and said that shit.
Like I said, I honestly think there are specific events that happen to him where this is what maybe she cheated on him with a bunch of black guys, and
but then the Jews, he's like the fucking Jews caused all the wars and all the world wars because of the Jews.
I just think terrible things have happened to him. No. He just gets drunk and just in the worst way possible releases all of his anger, and they're just the ones in his way.
Mom's angry drunk too, but she's an angry drunk because her and my father, because it's like her and my father had a lot of history there, but it's like, but Mom gets like that, I hate your fucking father's guts, and there was a lot of history, so I get that part, but like, yeah.
But listen, that makes sense for this reason. Like you said, there is history there, so you could understand why she would think about it and it would piss her off. There's a reason for that, so it makes sense. But for somebody, like for the people that are like, get drunk and then all of a sudden become a racist, it's because you're racist. Like
the real you's just showing, son. Like, you better not look me in the eye and say the South will rise again and we're going to have problems. I only say that when I'm drunk, boy. You better be getting out that door.
Yeah. That's like I said, when Susan gets drunk, Susan's funny as how she calls Mom like, I love you so much, Aunt Nancy, you take care of me.
I know, she doesn't. She has like a couple of Bud Light limes, and I'm just thinking, what are you hiding over there?
I was all because like me and Alan and Elliot here were the real alcoholics with Jen. Same thing as Jen went to a Halloween party. Jen's like, I'm a fuck alcoholic. I'm a drinker. Jen gets 2 beers in her. She's stumbling everywhere.
I know. Then sometimes she gets quiet, and then she just starts texting too. And I'm like, okay, well, like, you're getting drunk. Come on. I just watch Sue. I'm like, come on, Sue, just down them. Let's see the real you. Come on, take off that veil, Sue. Do it. Unleash the dark side.
She starts dancing weird. So
but I want to see that. Like,
what is
she's
Junior
in this
doing?
all drunk as shit. I want to see Sue drunk.
Junior's posting on Facebook. He's live now. God.
Live and gay.
Junior's drunk.
I don't know if
he's wearing that fucking teddy bear again. Hold on.
Is he grinding against someone dressed as a lizard or something?
Like it's a guy.
I'm gonna fuck this alligator. I'm a teddy bear.
Yeah, so here's Junior. Listen, says, bro, Junior's hanging out with his fucking friends. They're all his fucking buddies. The second Junior's fucking bro, Chris. Yeah, what's up, Junior? I need a ride home from work. Oh, what's up, dude?
I spent all my money on Rogaine and drinks for other people.
Oh, Christ. So, all right. So I found this on, let me pull up another asshole. So
we're all going to hell for this.
I love when me and Al have these conversations about like just scumbags and shit. Like, it was a few weeks back after we were done recording, and Elliot, you just walked home, and me and Al were talking about this, where I forgot the exact quote. Al probably remembers this, but Al was talking about the whole thing with like people and, human life and stuff, and just human greed. Like how I said, people at this point, we put dollar signs over the value of human life. Yep. And that's what Al was breaking down. Mm-hmm. But I found this from the Mercury News, and it says that, listen to this, and this is more of like capitalism in our country and shit. So this was a Texas billionaire Bob Brockman charged with biggest tax evasion case in U.S. history.
Who did?
Texas billionaire Bob Brockman. So it says the feds say his losses were around $2 billion. So Robert Brockman, the Houston billionaire and CEO of a software company, has been charged with taking $2 billion through a scheme of to evade taxes, hide assets, laundering money, and what federal prosecutors say is the biggest case of its kind. Now, of course, he's 80 years old. At 80 years old, what are you really going to do to the fucking guy? But he was charged in 39 counts of indictment. That includes his money laundering conspiracy, wire fraud, tax evasion. The 42-page indictment, unsealed Thursday morning, that in the late 90s, so okay, say 1990, he would have been, 30 years, so probably about 50 years old. So he formed companies on the British Virgin Islands and later used them to conceal assets from the IRS. Federal prosecutors have not moved to hold him in pretrial detention, but argued that his access to a private jet in Houston makes him a flight risk. So, but just the fact that, it's a big long article as always, but the fact that this guy basically stole $2 billion fucking dollars,
What the fuck is wrong with people?
But we keep talking about how many people out there, like, the shit that the shit that goes on out there, whenever you hear about celebrities or oil tycoons or billionaires, how did they really get to that? Like we mentioned Jeff Bezos. Jeff Bezos, yes, Amazon is out there. Amazon is thriving. He's worth $1 trillion. He also paid in 2019 less taxes than the three of us. So that's a factor as well. So, I mean, but again, this guy's 80 years old. Okay. In 2013, he was talked with individuals through encrypted emails. I mean, it's just, he's another billionaire. And of course, he's tied to other case of other billionaires. So, of course, all the billionaires know each other.
Yeah. Of course they do.
Billionaire
it's like, well, there's only about 100 or so of us. Let me get my little book.
Wow, charges include estimated $60 million. It's when you read these numbers, it makes your head hurt. It really does.
Yeah, but to them, that's pennies.
I'm just saying.
Like,
exactly.
$60 million. I earn more taking a shit than that.
Brockman's case is tied to another American billionaire named Smith, who agreed to cooperate with federal prosecutors against Brockman. Smith will not be charged with a crime in exchange for his assistance. Oh, that's great to know. So, of course, you rat him the fuck out and you're not getting charged. You're just as crooked as he is, but,
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah.
If not worse, because who else are you going to sell out just to be the only one left?
Smith is another billionaire, and he had to pay, poor him, $139 million in owed taxes and penalties.
You know what I could do with that much money?
He has ill-gotten gains for ski properties in the French Alps, vacation home in Sonoma, but also for charitable causes. Well, of course,
But first of all, Carlton and Karen would walk out of their door, look down the street, and see me waving like, "Hi, neighbor! Nice, beautiful, quiet day we have here, don't we?" That's number one. That's just number one.
Yeah, listen, you read these fucking numbers, like, $60 million in fucking fees. It's like these guys spend $140 million, like me going tomorrow and getting a fucking Dunkin' Donuts coffee.
I killed some strippers and I only paid $150 Like, what?
Again, but now this guy is okay. He's 80 years old. What are you really planning on doing to him? Okay, what? You give him life in prison?
He has family.
He's fucking 80. Like,
it's family.
Big deal.
Throw his ass in jail and let him rot and die
Take all of his money, freeze all of his bank accounts, throw his ass in jail, take away the nurses and the wheelchair, and let him struggle.
Yeah, and even if he does get any kind of say he gets fucking prison time, it doesn't matter.
Give him ramen.
The fact that
he's not gonna have fucking lobster. Give him dirt cheap ramen with the overly salty seasoning. Take his dentures too.
And he's gonna fucking go to a federal penitentiary and live a better life than the three of us live right now.
Exactly.
That's exactly what's gonna happen.
He's gonna be paying off the guards to let him do whatever he wants.
Fucking club fed.
Send him to Arizona with that one guy who has them wearing pink suits and all that shit. Make them suffer.
Yeah, it's when I read shit like that, I'm just like, yep. It's like, this is like Big Al would say about, boy. So that's why billionaires are billionaires for, because they're fucking.
Listen, that's the history of America, man. People built, capitalism built this country in the most fucked up way. The ability to make the most money you can make without anything in your path to stop you left people with a feeling of, I must be wealthy no matter what. Yep. Money over everything. And those people have done committed some atrocities to be wealthy. It's some of the most famous names in this country. The things that they have done to acquire wealth will fucking make you.
Yeah. But the thing is, if we knew the truth, the honest to God truth, I think we'd all be disgusted to a level we couldn't even comprehend.
That's true.
Like I said, people love reading a good book, oh man, if this happened, we'd be fucked. No, you want to know something? The truth, the actual truth, is far worse than I think we could ever read on a book, see on TV, or even just listen to someone tell us. I think it would destroy our minds to know the absolute truth of things. So we need to not know it for our own protection. Because our minds would just be like, I give up. What's the point of doing anything if these sons of bitches do this and are praised for years to come? We would just give up as people. A lot of people are like, I can't do that. I wouldn't do that for this kind of money. That's it.
Yeah. Fucking crazy, man.
Oh, it is.
I just love reading the articles just because, like I said, we're blue collar people and the economy is what it is. And just whenever you read about people doing this kind of shit, you're like, Jesus Christ. Like it never ceases to amaze me. It's like all of us would say, when you read these numbers, like our minds can't even comprehend. Like I just don't get the fact that like you're worth $1 billion, right? Just stop. But like, no, I have to be, now I'm worth $1 billion. Let's me worth, now I'm worth $2 billion. Now I'm worth $3 billion. Now I'm worth $4 billion. It's like, when does it end?
Yeah. Well, Bezos is worth over $1 trillion now. That's 3 more zeros than me.
Yeah, that shit doesn't end. Like greed. Once you get caught in a cycle of greed and wanting more past the point of being rational, like, because honestly, rationally, why do you need $1 trillion for any? Like, you don't need it. You can't spend it in your lifetime. I cannot spell that. Yeah.
I don't even think my mind could comprehend $1 million. Even though I know I have a plan if I ever get that. But if I ever actually had it in my hands, I think my brain would shut off.
Like, I've said this before, but I'll say it again now. It's like there was one point in my life where it's like when I was doing these drug runs and I had to drop off a product, which is weed, and bring it back to bring the money back to a person, and inside the shoebox was, and no bullshit, I didn't count it myself, they counted it, I had to go by the trust system that the person I was bringing it to, because that was between them, and I had a trust system where it's like I wasn't touching their shit, that wasn't my thing, I got paid what I got paid, but like a shoebox, and open a shoebox up, and it's like there was $250,000, and like hearing about it and seeing it's one thing, and I'm looking through a shoebox, and I didn't count it individually because I didn't have time. I'm thinking to myself, looking down, and you're seeing just stacks of hundreds, and you're thinking to yourself, like, this is $250,000, like, but that's a shoebox, and like I've never seen. And it was weird. It's like I'm 25 years old, and I'm looking at this money, and I'm like, Jesus Christ! Right now in my hands is more than I've ever earned in my lifetime, and it's just like that's, and even right there, that's that realization, like, wow, this is like holy shit, Yeah. And of course, like, what's funny is when you're in jail, you're talking to guys and stuff, and like people would make jokes, say, "Hey, Chris, like, you ever get tempted to take that money and steal that money?" I'd say, "Fuck no." And they're like, "Why?" I said, "Listen, I'm not sure where you guys grew up at. Maybe because I've watched The Godfather and Goodfellas and Casino and all these fucking movies, Sopranos and shit. I'm not sure where you're from, bro. If you steal $250,000, you think
there's no escape. There's nowhere you're gonna go with that. Seriously, like, there's no getting away with that money. Like,
fuck no. It's like, I mean, come on. Like, it's it. If I was, and this is the principle, as the kind of person I am, if I ever was going to steal some money, and I didn't, and I wouldn't, if I was going to go down, it's going to be like 10 million or fucking 15 million or some shit. $250,000. You know how easy it fucking is to like I would say this was even, almost 12 years ago now, even before the internet, especially in 2020. Now with the internet and stuff and phones, it's like, if you're gonna steal some kind of fucking money, you better be changing your fingerprints, your DNA, your birth. I mean, come on. But like I would say $250,000. I'm like, listen, dude. I'm like, it's just like, if you're gonna steal $250,000, holy shit, you better be prepared for what's gonna come down upon you. And this is what my father told me too. This is why my father said he got out of the drug game for when he goes, Chris, the second you were fucking born, the biggest thing I worried about is being a person is like me coming home and somebody's waiting for me and they got a fucking gun to your head in your crib. And he goes, that's a very real possibility and shit. And it's why Dad stopped everything he did. He goes, he went legit. He worked a 9-to-5 job. It wasn't great, wasn't glamorous. Dad struggled all the fucking time, but he goes, I don't have to worry about, for the most part, somebody coming in and threatening to kill my 2-month, 3-month-old son. And yeah, and if you're gonna fucking steal and say Christian was like 6 months, 4 or 5 months old, you steal $250,000 fucking dollars, they're probably not gonna come for you.
They're gonna start with your kid, like,
yeah. So, but like to all you were saying, it's like, yeah, when I first in my lifetime, I said, it's like hearing about this, but just said, imagine taking a shoebox, like a Nike or Reebok shoebox, open up this fucking shoebox and just seeing stacks of fucking hundreds, and you're thinking to yourself, like, wow, like this is, and even just seeing it and stuff, it's like, even for the first 5 minutes, you're like, your mind comprehending what this kind of fucking money is. Now take that, and that was $250,000. Now take $500,000, $1 million, $2 million. Now take $1 billion. Now take 10 billion. Yeah, it's like if you've seen this kind of fucking money, it wouldn't, your mind wouldn't, you wouldn't comprehend it. Like, it's like,
how are people spending? Private island. But why?
Yeah.
Because it's private.
I mean, right now, like I said, we're in a fucking basement. Like I no even joke, but bullshit. $1 billion. If you took $1 billion and had that in stacks of $100 bills, that would still fill not this room, this entire basement, and then some. And that's just one fucking billion. Now add 2s and 10s and 20. Like just imagine if you're worth like $50 billion. It's like your mind can't comprehend seeing that.
I want a soundproof house.
It's just
I don't want to hear shit outside when I'm home. Cars like honking right out front of my door. I don't hear a damn thing. That's what I'd want.
But and that's why I constantly I've been saying since fucking episode 1 where it's like, people bitch about the economy and equality and blah blah blah, and I'm like, bullshit, guys. We have like, oh, the world is fucking broke, this country is broke. Bullshit, we're fucking broke. Kim Kardashian just fucking spent like $12 billion, whatever, fucking $200 million on her birthday, and we're broke.
Yeah, there's other people. There are people in other parts of the world doing the same thing.
You have to understand that whenever politicians say that we don't have money, it means that we don't have money that we want to give to you.
Exactly.
That's what that means. Like, cause the country's not broke. We're never going to be broke. We get consider the fact of every working American, like the entire middle class, we get taxed before we even get our money. Yeah. Like if you make, like literally, let's just say for $100, if you make $100, before they hand you that $100 bill, they already took their money off the top. So they're going to hand you $60. Like, so the country's never going to be broke. It's just that they control the money and they do what they want with the money. They don't have the money to give to you, but they have the money to pay these politicians exuberant amounts of money to do bullshit.
Right now, that greed is literally in the open. It's like $2 trillion proposal for a second stimulus for people. People are like, no, that's not enough money. How the fuck is $2 trillion not enough money? Because we want an extra couple of $1 trillion to do what we want. Why do you need $2 trillion extra dollars just to give people, like $1,500 to survive? It makes it's because it doesn't give us the money to do what's on our list. Fuck your list. You assholes already make enough money and pocket enough money off of your shady ass deals.
And let you know that the well-being of the American citizens are not forefront in their priority. It's not.
Yeah. Well, look at all the videos, especially of Nancy Pelosi with a $24,000 fucking ice cream freezer only for ice cream. $24,000 freezer. Only for ice cream. That was packed to the brim.
Well, that's what I think,
with
like,
ice cream.
For a lot of people, like, this was, I was thinking about this earlier this week, about this joke where it's like, remember, all three of us remembered back in the 80s and 90s, you had like Lifestyles of the Rich and Famous, and it was Robin Leach and stuff.
Yeah.
Everybody knows.
That dude's voice was like butter. Lifestyles.
Yeah, it's like, exactly. It's like he
it's rich and famous.
Exactly. It's how Robin Leach was, and he talked like this. But like, every once in a while, like I think for people, it would be a kind of a curiosity. Like, hey, listen, I'm curious, like how much, like, okay, what kind of like car does Madonna drive? Like, okay, Bon Jovi, what kind of mansions he live in? But you accepted the fact that these people they're megastars. They were celebrities. They were rock stars, movie stars. That's it, And it was just like, but they weren't like, it wasn't constantly in your fucking face and shoved down your fucking throat about how these people are living. Now it's like, hey, listen, I'm Kim Kardashian. Hey, listen, all you shithead fans that support me, fuck all of you. I'm better than you. And just let you know, okay, on your 40th birthday, while your rent is 6 months behind and while your kids are starving, I'm out there buying private islands. It's like, it felt like for the most part, at least there was a time where celebrity, it was out there, but it wasn't just constantly glamorized. Now it's just constantly, hey, listen, I'm worth $1 billion. You're not. My kids are important. Your kids aren't. Okay. My kids have a $20,000 car seat. Your kids can barely put clothes in your kids' fucking back. It's like, it's being constantly shoved down your throat of how much better I am than you, even though I don't work for a living. I don't pay fucking taxes. I don't fucking have a 9-to-5 job. And while you're killing yourself 6 days a week, 60 hours a week, living paycheck to paycheck, keep watching my bullshit reality show and you'll never be me. It's like, I don't get like why they still have fans for. And it's like, and she's proving again, hey guys, listen, here's my 40th birthday. While COVID's happening, why I said you've been unemployed for 6 months, you can't fucking afford to like put gas in your car. I'm out there getting a private island for me and my friends. Fuck you. It's like, it's the fact that it's constantly shoved down our throats of like how you're so much better than us. It's like, why aren't more people against this shit?
Did you see, this was years ago, I don't remember how many years ago, that one clip of a fan literally rushing through people just to touch Kim Kardashian? Like, this technology has literally shut off the filter for people. They know where these people are. They know the layouts of their houses. I'm pretty sure there are fans out there of the Kardashians who've watched the show so much, they'll tell you every time they get like a new couch cover or something, because they're that fucking insane. You know, someone might be like, well, you shouldn't be making... I'm not making fun of people, but if you're so insane, you need to know everything these people are doing. There's something wrong with you, not the Kardashians. That's a you impulse where you need to, like, you're part. Like, we made fun of these people who watched these shows and knew every detail about them because they were like super mega fans.
Yeah.
But now these people have broadcasts where they're like, "This is my out." Madonna's showing everything in her bathroom, and there are people who probably were like had to memorize where everything was located, what brand, and all that. Technology has just made it easier for people to be creeps.
Yeah.
Like, we would used to, in school, with rumors. I heard someone say they saw a picture of this celebrity nude. Oh my God, really? Guess what? Go on Google, put in people's name, put in NSFW, and you'll know if they ever made a porno or anything, because that shit, it easy access right at your fingertips.
Yeah.
Like, technology has literally brought out the worst in so many people. It's and we're not even done.
It's only going to get worse.
It is. It's only... And there's movies made about this, books. It's only going to get so much worse.
Well, that's why I'm hoping that, like, our little podcast so far, we've got like 100 fucking downloads in the past month. You know, just hope more people, they keep saying they're sick of this shit. So, like, hey, listen to this because, you know, we're just no different than you guys. You know, it's like I'm not worth 100 million. Like,
I wish I was, because I'd be doing some stupid shit.
Listen, in my mind, I'm worth 100 million. I am infinitely fucking worth everything in my head, but on paper, I'm broke as shit, bro.
It does scare me, though. But there's so many people out there say they're sick of this shit and say that they care about the average person, the working man, the blue collar person. But, like, you know, you watch his reality shows, you watch his YouTube videos, you donate to these fucking people on TikTok or Twitch, and it's like,
you know what? Just for my own peace of mind, just to make myself feel more sane, I'm gonna start looking for guys, like regular blue collar guys that do heroic shit every day, just to give myself a better feeling about being an average Joe. Because these people that we look up to as celebrities, they ain't doing it, man.
Yeah, that's why I keep feeling like
for every one celebrity that goes out of their way to be a decent person and do the right thing, you have fucking 10 celebrities that's like, nah, my money, my rules, my way.
Yeah, so this was kind of late, and better late than never, but my cousin Dakota actually posted this like a week ago, but like we just passed Columbus Day. I'm still kind of fascinated with the fact that, okay, technically speaking, I guess Columbus Day is still considered, this says, in a federal holiday, which means it's recognized by the U.S. government and thus brings the closure of non-essential government offices and usually places like post offices and banks. But my cousin Dakota, who's Native American, we have her Aunt Donna was my aunt. Her mother. And Dakota posted that this thing on Columbus Day, where it's like more and more states are calling it now Indigenous Peoples Day, which is rightfully so. I was reading the comment section of, I think it was like Indiana or something, and it's still funny of how many people are seriously pissed off about this. Like, I'm reading, like, the mayor of like South Dakota or something declares it like now Indigenous Peoples Day, and people were flipping the fuck out about it. And I'm like, do you guys realize the history and like what Columbus and
what you need to realize is people just like to argue. Like, there's nobody in this country at this point of our history that doesn't understand who the fuck Christopher Columbus is and what he's done, right? Anybody that's arguing to keep it Christopher Columbus Day, you are arguing just because you want to argue, because the reality of it is you're celebrating a genocidal maniac.
That's what I said.
And to make any argument that's like, oh, we have to keep Columbus Day because what are you doing? Like the other day, who was it? I was at work and I was having a conversation with somebody about it, and they had brought up that same thing where it was like, yeah, we're gonna call it Indigenous Americans Day, and I was like, not a bad idea, and why not? And then the person went off on a tangent about why it's crazy to do it because we're changing all the American. And I was like, well, where'd you get that from? Because honestly, like, what are you celebrating? Christopher Columbus is not worth this, like, celebrating. He's not. He didn't do anything worth celebrating.
No.
Like, not a fucking thing.
Leif Erikson did more before him.
I mean, I made that joke, but I was dead serious. I'm like, and I got a bunch of likes. I'm like, to me, it's like, as somebody who grew up in a reservation and was born on a res and has Native American blood, to me, like, for you saying like this should be Columbus Day, making statues, that's like, say, going over to fucking Jerusalem and making a big ass statue of Adolf and saying, hey guys, today's Hitler Day and like we should celebrate him and give our kids off school and stuff. And like, he didn't do much besides kill 6 million fucking Jews. But like,
I'm telling you, I made a very similar argument. I was arguing with the same person about Confederate statues, and I made that same exact argument. And I was like, I don't understand why people want to protect Confederate statues, because it's like, if slavery is our greatest sin, then we don't build monuments to the slavers.
Yeah.
If I was to right now walk into on the front lawn of the White House and decide that I'm going to unveil a fucking Osama bin Laden statue, people will want me dead immediately.
Oh yeah,
because and rightfully so.
They probably shoot at you.
You'd be right. You'd be right to feel that way.
Yeah.
Because why would we celebrate this man?
Exactly.
It's why would we celebrate the slavers? Why would we celebrate Christopher Columbus? It doesn't. The connections don't make sense, and people claiming that, well, this is history. It's not a reason to still build monuments to these people. We don't fly British flags. Our history is we are descended from the British Empire. They're the reason the colonies existed on the new continent. We don't fly a single fucking British flag in this country, nowhere. So don't tell me that, because if I went to somebody's house and there was a British flag and then an American flag, I wouldn't like it, but I'd understand because the history, we're connected. But don't tell me that it's fine for me to build a statue that represents slavery 100% for these guys who seceded from our union, who basically declared themselves a new country, started killing American citizens, and now we're building monuments to these fucks? Why?
Yeah.
Somebody explain to me why. What part of this history do you feel is worth holding on to?
Yeah, and that's what's fucked up in school is being a kid. Like, I grew up like many kids did. Like, Columbus Day, and like, the whole thing was in 1492, Columbus sailed the ocean blue. In every history book, Columbus was a fucking hero.
They tried to glorify him.
People died in his wake.
They tried to glorify him, but all he did was he was the catalyst to a horrible time in American history.
Yeah. And
there is no reason that he should be, like, the fact that we already acknowledge him in our history books, that's as far as we need to take that. There shouldn't be no statues. There should be no holidays. There should be nothing for this guy. Like, I'm going to be honest, the fact that we don't have days, like, we should have several days.
Survivor of Columbus Day.
Straight up. Like, we need days that point out the history of the Native Americans that were here and the shit that they've been through. Because right now we have nothing that acknowledges that.
They're still getting shit on to this day, and nobody wants to recognize it.
Nobody's doing or saying anything about it.
There are still some reservations that don't have electricity or even clean running water, and people are just like, well, I'm paying too much taxes. I'd rather pay a little bit too much taxes than be in that fucking situation. Not trying to sound offensive, but if you got the options, no electricity, no clean running water, or pay a little bit of extra taxes, which one are you going to really choose?
I say this to people all the time, and every time I say it, people tell me I'm a fascist for this statement. I shit you not, I've been called a fascist several times. I said, as an American citizen, I wouldn't care if they hiked my taxes up another 10 to 15% if it meant that all American citizens could live at least at the same level. Like, not for those of us that aren't wealthy, the rest of us in a country where nobody in this country should live a life where they don't have access to clean drinking water, a fucking bathroom they could use, take a shower every day, clean clothes, good, healthy food for you and your family. Like nobody in our country.
Functioning phone to call for help.
Straight up.
How does it make you fascist, though?
I don't know. I have no idea why that makes me a fascist. I've been called a fascist because I was like, I have no problem if you raise my taxes another 10, 15%. I don't mind if you're taking money from me, but it's making sure that every other citizen in the country could live, at least, because I'm not wealthy by any stretch of the imagination,
none of us are.
but I have access to clean water. Exactly. I could fucking eat a healthy meal every day. I could bathe every day. I could have clean clothes every day. And everybody in this country should that should be the base level for everybody.
It really should.
You know, and people
it's like you're a fascist because you want fucking equality. Because it's like, and I've said this
because the way how they interpreted it is, I'm basically saying that take American money and give it to the poorest of us. Some crazy. I forgot the explanation, but basically they were accusing me of
communism.
I don't like socialism is what they said. This is what they're thinking.
But fascism is to halt someone's speech through violence or force. That's fascism. Like, we have different opinions and you silence me through violence. That is fascism because I can't have a belief and you shut me down.
And I'm going to tell you, to this day, I don't understand why that person feels like I'm fascist, because I am simply saying at the very base level, all Americans should have access to clean water, healthy food, a safe place to sleep at night. Yes. Like, all Americans should have that. In this country that we're in, we should all be on that level.
Especially
and it's just not that way.
2020. Like I said, people are complaining about a lot. What fucking offends me are kids still dying of malnutrition and starvation
straight up
in 2020. And if that doesn't upset you slightly, there's no hope for you.
I've always said, because it's out of sight, out of mind. Like, it's like
you don't see it, you don't care.
This morning we're fucking for work. I had a long friggin' day yesterday. I did some kettlebell workouts. I took a good half-hour long shower, let my fucking muscles soak. I felt fantastic. But and also there's been plenty of days where it's as somebody who has been on the reservation, and somebody who had to burn his own garbage, and somebody who would only take a shower every few days because of the fact that, like, on a reservation you can't go to your sink and turn on the water and drink a cup of water on the res. You can't. Even in 2020, I still have friends, and sometime I will get Matt on here to do a Zoom meeting with Matt because I want to talk about how the res in 2020 is. And there's still people, and this is just Aquazest, New York. There's plenty of reservations all across the whole fucking country where in 2020, if you go to the sink and turn on your faucet, you cannot drink the fucking water. I can go right upstairs, and actually, and two of you go right to my fucking bathroom. You guys can turn on that faucet, drink a cup of water, and you'd be just fine.
Yeah.
That makes me want to get $20, buy a shitload of water, and be like, let's send this fucking water to those people. Because there's no fucking excuse. Like, here's a 24-pack of water. I'm sorry, it might not be the best shit in the world, but I know someone will appreciate that.
True.
But the thing is, because people said, like I would say, and anybody can go right to their fucking faucet, pop in some water, go go to the corner store, get a soda or something. Oh, it's fantastic. Life is good. Yeah, life is good for you. But life is not that fucking good. People that are living in Alabama or Michigan or so-and-so, because the majority of people, and call this what it is too, the majority of people who have social media, whether it's fucking Twitter or Facebook or whatever, they're in major metropolitan cities. See, the thing is, out in the fucking Midwest and Central America, they don't have access to the fucking internet. These people, that's why they've always said Twitter makes up for like 1% of the U.S. population.
Yeah, it's not even a whole percent. Like, it's less than 1%.
Now look at how absolutely stupid it makes the majority of people.
And I've always said this, and I'll say this to the fucking day I die, because I know it would never happen. If I became a fucking billionaire, just for me, because just where I came from, I would take my reservation. I would do like, hey, this is Chris. Here's a picture of my reservation 2020. Give me a year and $1 billion. Let me show you the fucking res after a fucking year. What I could do is just that reservation. But, again, there would just be one part of America in one section. But like, now take that reservation, take it to like, a state or a town or city in upstate New York, in Michigan, and Chicago, and pick your fucking poison, But the thing is, not enough Indians from Aqua's Destiny New York became major, big fucking celebrities. How many of these people, trillionaires, billionaires, etc., you can take one town or one city, you can revamp the entire population of 100,000, 200,000 people with literally just the flick of your pen or the fucking tap of your phone. And you can't even do that. Like I would say, Kanye has fucking spent $5 million fucking dollars on a bullshit, $10 million on a bullshit presidential campaign. That $10 million, you could have fucking built 2 new schools and had money left over, bro.
You could build a functioning water plant at a reservation and maybe a small power plant.
Yep. I told this to fucking mom. I read this wasn't too long ago. It was I forgot what magazine it is. Now we have my phone. I'll start copying stuff. But like they were breaking down in San Francisco. They were breaking down the fact that you would take pavements at black tar in all city fucking streets and roads. Everybody knows that black attracts heat and white reflects heat and reflects light. They were taking all their fucking city roads and paving them white. They were decreasing the temperature of their entire fucking city by like say 3%, 4%. May not sound like a lot, but when you take an entire city and decrease by 3%, that's a major fucking factor.
Yeah, how much electricity you'd save from air conditioners.
Like they were saying, like this article was talking about like there should be every single fucking roof in the entire country should be fucking painted white because white fucking reflects light.
But what about come winter? Then that means that the houses are going to be much colder.
I mean, I don't know, just logistics of it, but I guess just in terms of heat wise, it's like maybe that'll just like solar panels. You said solar panels. Every house in America should have solar panels. As simple as that. It's like the technology is there, the funding is there. Why we don't have that? Why we're still on fossil fuels and NIMO and fucking National Grid and whatever. It's
the
like
electric companies wouldn't be getting their billions upon billions a year.
Exactly, because the people that make the money right now want to keep making the money.
We can't be self-reliant. Because then
of course not.
All these people won't have these billions of dollars.
Understand that because of capitalism, these people put the concept of making money above everything else. They don't care if, like, you know how many times in our history where something was created that would have benefited us in great ways, but somebody was like, nope, if this happens, I can't make any money. And that greed, that need to have more money trumps everything else. Like, they don't care about the benefits that we will acquire as citizens. They don't care to make us healthier, happier, stronger, smarter. None of that. They don't want anything that benefits us. They want to create things that could help a little bit, but make them a lot of money. Yeah. Right? It's why a lot of things got banned. Like I'm pretty sure that you know the history of marijuana, why it's illegal in our country. And it has nothing to do with
it has so many uses.
You know, somebody was on the verge of losing a lot of money if this new product became popular. So they basically lobbied the government and made it illegal. And that's just the way it works in our fucking society, because it's money over everything. It's money over everything.
Even paying scientists to lie about shit. So it's like I said, Joe said that in one podcast. At one point, we're telling people that like marijuana was making Black people and Mexicans more susceptible to raping white women. And I 100% believe that.
The minute you say some shit like that, oh my God, marijuana is banned.
I started laughing when I first heard that. I'm like, you're telling me a plant controls someone's brain and everybody's perfectly fine
back
with
in
this?
the 40s and 50s, people weren't that intelligent.
Yeah,
so
reefer madness, where they also were saying that you're going to eat babies, you're going to turn into a
goddamn
zombie
green plant
and stuff. Yeah. Literally, watch the Reefer Madness movies. It's fucking hilarious what they were trying to tell people. It's like, oh, Asians will buy your unwanted children and eat them. It's like, the fuck?
And you see how crazy it sounds right now? Yeah. Believe it or not, people believed those things wholeheartedly. Oh, yeah. Like that.
Remember,
it was like, this is the truth.
Remember, this came from a country not too long ago. We were beating women to death and burning them because she's a witch.
Yeah.
It's like, what? Like,
it would make boys criminals and it would make females whores and stuff.
It's funny because we laugh at it, but it's just tragic how fucked up it is. But like, you would take a woman and you would take a rope and wrap a rope around her fucking legs and throw her into a lake, and if she dies, she's not a witch. If she comes to fucking if she rises above the water, is a witch.
And you gotta kill her now. You gotta burn her.
How many women rose to the top? 0. It's like, so if she's dead, she's not a witch. Like, well, did you have to kill her to prove it? You fucking morons!
They did. They had to kill her. It's like it's stupid, but there's so many instances in our history, right, where stupid shit like that was done. It wasn't just the Salem witch trials. It was all throughout our history. There's been spots and moments where if this happened, these people deserve to die, and it was like stupid stuff, and people believed it. It's like you look back now, and you're like, how fucking susceptible were we to fucking stupid shit? Because like even now we're still susceptible to stupid shit, but you have to be more cunning with your stupidity now. Like but back then you literally could say anything. You could get up one morning and be like, any woman with brown eyes has got to die today because that's Satan's eye color.
I don't know.
People would go along with it. People would be like, oh shit, we got to kill these brown-eyed bitches.
Satan's
like, I'm telling you, like, you could have said anything, and as long as you attached some religious aspect to it, people will be like, oh my God, I don't want brown-eyed women around here because that's Satan's eye color. And now every woman with brown eyes has got to walk around with fucking shit covering their eyes so they don't get looked at, otherwise they're in danger of being murdered. Like, it's crazy. You have people kicking in doors like, show me your eyes! Yeah. And fucking just killing people.
But then again, we also live in an era where it's like people feel like, they want to put their kids and strap C4 to their kids and fucking sacrifice them to Allah and stuff. Like,
but we also live in a day and age where at least 30+% of people in the world don't believe the Holocaust actually happened. So I think we're just as absolutely stupid.
I gotta find that article. Someone
was
talking about that recently on a podcast where they're breaking down like millennials and stuff, and now kids with they're calling them Generation X now, and they were saying like, how many like percentages of people don't believe the Holocaust? It's like it was lied to us and it didn't happen. Like
you know why they believe that?
Christ,
because there are people who went out of their way. There are people who went out of their way to create a narrative that counters the Holocaust. And here's the crazy thing. No matter how much proof you have, once you put an idea in somebody's head, it's hard to shake it.
Yeah.
Right? Like, no matter what level of proof you have, it's hard to shake an idea. Like, once you say, hey, that didn't happen, these guys are lying to you. And then you have somebody say to themselves, are they lying to me? Was that just made up? And now they don't know. Because now they're questioning themselves.
Let me try to brighten this up because that's fucking dark. God damn, we're our species.
Trust me, like I said, the truth is far worse than any fiction.
I found this on Popular Mechanics. So, a student just proved that paradox-free time travel is possible. It says now we can all go back to 2019.
Highly doubt it. I'm just gonna scream Jumanji at the end of this year. And
facts. That is. I promise I'm doing that at the end of this year. I'm just gonna be like, as soon as 2021 starts,
run outside and just scream Jumanji.
Well, this kid says that the math itself is pretty complex, even for this article, but like it boils down to something pretty simple. Time travel discussion focuses on closed time-like curves, something that Albert Einstein first pointed. It says, as long as two pieces of an entire scenario within a CTC are still in casual order, when you leave, the rest is local free will. So they're saying that, like, okay, they're taking COVID, for example. In a university statement, he says, here's an analogy. Say you traveled in time in an attempt to stop COVID-19 patient 0 from being exposed to the virus. However, if you stop the individual from becoming affected, that would eliminate the motivation for you to go back and stop the pandemic in the first place. This is what's called the paradox, an inconsistency that often leads people to think that time travel cannot occur in our universe. Logically, it's hard to accept because that would affect our freedom to make any arbitrary action. It would mean you can time travel, but you cannot do anything that would incur a paradox to occur. So,
the crazy thing about that is just the fact that you've time traveled creates the paradox. Like it's not even
exactly.
It's not even a point that you have to do something that triggers something else. Just the fact of you stepping out of time and going back. You, in that moment of you traveling through time, you create the paradox.
Yeah.
I remember I had a conversation with a guy who he had this book, right? And he was explaining to me, there was like the different explanations of the theories of how time travel like would work, right? Yeah. There are different theories. But there was one that was really interesting where he was explaining that in order for time travel to be be real and be effective and us be able to do it, it would have to mean that no matter where you're from or who you are, the past, present, and future must always exist at the same time, right? That means that if your future self could come from the future to you right now, that means that you would be able to travel to your past. That means that at any point in your life, right, you have access to your past, present, and future. That means your past self should be able to travel to as far future as your lifespan or further, who knows, and your future self could travel all the way back, right? So at any point in time, you know, your 80-year-old self could say, let me go talk to my 30-year-old self.
Yeah.
Some guy could walk in here right now and be like, hey, Chris, it's me from the future, right? Yeah. And it's on us whether we believe it or not. And then that would mean that if he could do that, then you, Chris, right now, should be able to go back and talk to your 8-year-old self.
Exactly.
And your 8-year-old self, would he believe in time travel? Or what? It was a wild concept, but it was entertaining and interesting to say the least.
Yeah.
And he was like, the one part of that theory that's flawed is that it was limited to a person being able to travel within their own lifetime, right? That means you can't go back beyond when you were born, and you can't go further than beyond where you died.
Yeah.
Right? And I was like...
But how could you exist outside of a time where you never existed? See, here's my thing. I wouldn't do time travel because maybe what happened was to stop something far worse from happening. Okay, say this is the one everybody uses, but I constantly think because some of Hitler's generals were far more insane and destructive than him.
That's true.
You take Hitler out, what if you had Blitzkrieg, who invented lightning warfare, destroy a town, kill everybody, get moving by the end of the day?
You would have had that asshole controlling shit, running around doing it.
So you don't have Hitler committing suicide and everything go to shit. You have this guy who's like, no, I'm going to keep expanding. Oh, well, we hit the ocean. Okay, get on the boats and let's keep going.
Well, it's funny you mention Hitler, which I noticed that he gets brought, obviously, into a lot of theories and stuff.
The conversation is always, should we go back and stop Hitler?
No.
You never know if it's going to be worse.
So this says, some outcomes of this are grouped as the butterfly effect, which refers to unintended large consequences of small actions. But the real truth in terms of mathematics is more like another classic parable, the monkey's paw. Be careful what you wish for, and be careful what you time travel for. He explains in a statement, in the coronavirus patient 0 example, you might try and stop patient 0 from becoming infected. But in doing so, you would catch the virus and then become patient 0, or someone else would. No matter what you did, the salient events would just recalibrate around you. Try as you might to create a paradox, the events will always adjust themselves to avoid any inconsistency. So what they're saying is, like, if you go back and try killing patient 0 from becoming the coronavirus, you and yourself turn into patient 0. So either way, you can't stop what's going to happen.
Or you become a carrier.
That's what I'm saying. Like, well, it's like you yourself become patient 0 by you stopping patient 0. It becomes you now. So it's like either way, it's going to happen.
So that's the theory. That's the theory of no matter what you try to change, it is going to the timeline is going to correct itself.
So Final Destination style. You think you cheated, but
it's going to correct itself.
So it says while that sounds frustrating for the person trying to prevent a pandemic or kill Hitler, for mathematicians, it helps to smooth out a fundamental speed bump in the way we think about time. It also fits with recent quantum findings from Los Alamos. For example, in the way random walk mathematics behave in 1 and 2 dimensions. At the very least, this research suggests that anyone eventually designing a way to meaningful travel in time could do so and experiment without an underlying fear of ruining the world, at least not right away. So I do believe, maybe not in our lifetimes, but eventually time travel will become possible. I think that with all these paradoxes and stuff, for me personally, what I would like to do is like create some kind of like, I would say almost like television set. Like, okay, if you don't want to go back in time, if you don't want to fuck with time, wouldn't it be kind of cool, or at least, okay, for instance, JFK. None of us here were alive when JFK was alive. No one knows how he fucking really died. What if you could set up something where it's like you can't go back in time, but you could see what actually fucking happened? I think that would change a lot of fucking things, because you could find out like 9/11. It's like we've all talked about 9/11. What really happened on those fucking planes? Nobody really fucking knows. What if there was a way to look into some kind of computer screen and find out what actually fucking happened?
Unfortunately, you're going to have psychopaths who see these things, and then want to try to find a way to stop it from happening because they don't like what they see.
This is where that's going to lead, because those questions that you're asking are questions that we think about, but scientists are going to think about larger, more fundamental shit. You're going to have people that wants to know, well, did the Big Bang really happen? Yeah. Let's take a look. Like what happened to Mars? Why is it a ball of dead, lifeless dirt when we believe that life used to exist there? So there's going to be all types of questions that some shit that we just probably shouldn't know. Like there are going to be things like there are going to be people out there is like, is God real? Let's find out. Tune in next week for the search for his omnipotence.
Or let's take a lot of these people, like an asteroid's not going to hit us within the next couple months. Not that we can see. Okay, keep searching on that. The rest of you come with us. Why? Because we have problems of people who still aren't getting food, people who still don't have functioning lights or water. You're going to help us fucking fix this problem, because what else do we pay you for?
Yeah.
To sit on your ass and stare at the sky?
I'm just saying, for me, for the whole paradox thing, if they're saying that no matter what happens, you can't control the event, like say for Hitler, for example, you can't kill Hitler, because if you kill Hitler, another guy takes his spot. So instead of Hitler, there'll be the new whoever. It's like either way, the Holocaust was going to fucking happen. So my view is like, if you can't stop these paradoxes, these events from happening, at least maybe if you go back in time, you could at least like answer questions of like, why did these things, like, we've always said, has there been one ice age? Has there been two ice ages? Who knows? But like even Rogan has said, based on scientists, everything scientists do when it comes to like 10 million, 50 million, 100 million years ago, most of it's based on fucking theory, because they don't actually fucking know. It's like, because they're basically guesstimating, Now, if you had some time travel fucking thing, you could actually go back 100 million years and say some kind of like whatever computer screen. You could actually find out like what did wipe out the fucking dinosaurs, what did kill the human race, like and so what actually happened to Atlantis. It'd be kind of cool to at least like know, to see what actually happened, because they're saying that like no matter what happens, you can't change the fucking past. It's going to happen regardless. So if that part's taken off the table, then like Al said, why not find out what the hell killed Mars? Maybe at one point, Mars 3 billion years ago did have a civilization like New York City, and something happened to Mars. We don't know.
I'll say this. You know what? That could be potentially good or bad, because I promise you, at some point, somebody's going to find out information that, as a species, we shouldn't have, and what they do with it from that point on, who knows? Like, there are some things that happen that are just better left unknown. Like, what if we find out that there is a higher evolved form of life that's like existing around us, and they just fucking playing games with our lives on this planet? They're like, oh, dinosaurs, I don't like them anymore. Boom, they're done. New life, roaches, no. Flies, no. These monkeys look. Let's see what we could do with these things. And they evolved us. Like, what if we find out some weird, crazy shit, and now we're stuck with the knowledge of, holy fuck, we're just somebody's playthings. Like,
But isn't that what science is? Just playthings? So say...
Right now, science is the attempt to figure it out.
Yeah.
Trying to figure it out is one thing, but absolutely knowing is a totally different thing.
I wouldn't want to know everything. I feel the moment we know everything is the moment we cease to exist as a species. So we find out everything. We find out what's inside the Mariana Trench, all the way to the bottom, all the way to the core. Okay, there's life out there, blah, 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 blah. We know the answers, why we exist, such this. What do? We just go about our day knowing we're going to create something that's going to be used and then thrown out and fill in it's just going to go in the trash, never used again. And then we're going to, the next month, make the same shit that's just going to be purchased and then tossed out. Life has no meaning if we know everything. It's literally just we might as well refer to ourselves as a gear at that point. We're this gear that makes sure that this one part keeps going this way, because in the end, the only answer is we're only going to do this, and this leads to that, and then that leads to this, and then it all comes back around to me, and nothing else special happens. Well, therefore, I'm not special. Therefore, why the fuck am I doing this if it's not special? And then without meaning or curiosity, what do we have?
You know, that thought process you just described is what psychologists believe is like the main reason for people that commit suicide. Is like the minute you realize that you don't have a future or you can't see a future for yourself, it makes you feel like absolutely giving up, right? A lot of people who commit suicide, they have a feeling of, I don't see a future for me. I'm in pain right now and I just want this pain to stop, right? Yeah. And they can't express a future for themselves. And that thought process is like, if we learn too much, we end up in that place. Yeah. Like, we end up in that place of...
One Punch Man, he wanted to be stronger than what he was. He became the ultimate being. What happened to him? Nothing mattered. Oh, I'm punched. People are like, it's an anime, idiot. Yeah, but it's the same thing. It's a he metaphor. Just gave up on life. The only time he really fought was like, I gotta go shopping on this day. It is that day. Damn it! Like, okay, so because you didn't care enough, you lost track of your days. And
when Bill Burr did his breakdown of One Punch Man, that's fucking hilarious. When Bill Burr is breaking down the One Punch Man and the actual allegories to real life, it's fucking funny as hell.
This is completely off topic. We're heading in a whole new direction now.
Territory.
Do you read the One Punch manga? Like, if
I
you
don't. I know.
Carlton does.
Yeah. You should. Like, the story is so. Like, remember that very first guy, Vaccine Man, the same guy that he was talking about, the Earth created him to wipe out. The purple Piccolo. Yeah. That guy, believe it or not, him and that speech he gave is the entire premise of what's going on in One Punch Man's universe. Yeah. Like, the Earth is basically sick and tired of humans and their shit. Like, I was like, yo, that's insane. Like, I started reading the manga and I was like, there's this being called God that is like the ultimate and is responsible for everybody that has powers on the planet, monsters and humans. It's because of this entity, right? And you know what? I'm not even going to get too much into it because I'm just throwing out spoilers here. And so I'm just going to leave it alone. But fuck with the manga when you get a chance. You'll enjoy it.
Just listen to that opening theme song, and if you don't get up and start headbanging, you might be emotional. Power. Get the power.
Well, I'm just saying, last term, if said, I still think people out there, not us, but people who got a lot more free time, trillions of fucking dollars. At some point, someone's gonna, if they haven't done it already, someone's gonna fucking break the barrier of time travel. Now, what they do with it, I don't know, but I would just say, in terms of, if we have to live in the fact that, we can't change the fucking past, then maybe we can learn from it. I mean,
that's what history is for. Textbooks, recordings,
that's my point, though.
But
how all of us have seen it in our lifetimes alone. How often is history inaccurate? Because how much have we been lied to?
Not only the inaccuracy of history, but consider the fact that there is an enormous amount of time that happened on this planet where we didn't even exist, and then when we existed, there were still thousands of years before we even started to record history. So there's a lot of things that we just don't know, and there's a lot of shit that we don't even know that we don't know.
Or the fact that even if, say, our history is incorrect, how people still don't follow it, and then wondering why we're repeating the same thing, which we are refusing to learn from.
Well, that's why I feel like difference between two different kinds of fucking beings. There's some people that they live a mundane life, they work 9 to 5, 40 hours a week, and they do that until the day they die. And some people out there, I feel like I try listening to Joe's podcast, and one of those people where it's I always strive to at least be better, but I'm also striving to just out of the human curiosity, I do want to know what did create Stonehenge? What did create Atlantis? Are we did aliens create us? Who knows? I want to know.
I agree with you 100%. I agree with the whole let's look back and see, because there are things like Stonehenge. There are a lot of, all over this planet, there are structures built. And I'm every time you hear them talk about it, it's we don't know how these guys, the pyramids, they don't know how them guys got them stones from where they were to where they are now with no mode of transportation like we have now, right? And it's how did these guys do this? There are constructions all over the planet that predate our oldest civilizations. Yeah. That the way the stones fit together is so precise. It's it looks like they needed some kind of laser technology to do this, exactly. But according to the history we know, that kind of technology couldn't have existed.
Yeah.
So it would be great to be able to look back and see how they did that shit. Like, in all honesty, I agree with you on that.
Well, what if the answers are so ridiculously mundane and
it could be,
and it could be, but I'll say this: if the answers are mundane and boring, it would make everybody breathe a sigh of relief, because we would hate to, like, the fear in looking back to see shit that we couldn't have recorded then is finding out some shit that we know we shouldn't know.
I have an idea on how the pyramids were done. People might not like it. I think they started from the top up, started taking the sand away, and just going from top to bottom.
Could be.
It's possible.
One listen to said Joe had his first podcast. It might have been like episode 12 or 13. I forgot, but he had the guy from Ancient Aliens. I still have to watch because Netflix just added new episodes of Ancient Aliens. Mark, my mother, and mom watched it with Christian, but like the guy from Ancient Aliens, he was in Joe's podcast, and this guy is very fucking intelligent. He's a huge history buff, and he would say to this, I listened to the whole 2.5 hours. He goes, you know, when we look back at the pyramids, he goes, these pyramids, yeah, like I would say, he's like, they have different stones, whereas like even this is 2012, but he's like, you could take a fucking sheet of paper, he goes, you can't even fit a sheet of paper between these two stones. That's how precise this was fucking cut. And he goes, now if we have to believe that fact that this technology, he goes, this technology, we're saying that like 5,000-6,000 years ago, these people had chicken bones, they had a rope and pulley system. He goes, back in 2012, he goes, we don't have technology now, we don't have cranes nowadays that can lift some of these boulders, these stones on the pyramids weigh like 100 fucking tons. He goes, it's impossible for our own technology to build this shit. Yeah. So how the fuck were they doing this thing 6,000-7,000 years ago when they had a pulley system or they had fucking bones and chisels and rocks? He goes, it makes no sense. Besides, so this is why a lot of people believe in the whole alien thing, because he goes, either we had aliens or some kind of massive, like I would say, laser system that was wiped the fuck out by a meteor or climate change. But like Joe said himself that they've theorized that there has been extinction level events at least 3 or 4 times, because these things are not possible. There's no way those pyramids were fucking made.
It happened. You know? Our extinction level events happened more than 3 or 4 times. There's a whole bunch of different periods of times on a planet where we're finding fossils of plants and animals that existed and they go back further than other plants and animals. Like, you consider the fact of like dinosaurs that we know, established dinosaurs like a T-Rex and a Brontosaurus. We know they're both dinosaurs, but they didn't exist in the same time period. One is like Cretaceous, the other one is like fucking, Jurassic, and then there's like all the different periods. In terms of us, I've had this conversation with one friend of mine a long time ago where we talked about all it would take to confuse people on how things work is the power system, whatever supplies power. Like, whatever... Like, we have no idea what kind of technology they had then. We don't, because there's no record of it. We can't barely decipher their language properly to this day. We don't know what they actually were doing. They could have been a very sophisticated, technological, advanced system then. We'll never know. We don't understand their power system. It's like today, if something happened and we lost all power on this planet, if let's say there was an EMP burst that wiped out electricity, everything that we have now that we use would basically become obsolete. Yeah. And to the people in the future that establish a new source of power, when they find these things, they're not going to know what they were. And they're going to look like garbage, because it's like, how did this thing work? Well, I don't understand. How did that thing work? I don't understand. Because they're using a completely different source of power, right? Yeah. Everything would look like just old, stupid garbage to them.
You're right.
Like, it wouldn't make sense. Like the other day I was talking about the batteries that they found in Egypt. They found those, and it's like nobody understands what their actual function is, because for all intents and purposes, they look like batteries. They look like they should work like batteries, but according to our knowledge, the best of our knowledge, they couldn't have had batteries back then, right? So it's like, what are these things, and what were their purpose? Yeah. What were their purposes?
Look at water mills; they were great. See, I think with us, technology has ruined our thinking process.
It definitely has.
We can't think outside of a box. We're just like, well, without pulleys and all this. They didn't have those. They had to adapt. We can't. It's like, how are we going to do these roads? Well, we have construction workers. If we didn't have them, that's going to be a lot of people's answers. I don't know. back then, they had to think of a way, because for a lot of people, especially in Egypt, their lives depended on it. They had to come up with a solution, and fast, or their asses were literally going to be whipped down to the bone.
What's scary too is like, what if that was like those Egyptians and pyramids? What if that was like the 10th civilization by man?
This is another thing they talked about. There was a conversation that I gotta, you know what? Whenever guys are doing this, I'm gonna start fucking making records of it. There's a conversation these guys were having about that show, Ancient Aliens, right? And in the show, they had explained how the pyramids aren't limited to Egypt. They're all across the world. There are pyramids, and a lot of these pyramids are directly connected to astrological signs in the sky, right? And they're like, why is it that in different parts of the world, in places where in this time that they lived in, they should not have been able to communicate. Like somebody in Peru shouldn't be able to communicate with somebody in Egypt. And according to what we know about then. Yeah. And all over the planet, in different parts of the world, they have like pyramids that are built by ancient civilizations that were strategically set up in the exact same way. And everybody's like, you think about like the Incas and the Mayas and the Aztecs, they had massive pyramid structures built in Egypt, all over, like just across the globe. And these places, and I think there's also a connection in terms of, if you map connect the dots around the planet, there's like some kind of pattern, but I don't remember specifically, so I'm not going to dwell on that too much. But it's like these people that couldn't have possibly communicated with each other because radio technology that we know didn't exist then. Like, why is it that these things are in exact patterns, designed in very similar ways in vastly different parts of the planet, right? It's like, what's happening that's making that
because even Joe said that about the whole pyramids. You figure the pyramids have stood the test of time. Like, these things have lasted, these structures lasted 10,000, 12,000 years. That was on AMC or something a couple years back, like in almost like to that movie I Am Legend with Will Smith. If something happened next week, say some kind of meteor landed where it wiped out like the entire human race. Say like, for instance, all New York City. New York City, 1,000 years from now, would be a barren wasteland where all those structures would be totally fucking gone. None of the structures that have been created the past, like, say, even 100 years, this shit would all be fucking wiped out, where it's like any future civilizations would have no like kind of memories of us existing. But the pyramids have lasted 5, 6, 7, 10,000 fucking years. That's the difference. This house right now, if everyone fucking wiped out right now, 1,000 years from now, this house would just be fucking dirt. That's all it would be. Dirt and fucking sand. This would be a fucking, probably like grass and trees and stuff, but there would be no evidence at all, anything in this house, from this computer to my cell phone. Over time, this will all be eroded. The thing that fucking stands the test of time is stone. All that fucking stone in fucking pyramids. So it's like they could have been even more advanced than we are now. It just said something happened that wiped them the fuck out. Whether it was fucking climate change, a meteor hit, but something that, they still can't tell that the Grand Canyon, what created the Grand Canyon? Is the Grand Canyon an actual part of our fucking Earth, or was that caused by some massive fucking 200-ton meteor that created the Grand Canyon?
I think it was a massive earthquake. I want to throw out a theory there. There may have been something, and I think two places that suffered the consequence of it getting out of control is Atlantis and Pompeii.
Yeah.
Because those two places, okay, they're like, we've seen the ruins of Atlantis. Okay, that's cool. They're pretty intact. Okay, Pompeii, it's like, yeah, it's still there. Just a massive grave.
What's even scary is who knows how true that was, but Noah's Ark, apparently this was a couple years ago, they actually did finally find Noah's Ark.
They claimed
I'm saying that could have been a fucking old man that was senile or insane who actually built an ark. Who knows if it actually fucking was afloat or something. I'm just saying the fact that some of these stories came from some kind of fiction. It's like, I still believe that, I think Jesus Christ probably was a real man. Simple as that. He could have been a real man, and he could have been glamorized. Like how we glamorize Columbus could have been no different than how Jesus could have been glamorized.
Here's the thing: when it comes to ancient stories, you can't rely on the concept of when the story was told, because the story of Noah's Ark it wasn't originally a Christian Bible story. It came from that story has been told generations before. There's 2 recorded instances of that same exact story. It's the best one. This is the one like you could Google and find out right now. It's called The Ballad of Gilgamesh. That's the story of the Ark, the flooding of the earth, and all that.
You said The Ballad of Gilgamesh?
Yeah, The Ballad of Gilgamesh. I think that's what it. Let me.
That brings me back to some Fate Zero.
Gilgamesh. Is it the Epic of Gilgamesh?
The Epic of Gilgamesh. It might be.
Yeah, look him up.
Dude was an asshole.
The Epic of Gilgamesh tells the Sumerian Gilgamesh, the hero king, and his adventure. The epic story was discovered in the ruins of something written. But yeah, this is like, I think, the original story of the flooding of the planet.
Yeah, I'll do some research on this later.
And then there's supposed to be another story that predates this one. So it wasn't. Let me see.
It's kind of like all these tales kind of feed off of each other.
Yeah, and people there's a lot of history in the Bible where you have to realize there could be truth, but it's once again one of those things that we don't know about, because it's not, the Bible isn't a thing that we could say definitively, I know it. The only people that says that are the people that follow the religion because they're told to say that. They're told to believe without proof, right? That's what faith is. So in terms of Jesus being a real man or Muhammad being a real person or any of that, it's totally possible, and I wouldn't knock it or even try to denounce it. It could be that the story just got blown out of proportion or told more, because there is a record of where the religion began. So it's like, how much of it are you going to buy? How much of it are you going to... So
that's
it would be great.
I thought about this on and off for years about what if it said the time machine possible or time thing? What if someone's like, hey, did Jesus really exist? They sit there and they find some kind of way to look back in time. They find Jesus Christ. He's talking to people and they say Jesus turned water into wine. Jesus is in front of because we've seen how stupid people are and stuff. So imagine 4,000 or 5,000 years ago, Jesus holds up a cup hey guys, I'm turning water into wine. His back pocket, he pulls out some beets and stuff, puts some beets into the water. Hey, look guys, it's wine. It's like, oh, this is red water, you fucking idiots. Or Jesus is like, hey, look, I'm walking on water. Next, it's you see Jesus, he's in a fucking lake and he puts some 2x4s underneath the fucking water. He's walking on 2x4s. Hey guys, I'm walking on water.
Walked on the shore and it just looked
That's what I'm saying.
When the sun hits water at just the right angle, it looks much deeper than what it really is.
I would like to know, did someone actually build an ark? Did somebody actually how much would the time machine aspect would prove, either disprove or prove how much really went down? It's like did aliens at one point? Did aliens visit us? I mean, we don't know.
That's shit that we would love to know. In terms of as far as that Jesus walking on the water thing, I feel like that could just been a shifting of the tide. At one point, the tide came in and he was out further than he would normally be and being able to walk.
Hey, wait a second. Where he was walking is under 10 plus feet of water. So, Messiah.
But it's anything is possible, and the ability to know would be great. But the thing that always why I always say it's scary to find out things you don't know is because when you don't know something, the only thing you know is that you want to know. You want the information, but you never really know what having that information is going to be like.
Yeah.
It's I don't know. I always go back to this conversation where I had a conversation with guys way back in the days where we talked about books that we'd read. And there was this one guy that was talking about how certain species are limited based on their physical makeup, right? Just simply the way you're designed, it limits you to experiencing certain things. And he's you think about the concept of an ant, and we had this conversation before, where ants, by every definition, they're civilized. They build entire colonies, they take care of their young, they feed each other, they have a nice civilized structure, right? But and if you have to consider it from their perspective, they're probably very intelligent. But from our perspective, they're just dumb insects, right? They will, they have some rudimentary, fundamental understanding of mathematics because they built these constructs, they move stones, they pack stones in places and do things that make their corridors specifically strong enough for certain, whatever. But they'll never understand the massive industry that we have created around them. They'll never understand the maths that we have. Like our geologies, our geometries, our algebras, our trigonometries, the shit that we're doing they will never get. They can't because of what they are, right? They're ants. They'll never understand the fucking industry that's happening on a global scale around them.
Yeah.
It can't. They can't. Even if you take an ant and put it in the palm and let it explore your body, as far as you know, this ant is just exploring new territory. It's like he's never gonna grasp what's happening around him.
Yeah.
And to an extent, we might be in that same boat.
Yeah.
Like we might be very limited based on our very makeup is limiting us to a massive industry that might be happening right around us. There might be phenomenal shit going on around us that we simply can't get. We simply can't understand. We can't grasp. Right? We might just be in a place where even if we saw it, we would probably go crazy trying to understand it. And this is where we end up with the concept of, is there a God? Is there, to explain things like, look at what we did in terms of Roman and Greek mythology. We created deities to explain everything we couldn't understand.
True.
Before we had a good grasp on science, this is the way we explained it. Why does the sun come up in the morning? Well, this guy rides a chariot across the sky. Why does it get cold? Oh, well, this goddess decided to freeze over the planet every so often because her daughter got taken, or whatever the story is, right? That's the way we explain it to ourselves.
Why is there war? Because that dude wants to fuck his sister.
And
you had Hera and Zeus who had all these kids, and Ares wanted to fuck his sister Aphrodite. Well, come on.
Zeus and Hera were brother and sisters.
Yeah.
And
Zeus had to fuck a cow and came a minotaur.
The Greek mythology is just so weird. The stories are great, but the stories they tell are great. I was reading this thing the other day online where they were talking about the reason that Christianity gained a popularity in that point in history was because people were becoming disenfranchised with the gods and their shenanigans, because it felt like even though they're gods, they behave like humans. They get angry and do a bunch of bullshit. They're jealous, they're vengeful, they're spiteful, and they do a lot of and people were starting to be like, do we want to worship these gods anymore?
Then you had Jesus, who
then
just put Hades in his place. It's like, all these people you have condemned, I'm here to save them. Like, wait, why are you crossing over these? Because where's Odin to just decapitate all you motherfuckers, riding in on his 6-legged horse? Like, fuck you.
It's kind of funny you mention it, Al, because you showed me that TikTok video of that guy Adam, but I pulled up the video from this was from fucking News Technology, but it's like, researchers at large, and Joe Rogan's talked about this a bunch of times, where it's like the Large Hadron Collider, but they're confident to make contact with parallel universe.
This isn't fucking Fringe. Leave it alone.
That terrifies me.
It's like, this isn't Geneva, Switzerland are filled up to its maximum energy levels ever in an endeavor to identify or perhaps generate tiny black holes. That's exactly what we need.
You mean black holes which suck everything in? Leave it the fuck alone.
They had that when they talked about the Hadron Collider. They had that conversation before. They was like, is it safe? Are we safe by attempting to make a black hole inside our atmosphere? Is that
we're
smart?
Fucking dead.
Them guys are like.
First researchers proved that the existence of the mysterious Higgs boson called the God particle. Mm-hmm. It's a key building block to the cosmos, and it's seemingly well on the thanks to revealing dark matter, a previously untraceable theoretical prospect that's now believed to form up the foremost of matter within the universe. But next week's experimentation is reflected to be a game changer. Oh, great. It says, one in every of the 3 strong group of physicists behind this experiment said, just as many parallel sheets of paper, which are 2-dimensional objects, can exist during a dimension, parallel universes can exist in higher dimensions. So,
see, this is going to be the end of us, because some jackass is going to want to test just how much control over elements, time, and just space that he has, and it's going to kill us all.
So we predict that gravity can leak into extra dimensions, and if it does, then miniature black holes are produced at the Large Hadron Collider. Normally, when people consider the multiverse, they think about the many worlds interpretation of quantum physics, where every possibility is actualized. So, what we mean is real universes and extra dimensions. So,
someone stop those scientists. We don't need the Marvel zombie universe coming the fuck over here.
See, and this is the scary thing is, like I said, I was saying before, the only time we seek answers is because we don't know and we think we want to know. You know what all the possibilities that exist if we actually start tearing into new dimensions without knowing what's in the new dimension? Like, what if that new universe that we rip into is a toxic fucking atmosphere to us all in this universe?
What if it's the metal universe from Marvel, where evil versions of ourselves want to take over because we have what they want?
Anything's possible. The fact that we don't know and we're looking to find out.
I don't want to know.
I listen. I don't want to know either. You know what I want to do? I want them to start digging into all these researches that they're doing after I die. When I die of a ripe old
Fix
age.
the shitty problems we have now. We need water, electricity, and food.
They pull out fucking Darkseid, and we ain't got Superman here to help us.
I'm saying, like, could you imagine that?
No.
Could you imagine we open of some thing in a tyrannical deity just comes in like, no superheroes?
Injustice Superman comes out. Where's Lois Lane? We're fucked. We are fucked.
Darkseid pops out. He's got his arms behind with the lasers. Like, there's no Justice League here.
No Justice League here. You guys are fucked. Yeah. He comes out and takes over.
That's the whole fucking premise of Stranger Things, though. It's like Stranger Things, that's the premise of that 11, but the whole fucking Demogorgon was that's fucking different dimensions and stuff. Like, it's
but for 3 seasons, it was people blaming everybody else because they didn't want it, but then they wanted to know more by the end of the season, and the beginning of the second season, they didn't want to deal with it anymore because it was peaceful.
But then season 3 was.
But then they got more, but then they needed to know more, but then season 3 they didn't want to know anymore because people died.
Season 3 was the fucking Germans again.
Yeah, and then at the end of it, it's like, we need to know more, sir, but we got the dog Demogorgon and the American too.
Got 2 Germans.
I got a couple of friends that I might want to bring down for the podcast. Yeah. But I have to warn you in advance that this is going to turn into a nerd fest. It's going to turn into one of these.
As long as it's not a violent nerd fest.
Once I find that Joe Rogan, that episode we had the guy from Ancient Aliens, I'll send you the fucking link. Because I listened to that podcast. That's interesting. Where said they, as I said, Joe will fucking hit ass or fucking smoke a joint. He'll spend 2 hours talking about Ancient Aliens and stuff. And
I like Ancient Aliens. I watch that show. I still watch that show to this day.
So, I'll get something on the side which I found funny. So, because all of us here watch Netflix and stuff, and this popped out like a month ago, but I've had it on my phone. But Netflix released their top 10 movies of all time, according to them, with their fucking views. And some of the list didn't really shock me, but a couple of things I didn't actually see, Al, so I kind of want to check out. But Netflix popped in their top 10 films. Actually, their top 10 Netflix original films. So number 10 was The Perfect Date, which had 48 million viewers.
I saw that.
Okay, so was it good?
I liked it, but I like romance flicks. I like a lot of chick flicks.
I'm not against them if they're good. You know, I can watch chick flicks if they're good. Some are just really shitty. But some are, hey, I'll check it out. So I never heard of that. But number 9 was The Platform with 56 million viewers.
Oh, I've seen reviews about that. I need to see it.
That one.
It says another quarantine success here, but one that deserves a heartier pat on the back as The Platform is also the only foreign film on the list. An impressive achievement given the streamer's growing number of international offerings. So it's the gory Spanish language film arrived on 20 March without fanfare, yet its tale of a dystopian future where people must fight over food to survive proved horribly well timed.
Yeah.
Well, shit. Okay, I'll check it out. You know. It says, The Platform is a more extremist vision than most. It still offered enough claustrophobic paranoia to touch a nerve. That's number 9.
I'll only say this without spoiling it. It literally hits on topics we've all talked about today.
Number 8, which doesn't shock me, was I liked it. The Wrong Missy. 59 million viewers.
The Wrong Missy. I watched that. That was good.
Yeah, watch it with Spade because I first heard because Spade was on Howard's show. There's a fucking scene with her. I watched with Susan in a fucking plane, and
that was a good movie though. Yeah. That was legit a good movie.
So of course that was number 8, and this is out of all Netflix of all time movies. The Wrong Missy with David Spade. I said The Wrong Missy, of course, a critically loathed comedy devoid of big-name stars, has managed to scrape its way inside the bottom of the list thanks to the same major event, coronavirus. It says, released on May 13th, 2 months into lockdown, at a point where new films were starting to feel scarce, 59 million viewers were, so, shut up. But it's I thought it was fucking hilarious. Like,
before you continue with the list, let me ask you, have you seen Huey Halloween yet?
Oh, Elliot liked it more than me.
I love that fucking movie. I wasn't a fan.
I wasn't.
You didn't like it?
I have to watch it. I felt like Sandler, his voice, that it was so like over the top bad.
Billy Madison.
I don't know. To me, it's a throwback to like Waterboy. Listen, I mean, I understand that because it's like it kind of feels like he's going backwards to older styles of comedy.
It's like every time he's doing the jump scares they felt so like over the top, like bad.
But they were supposed to be. That was the point. It's like when the girl under the table touched his leg and he completely freaked the fuck out. That was the point of it. It was supposed to be over the top.
That's what I felt like when he was freaking out. I felt like it wasn't funny freaking out. It was kind of like just really just like bad freaking out. Like the scenes with the fucking thermos, that was hilarious.
Yo, every time you turn the thermos into something else,
shit was funny.
Yo, the thing that made me laugh the hardest. Right? The thing that made me laugh the hardest, I was watching it with my friend, and she was like, it's not that funny. I was like, I don't know what it is, but it makes me laugh. Yeah. Like, whenever he's on the bike and he's riding, and people are just hurling shit at him, and he's just like this, just dodging everything. Yo, I was crying every time. Like, I laughed so hard. She didn't think it was that funny, but I was like, yo, this is
that was partial. Like, I feel like whenever the kids were scaring Adam Sandler, just like the way he was, like, I felt like he was acting scared. I felt like it was so, like, he wasn't putting energy into it. Like, it was just, it was so over the top, like, this false scaring kind of thing, But, like, I didn't hate it, but I felt like The Wrong Missy was funnier. It's like,
I agree. The Wrong Missy was funny.
No, Elliot, watch Wrong Missy. It's fucking hilarious.
I love Huey Halloween.
No, of course Sandler's on. I've even said looking at this list, Sandler, love or hate the fucking dude. Netflix they know where. But no, number 7 was Triple Frontier. Excellent movie. 63 million people watched Triple Frontier. So we've all seen that.
I didn't.
Really? Wow.
I watch more anime than anything. No joke.
Ben Affleck, Oscar Isaac. It's a really fucking good movie. They put money into that, so I liked it a lot. It was good. Of course, Disney shocked me. Number 6, The Irishman. But not shocked. 64 million viewers. So,
number 1.
Number 5 was
Castlevania.
Murder Mystery.
Murder Mystery was another
73 million people watch Murder Mystery.
That was good.
Fuck, man, I can't.
But still.
They make a good team, though. Adam Sandler and
Aniston,
Jennifer Aniston. They make a good team.
It says the actor who has since been met with his best reviews to date for Uncut Gems signed a considerable deal with Netflix 5 years ago. Arguably the first major big screen actor to understand the long-term benefits of a streaming platform. Murder Mystery has been by far his biggest film with Netflix, a sign of the huge fan base that Aniston carries with her. So. I mean, fucking 73 million people watch that shit. So, of course, hey, they'll send me happy number 4, 6 Underground. Fuck, 83 million people watch 6 Underground. Fuck, I like that movie too. Of course, it says, led by Ryan Reynolds, who post Deadpool found himself not to be only a bankable leading man, but an efficient one-man marketing machine. Yeah. And of course, the film was slayed by critics. But it's like at-home viewership was considerable, turning it into a major hit in December. His Twitter presence was a definite cause of his superhero success, but also helped to push big numbers. But fucking said 83 million people watch that shit. That's big fucking numbers.
Yep, man.
Does anybody listen to critics anymore? Because every time critics say
I'm watching this tomorrow. I swear to God. Spencer Confidential.
I haven't seen that one.
85 million people watch this shit. I keep hearing about it. Fucking Mark Wahlberg. It says
it's a Mark Wahlberg movie?
Yeah.
Why haven't I seen that? That should have popped up on my fucking instant queue.
The fact that it was 85 million fucking people, I feel like an asshole for not watching it. So it's like, it was.
But I've seen everything Mark Wahlberg that's on Netflix right now, so that should have
unintentionally well-timed hit. A film that seemed at first glance to offer the high-octane, high-budget action we've seen. Its ultimate cheapness, like many Netflix originals, is really just a flatly made TV movie. and says subpar didn't affect its quality in terms of the numbers. So, Wahlberg has long nurtured a loyal audience with many of his action-heavy big screen outings. So, and of course, he signed another deal with Netflix because why couldn't he? So that was number 4. Yeah, number 2, a Bird Box.
Yeah,
of course.
Still haven't seen it.
I did like Bird Box, but it was one of those weird movies. It's like I like it, but I don't know why.
Number 1 better be Ip Man.
What's funny is like Mom said she liked Bird Box better than Quiet Place. I like Quiet Place better. I didn't dislike Bird Box. I just Quiet.
And be honest with you, I agree to that. I did like
just
Quiet
because
Place
like
better.
I didn't dislike Bird Box, but something about Quiet Place because it had more characters. But like Bird Box was more of like you can't see shit, but like Quiet Place, and especially because I took Christian to see Quiet Place in Crossgates, an entire when you walk into a theater, and this is why I said I will never. Carlton doesn't get this because Carlton's like, oh, I want to watch fucking movies at home all day. No. Go watch if you watch A Quiet Place in a fucking theater, when somebody's like a piece of popcorn, shut the fuck up. I swear to God. Yo, what the fuck? There are scenes in A Quiet Place, and what made Quiet Place genius was like said, when you're watching John Krasinski talk to his fucking wife, when the little girl goes to her point of view, the whole fucking soundtrack is dead silence. And the whole fucking theater was you couldn't hear somebody cough. And it's like said, didn't hear said someone's like asshole like that. But like the tension of Quiet Place in a fucking sold out theater, nobody was even breathing. Like that intensity you can't get home by yourself. Like
true,
and I told Al this, and Al knows too. I've never taken Christian to see a fucking movie like this. The fact that Christian, we went to go see a Dragon Ball Z movie in a fucking theater. We seen Dragon Ball Z Broly in the theaters, and fuck you guys with anime. There was black dudes, white dudes, Asian guys, old, young, everybody likes fucking Dragon Ball Z. Broly broke fucking records. I don't give a fuck who you are, Dragon Ball Z fucking Broly, in a theater. You'll never get that experience sitting at home.
You know why? Because it was Broly.
Yo, if I walked in, me and Christian, it was sold out, and you seen everybody say it, fucking from 8-year-olds to dudes in their fucking 60s were watching Dragon Ball Z.
I gotta say this.
Like,
I remember when people were afraid to say they were a Broly fan. Now everyone's a fucking Broly fan.
Because now he's canon. Before when he was not canon, and his movies
but
were
I
horrible.
still loved him, and everyone's like, he only has a couple
Dragon Ball Z
words.
movie did like $100 million fucking dollars.
Yeah,
man. It's insanity.
Broly is a fucking monster. I don't care what anyone says.
I was just proud. I was proud I was walking out because I've been watching Dragon Ball Z since the early 90s, and I walked out the theater with my fucking my 12-year-old. We seen everybody say it didn't matter, fucking girls, but everybody was watching fucking Broly.
I'm about to piss a lot of people off, but Vic Mignogna still didn't do it. Fuck Monica Rial.
That's a big. But yeah, so
I'm gonna get hate up the ass right now.
No, it said Bird Box. It says Bird Box, the OG Netflix hit, the platform's first genuine blockbuster, the film that launched 1,000 memes and a head smashing stupid viral challenge. Remember that shit? Remember the Bird Box challenge? Like fuckers are driving. So I mean, no, I watched it. It was it was okay. But I said I think honestly what helped Bird Box was because it came after A Quiet Place. I honestly think Quiet Place bumped up Bird Box. So, and of course number 1, which doesn't shock me, which we all watched it, was Extraction.
I didn't actually watch it.
Fucking, it said 99 million
did you not
people.
Watch Extraction?
Because I don't care. I love it's anime and karate. I'm not gonna lie. I don't care.
I watched Extraction twice. That's a fucking badass movie.
It's a really good movie.
It's a really good movie.
No, I was hoping you're like Ip Man 4. Like, at the end of a fucking legacy, that thing, I watched it twice.
Old Guard did, actually, Old Guard within the first fucking month, Old Guard hit 72 million people, which is nice. But
I like Old Guard too.
But in terms of fucking Netflix, but I was happy with the fact that out of anything Netflix has ever fucking done, their top movie, almost 100 million fucking people seen Extraction. Like that's in that movie, like because I felt like. It's like Chris Hemsworth doing John Wick. And for the thing is, with Keanu Reeves, you've seen Keanu Reeves' fucking building size. Chris Hemsworth is too big to be doing that shit. And in fact, that he can move like that fuck, like I said, like John Wick has a certain finesse to him. Chris Hemsworth, when he punches a dude, like you start feeling sorry for these guys because he's just brutalized motherfuckers. Like, I was really happy with Extraction. So it's like, and Netflix is like,
Extraction was really good.
Yeah, and it didn't shock me, but I mean, it kind of did. But like in terms of blockbusters, so it's like, yo, Chris Hemsworth is a box office fucking draw. Netflix is like, they know it's, but Sandler, because technically The Wrong Missy wasn't a Sandler film, but Sandler's company made The Wrong Missy. Yeah. But even take away Wrong Missy or fucking Murder Mystery, Sandler, every one of his fucking films breaks records on Netflix. Yeah. So it's like he knows. Hey,
no,
Sandler's got
number
his
one
audience.
is still Ip Man 4.
I still have to watch part 4. I'm sorry.
It has the guy
I'll watch
who played
tomorrow.
Boyka. It's crazy. I love it because I love martial arts.
I love martial arts too. I watched that Blood of Zeus, and I watched it, and I was.
I'm saying every time I tried watching a fucking movie, you send me some bullshit. I'm like, fucking hell, like, god damn, I gotta watch this now. Like,
there's two things in that show Blood of Zeus that you're gonna see. That when I saw it, I was like, oh, I'm glad they made like references to these. Like, you remember? Have you seen the original Clash of Titans movie, right? You remember Bupo the Clockwork Owl, and you remember You also remember when they did when the Argos they went looking for like the golden fleece and all this other shit after fight Medusa. Like this fucking Hera shows up at one scene in the fucking show and she's wearing like the golden fleece, and I'm like, oh shit! Like they actually put that in there. And then fucking the very first time fucking the guy meets Zeus. Well, not meets him. Like this is not the first time he met him. When Zeus took him to Olympus to train him or whatever. There's like Bupo chilling on the fucking ledge next to fucking Hephaestus. Yeah. I was like, oh shit, like they really fucking, this was like a nod to fucking.
Well, this was probably people always say, it's like now this list, I gotta watch Spencer Confidential, I gotta watch that thing, but every time it's like, I just watched Hellstrom on Hulu, which was like, which Hellstrom pissed me off because they started filming Hellstrom before the whole fucking deal went through, so they canceled after one season, but it's like, Marvel wanted to tie in Hellstrom to Ghost Rider to fuck Doctor Strange, and everything got fucked up with the whole deal, but like, I just watched season 1, it's pretty cool for what it is, but like, it just sucks that like.
I was about to watch it, but I was like, I don't know if I want to get involved because it's only
one season.
This season,
so
and it's not no more is coming.
But I still wanted to see it. I did like it. It was fun, but like, I want to watch more. But I said, it's like now I'm like, hey, I'm gonna watch so and so, and I was like, hey, watch fucking Blood of Zeus, motherfucker, man. Like, I can't keep up with this shit because of course I just fucking watched it. We just finished the boys season. Actually, last night me and Christian watched Mandalorian.
That's Mandalorian started back.
He's like, Dad, it was fucking awesome.
Stop. Not another word. Stop. Let's talk about something else. I'm going home right now to watch this.
The cool part is, remember fuck season 1? This episode 1 was 50 fucking minutes long. Shit. It's fucking perfect. I was really happy with Mandalorian. I was like, you know what? And I'll admit, I'm the first one. Season 1's kind of slow and rocky. Season 2, this is only episode 1. They are doing a fucking fantastic. And like, this is kind of like, it's slowly making me starting to love Star Wars again because and like, I'm reading reviews all day that said, you know what's good about Mandalorian is like it doesn't feel like Star Wars. That's why, because they're not focusing on like Rey and Luke and this. No, it's so out there. It's basically it's like Logan, where it's like it's a Western but inside the Star Wars universe, and that's what makes it so fucking good. It's not focusing on Jedis and lightsabers and fucking Palpatine. No, it's just its own separate universe, which I'm fine with that.
I'm pretty sure at some point it'll get there, but right now it's nice.
Well, this season the whole thing was they're bringing in Ahsoka. So it's like, it's
Ahsoka.
But because it's Rosario Dawson, I gotta see it. So it's like she's a fucking Dawson. Goddess. So
I fucking love that bitch so much. Like
she is.
I swear. Like,
the fact
the
fact that even one person, of course, these are like 5 people, but even one person was like pissed off that she's playing Ahsoka. Like, give me your address so I can slap the. I'm not gonna kill you. I'm not even gonna. I just want to slap the fuck out of you. Like she is. This was even 5 years ago. They would make jokes like saying, who would ever play Ahsoka in live action? And Rosario Dawson, fucking pound for pound, there's no better actress that could play Ahsoka in her mid-40s than Rosario. Like she
did great in Sin City.
It's like serious, but it's like you've seen fan art, so she's officially is Ahsoka. But like even 5 years ago, like before Mandalorian was announced, they showed fan art. She's verbatim perfect to play Ahsoka. Like it's
and Ahsoka is orange, so
of course there'll be makeup on her.
Yeah, exactly.
But she's like I'll say she's like it doesn't matter what makeup you put her in. She could be in fucking pink, green. She's goddamn.
People are gonna bitch about everything.
Fucking assholes. No, but it's like no, she will be in this season. I'm not sure how much she'll be in this season, but she's gonna be in it. So
that means Anakin will be around the Jedi.
So this was kind of cool. I mentioned ratings and shit. So yeah, it really is. But this came out October 8th. So it says Cobra Kai again. Now apparently the Nielsen ratings would always check like TV ratings. They've been kind of slow with streaming services and stuff, but this finally came out from Netflix. So Cobra Kai, they topped even The Boys at Bay. It says Netflix's Cobra Kai, because they bought it now, has topped again the Nielsen ratings streaming chart, racking up from 1.6 billion minutes from September 7th to 13th, just in a week. The Karate Kid Update, which performed on YouTube before hitting Netflix, has 20 episodes. In the previous week, Cobra Kai had 2.2 billion minutes. Jesus Christ. So Netflix is once again dominating the rankings. But basically, for all of fucking August or September it came out, Cobra Kai was number 1. So it's like,
give me a robe. I'll play Palpatine for fucking damn near nothing.
He would have been the perfect costume to wear tonight. Like,
yeah, really. So they're trying to just compare numbers. According to Amazon's The Boys, which is fantastic, but like they racked up 1 billion minutes. Lucifer and Away racked up a billion minutes. Cobra Kai did 2. Okay, so according to these ratings, Cobra Kai has even had double the views of even fucking Lucifer. Like people love Cobra Kai. So
I
it's
didn't want to buy YouTube Red. I wanted to see Cobra Kai. I saw it on Netflix. Binge watched the shit out of it.
It's not shitting on like I actually watched Away. They just canceled. I just watched one season of Away. They just canceled it. And I'm like, will you stop doing this shit, guys?
I don't know what that is.
I see. That was on the. You know how Netflix has that.
I actually liked it.
You know, like how they have that like 1 to 10 rating that they put up on it.
That's what I keep watching.
That was like number 2 for like 2 weeks in a row. Like
it's basically Hilary Swank, which I like the premise. Hilary Swank leads a fucking group of astronauts, and they're from different countries: Austria, Russia, fucking China. They're the first humans to land on Mars, and I still think because they're saying that like eventually, long term, we have to like colonize different fucking planets, guys. Call it what it is. So it's like it's basically what goes to these people, because people don't get the fact that like being in space for like 3 months, 6 months, a year, what it does to you mentally and physically. And then these people go through a lot of horrible shit. I actually fucking liked it. They just fucking canceled it, and I'm like, God damn.
So you're saying like a parasite, we're gonna destroy everything else.
Jedi. But the point was like, but besides, but Netflix is for the year. Lucifer, the fact that Lucifer is in number 3 is still fucking pretty good. But
yeah, it was fantastic.
This is just showing how I said like Cobra Kai. This was a fucking smart movie. In YouTube, like you said, Elliot, I didn't watch it. You didn't watch it because it was on fuck YouTube Red. Netflix buys Cobra Kai. It's their fucking number 1 goddamn show.
Yeah,
it's like
for quite a few weeks. I was watching. I was like, "Fuck you!"
Oh yeah, like I said, but when season 3 hits, I'm definitely gonna watch it again.
Oh yeah,
it's like
I'm gonna rewatch both seasons and then watch season 3 just so I have it fresh in my memory.
Yeah,
because I remember it, but I want to remember more details.
I do one more because it's won't come up on 4 hours. Holy shit! Nice.
Jedi.
We burned up a lot.
Jedi.
Well, this happened a few weeks back. I haven't had talked to this. So this is also why people like. It's 2020, guys. You gotta like. All right. So this is.
He's trying to stay serious.
Because like it's I feel sorry for the person, but also I just like there's a certain level of fucking stupidity where you're like, do you feel bad for people? So a woman, she claims Brad Pitt ripped her off. He wooed her with marriage talk and a $100,000 suit. So a Texas woman suing Brad Pitt for $100,000, claiming that he wooed her and talked of marriage and then ripped her off big bucks for a charity debacle. So she's a healthcare CEO from Plano, Texas, claims in court papers that she paid $40,000 to Brad Pitt to make 5 appearances at events that she arranged for his charity Make It Right Foundation, which constructs different homes for hurricanes and stuff. She even claimed that the pair developed such a close relationship that they had discussions of marriage. Now, his lawyer claimed that, however, she was cruelly tricked by a cyber scammer, according to court papers. Now, I just got to say off the fucking bat. If you're talking to fucking Brad Pitt, now, she never met Brad Pitt, never talked to him on the fucking phone, never had a Zoom conference with him. She only talked to Brad Pitt through emails.
Catfish.
So, and she got upset because Brad Pitt was telling her that he wanted to marry her.
So let me ask you: am I to understand that she's trying to sue the actual Brad Pitt?
Yes,
because some jackass catfished her. That's what's happening. I wish her luck. I wish you luck, madam.
I wish your deranged luck.
But something tells me you are about to fail.
So it appears that her communications about any agreement were apparently with one or more individuals unlawfully posing as, but not in any way affiliated with Brad Pitt. So, by her own admissions, the communications to have with Mr. Pitt were actually between plaintiff and one of the more individuals posing as Brad Pitt. So they were fake people. It's like, oh my God. So I just found it funny where it's like, so, okay, that's me saying, hey, Al, you know what I was talking to last night? Who? Scarlett Johansson. Yo, Al, she was emailing me. I gave her 10 fucking grand. She talked to me. She wants to go on a fucking date and stuff and everything. So it's like, did you talk to her? Why didn't talk to her directly, Al? But she sent me an email. I'm telling you, I just gave her 10 grand, Al. I'm telling you, she fucking, and it's been a few weeks. We want to go on a fucking date and like, what the fuck, man?
All I need to do is watch her and mute out.
She claims that Brad canceled at the very last minute for each time. So, all right, he scheduled 5 different events with her, and each time that he's supposed to show up, he canceled and said that he'll get there next time. But he still pocketed the $40,000 appearance fee.
At this point, she deserves it because after the first time, you should have learned your lesson.
Oh God, it says yeah. This is a sad case of someone who was a victim of an online celebrity internet scam that had nothing to do with the actual celebrity. And it says, it's just the fact that, but this woman is a fucking CEO for a major fucking Texas, like, I guess, a firm or something. Like
I said, the people are stupid.
So how did you become a CEO for a major healthcare firm and you're this goddamn gullible? I don't. Yeah.
People are stupid. Just people in general are fucking dumb. We're dumb. Yeah. We're a dumb species.
It's just smart. Like, but yeah, the fact that, yeah, she's like, no, good luck with that. Where, Al, you're right. Where it's like, she wants to sue the actual fucking Brad Pitt because you thought you were talking to Brad Pitt on an online fucking site where it's like, so have you met him? No. You want to date with him? No. Have you talked to him on the phone? No. But like, I got emails saying that he was Brad. Like, holy fuck, man. It's like, oh, Christ.
Now I'm going to go online and just download a bunch of random pictures off of a celebrity's Instagram. Just create an account like, I am Denzel Washington. And I will marry you if you send me $40,000. I can't make any appearances, but I'm not going to tell you that until after I collect your money.
You know? Just listen, I only want $10,000, okay? After that, then we'll talk. Like, what? Fuck, man. Like,
she was so desperately happy at the prospect of marrying Brad Pitt. And she was like, I'm going to fucking ride this to the bitter end.
Just the fact that I read this shit, this actually happened in 2020, where I'm like, what? Like, you actually...
you know what?
Who fought? It's just...
It's 2020. Anything could go.
Yeah. Well, it's like, but if you're a CEO for a healthcare corporation, you obviously have some shred of intelligence. So you've got to be some smart. How did you fall for that shit? Like,
she was probably telling all her friends, I'm going to marry Brad Pitt. Yeah. He's been emailing me. We're having a relationship.
Like, you know, Elliot, I was talking to Angelina Jolie this week. Angelina, what's going to be the biggest blowjob I've ever seen? Like, oh my God.
Jennifer Aniston promised me a date if I sent her 10 grand.
I mean, I could just watch Meet the Millers where she does like this stripper dance for free.
I did like that scene a lot. Best scene in the movie.
See, I don't need to pay money. I can find a crude way around all this stuff.
You know what movie was just like, I was just, to this day, I can't even wrap my head around it. What was that movie where it was Horrible Bosses? When she was...
oh, my God.
When she was trying...
I saw that in prison. Oh, my God.
She was trying to fuck him, and he wouldn't because he was happy with his wife.
No. Where she had the top open, and I'm just staring. I'm like, I wanted to know, since Friends, what that looked like.
Yeah.
Yo, I'm like, I don't care what anybody says. In what world, in what universe does Jennifer Aniston throw herself at me? Even if... I'm like, yo, no.
Horrible Bosses 2, where it showed the recording of her having sex with his friend. I was like, wait. Yeah. How much did they pay her for this? Because
it was bad because I was watching it in fucking prison. I'm with Al, where it's like, I'm watching it in a tea room with like 35 guys. Every dude in there is fucking laughing like bullshit. It's
straight up bullshit.
Yeah, they were all laughing. Why I hope no one notices my boner because I see most of her titties.
Especially because Jennifer Aniston wasn't like that in any film prior to that. That was the first time.
This is the thing. This is the thing that made it more appealing is because she's an attractive woman, but she's never like over sexualized any of her roles ever. Like this is the first time you've seen her straight up and down trying to.
Like I said, the second one, she's even more sexualized because there's a recording of the one friend actually having sex where I'm like, wait,
I'm with that. Like, As much as you may love your wife or girlfriend Jennifer Aniston, fucking shit.
Listen, I'm gonna tell you, I could have been married for fucking 20 years. I'm gonna look my wife right in the eyeballs and say, "Listen to me, babe. If Jennifer Aniston tries to fuck me, it's happening."
Yeah, and she can't admit that. It's just like it was like if I was with like my wife, she's like, "Hey, Chris, like again, like Leonardo DiCaprio came on to me like that, like you know what? I'm not mad. I understand.
Like, listen,
I would be.
I'm gonna be.
He died. He died in Titanic. You could do better.
If someone said like fuck like Luke Cage would say, "Chris, Mike Coulter wanted to fuck my brains out," you know what? I'm not mad about that.
Like Chris Hemsworth tried to fuck me. Be like, if you didn't fuck Thor, I'm about to divorce you.
Yeah, but see, would it be the same the other way around? Like Scarlett Johansson or Jennifer Aniston or even Angelina Jolie came on to me. They're like, "You fucking dare!
I just watched this week. I said
dare.
About that show. Mom watched first episodes of Evil, and Mike Coulter's in that. I'm like, if Luke Cage is in this show, I got to watch it. And I'm like, not the biggest religious person, but again, he took his shirt off, and I'm like, you know what? I get it. Like,
no. You want to know a secret hottie? The woman who played the shrink in Lucifer. God
yeah.
Damn.
I saw like the fucking Spanish chick though. The Spanish chick. What do you say? That episode when her Lucifer went to the fucking nudist camp.
Oh yeah, I saw that ass. I was just like no.
I seen Lucifer's ass.
Therapist. Oh my God, I was
kind of upset by season 4.
I'm not gonna lie. Like the therapist. Like, and I always for me. I was like, I don't want to tell anybody this because they might think I have some kind of weird fetish. I don't know, but the therapist does it for me, like she does, she absolutely does.
Like her character was so great, but I was like, holy shit, I'd bang her too.
Like, I would.
I think because she's so active, but fuck, definitely for me the best one's Maze because she's Maze. Like
you know what? I hated Maze as a character. She kept flip flopping so much. That she reminded me of some of my exes. She says she wants this, but then a couple of episodes later, she wants that. Couple episodes later, she wants this. Then she wants that. Then this is not good enough. With
the character of Maze, she's definitely super gorgeous, right?
Yeah.
But if I heard the character Maze, I would never fuck with. No. Because that bitch is insane. Like,
nothing is good enough for her.
She's insane. Like,
therapist, definitely. And then the... forensic scientist.
Every season 4, I've seen way too much of fucking Tom Ellis's ass. Like, I see way more Lucifer ass. So, I'm sick of this shit. Like,
no, what you need to do is go on YouTube and watch him read thirsty tweets.
He is fucking hilarious.
I was in tears laughing. He's like, and he wants me to star his star while star. Oh my! I was like, yes.
Yeah, everybody fucking knows like any kind of hall pass stuff. Everyone's got that where it's like there's exceptions to any kind of fucking rule. It's like I don't care if you're with your wife for 20 fucking 30 years. If like I said if like Halle Berry said, "Chris, I'm gonna fuck your brains out." Like, honey, I love you, but this is Halle
just
Berry.
Watch Monster. Just watch Monster.
Monster Ball.
Like I said, I have a crude way around this all. Just watch that where she screws Billy Bob Thornton, and you're just like. I was there. Or watch Swordfish where her titties are just hanging out. And you're just like, I'm good. I'm good, boys. I'm good.
That movie, Monster Ball, I legitimately didn't like that movie. I'm going to be honest.
Except that one part.
I didn't. It wasn't a good movie to me. But that scene, like, it was a phenomenal scene. Not going to lie.
And what's fucked up too is like growing older, you think to yourself, like, how the hell would Billy Bob be fucking Halle Berry? And then I've even seen on Facebook certain like friends of mine or certain females I knew in high school, I see their current husband and boyfriend. I'm like, what the fuck? Like, you are that hot at 40 and you're fucking him? Like,
but realize in real life that Billy Bob Thornton used to fuck Angelina Jolie.
Yeah.
Like, that used to be a thing, dude. They would just show up places and be like, we just boned in the car. Like, he would just make random statements like, we just fucked on our way here. This dude is insane.
Oh, yeah. It's like, no, there's something out there I don't get because I've seen like even like, friends of friends or like females who are friends like Susan or something, or like my sister Jen. I see their current boyfriend. This is my ex, and I'm like, you are that good looking. You were fucking that dude. Like, what am I doing wrong here? Like, I know I'm not a model, but like, compared to him, I'm fucking Fabio. Like, I'm Brad Pitt compared to that fucking dude. Like,
treat him like shit.
I don't get it. Like,
some women just want to be treated bad. There's a lot of females out there who are gonna hear that and be pissed off.
Like, yo, it's true.
There
a
lot of females who like to be treated like
a weird
shit.
fetish. Like, that's no lie. I shit you not. And this is based on conversations I have with female friends. Like, and they told me straight up and down that they have a fetish of being dominated by dudes. Like, and it's like they want the like women can't tell the difference between a dude that's dominant and a dude just straight up arrogant. A dude that's just a straight asshole, and they can't tell the difference, and so they fall for both of those guys. And sometimes the arrogant guy is just going to treat you like shit, and they'll ride along with it for a long time.
That's the last podcast. Al's like, Chris is wrong generation. Give me the fucking time machine, Al. You and Elliot have a nice life. I'm going back to the 40s.
They're still not going to know what to do with you. Then like, he's still too nice. He didn't make the first move, and I can't because we're in the 40s. That's unheard of.
I'm going back to the fucking 1945. I'm fucking everything I see.
He comes back. Nobody wanted me. Did you make the first move? I couldn't do it. That's your problem. I see myself
living in the 40s and fucking black chicks, and then he stoned me to death. Like, you interracial bastard. Like, you know that shit would happen. So
how dare you, dirty outrage? Yeah, exactly. You know what's fucked up, yo? Is in terms of time traveling, I can't travel back any further than the 70s.
Who said that too? Somebody was talking about. Was that you? Somebody.
I said that before.
But somebody else said that too. It's like I think it was Mark, like on Kevin's podcast, talking about time travel and stuff. Like it's like you want to travel back to certain times in history, like especially in America, like
American history. I can't go any further than the 70s.
Honestly, for me, from what I can remember, honestly, it's all still the same. It's all still the same. Still the same people screaming hatred. The only difference is technology makes it that much louder. That's it. That is absolutely it. We definitely have
more freedoms now because like right now in 2020, nobody's, well, at least in America, nobody's a slave. Versus like
but 1980s there wasn't slaves either.
I know, but I'm saying, if Al traveled back to a certain point in history...
If I traveled back to the 50s, they'd be able to beat the shit out of me and nobody would care.
Al walking down the street like, hey, you want some water? Sure. Fire hose.
Pretty much, yeah.
I'd be like, did this nigga just go into the whites-only establishment?
Now all I can think of is Boondocks, where Al's just like stuck on the side of a wall, like, please turn down the pressure.
That's what I said. I've had these arguments on social media. People get pissed off at me. I was like, when you talk about their current racism, I'm like, well, I went to a job, this guy, and I said, like, which major company was he part of? Well, he was a major company. Okay, because no modern company in 2020, if Burger King or Walmart, Target, or anybody didn't hire you because of the color of your skin, they would be fucking, like, they'd fire bankruptcy the next week, It's like, that's modern times. Well, this one private firm didn't report his ass, dude. But I was like, dude, if because somebody called you a black piece of shit on fucking Facebook, that's your version of racism. You don't know shit about fucking racism, kid. Like, there was a time period where if you said hi to a white guy, they would whip you in the fucking middle of the street. Like, God damn, bro.
If you looked at that white girl, you go.
Listen, I was at the fucking post office. I forgot the man's name, older gentleman. He just told me, he's like, Chris, there was a time where it's like, you'd walk up to a water fountain. It would say white and colored. He goes, I drank from the white fountain. I got punched in the face. Well, why? He goes, I didn't know. I thought it meant colored water. He goes, I thought it meant color. It said colored on it. Like, there was, compared to the shit that's going on in this country, like the modern racism, like, dude, because some guy didn't fuck hire you for a construction job because your skin color, just report his ass. But it's not like people aren't beating. It's holy shit, man. Like,
you're not getting beaten to death in the street in front of a bunch of people, and they're looking at you like, yeah, fucking say something. You see this dog? This dog.
When you look at shit that's happening like George Floyd and shit like that, you could kind of relate it to insane moments of racism in the country. Because that's similar where it's a guy kneeling on another guy's neck.
It's like
literally daring you to say something, looking at you like, say something, fool.
What's even with that shit? I still fuck with, like, to know what it's like, dude. If you know you're being recorded, and now it's like, why would you just, like, it's? I often wonder, like, what was the motives behind that? Like people are recording you, and you're still doing this shit. Like, are you that fucking?
Like I said, this is one of them things where I would like to be able to ask a question and get an honest answer. Like, that's one of the things I would like to be able to say, like, what the fuck was going through your mind? Yeah. And I would like to be able to know that he's answering 100% honestly. Like, because that's one of them things where, like, why? Like, even if there were no cameras around, nobody was recording it, still, why would you do it? Like, once he's subdued, and even if he's not, once you have him subdued to the point where you could put handcuffs on him and he can't fight and struggle, then you don't need to be on his neck anymore. Like, you don't, you're excessive at this point.
Just some horrible people out there.
Yeah,
That's my best thing without knowing the facts, but...
We'll try to upload something again, hopefully Tuesday or Wednesday, whenever you want to, Al, because we can get another one in before November 5th. So.
Oh, that's 66.
I didn't plan on killing 4 hours with you guys. Like, shit, it was kind of fun. Cause
I'm going to be honest with you, for this entire week, I'm going to be from Monday through Friday, I'm going to be doing 12-hour shifts. Jesus Christ. I'm not going to feel like...
We'll drag Sue down here. Like, you skipped out on Tuesday, Sue. You skipped out on Saturday. Get your ass down here.
Yeah.
If you want, what about tomorrow? Sometime.
I'm busy, unfortunately.
Oh, God.
Am you Elliot?
Well, it's the beginning of the month. Have to get food, bills paid, and all that
tomorrow's
stuff.
the first.
Welcome to my world. I'm in the same boat, too.
Oh, that's 66.
Yeah, we'll figure it out.
Dark side.
It's probably everyone's got fucking warp schedules and shit.
Get the Jedi.
Maybe Carlton tomorrow. Depends what he's doing. Well, so I actually burned up a lot of news. I killed like 30 fucking news articles tonight. I'm happy. Like, my phone's almost empty.
Play Journey to the Dark Side.
He was a good villain, so.
Something dark side.
I did want to say, like, yeah, we'll get into... I'm sure you heard about Al, the whole fucking, like, Twitter trying to slay Gal Gadot for Cleopatra. Like, I want to talk about that one. Like,
but isn't she roughly the same
that's why
heritage?
It's such bullshit for... Holy fuck. Like, okay, we'll get to this next time. But the fact that, like, people are accusing... Patty Jenkins, who directed Wonder Woman 1, Wonder Woman 2 coming out, and actually Wonder Woman 3, which will be filming. And now she's obviously a fan of Gal Gadot. She was filming her. She's directing new Cleopatra. And they called it whitewashing. Have you seen Gal Gadot? Jesus Christ.
Well,
guys.
I mean, she's close to it because isn't Gal Gadot originally from the Middle East, I think?
Isn't she Egyptian? Where is she from,
she's Israeli. She's Israeli, and actually, hold up. I want to go into. I want to do a more bigger presentation, but yeah, that's the teaser of like the fact that people were sending Gal Gadot death threats, and they wanted a black woman to fucking be Cleopatra.
But
look at the history of Cleopatra. She wasn't black. She wasn't anything African.
They did have black people, but they were slaves.
It was a big fucking controversy all last week. I want to pull up more articles about that. But the fact Gal Gadot is the closest to what Cleopatra would have looked like. She's fucking verbatim. This is the fuck where we live in now. It's like,
like I said,
we should have had a black woman play Cleopatra. She wasn't African, you fucks. Like,
but yet Batwoman is having a gay black woman play her, and literally everybody under the sun is saying no.
Yeah, I want to do some more. I'll pull up some more articles about the whole Gal Gadot thing because I want to look up the whole actual Cleopatra heritage. Gal Gadot's. It's like, but no, in terms of what Cleopatra would have looked like, Gal Gadot is fucking verbatim perfect. The skin tone, the height, it's fucking sickening, guys. Like, but the point I found was like, you're accusing whitewashing. Gal Gadot's not white.
Everything is whitewashing nowadays.
How do you call it whitewashing when she's not a white actress? She's Gal Gadot. She's fucking
because These people screaming racism are the racists themselves. They don't take the time to realize, oh, well, this is Gal Gadot, this is Cleopatra. Oh, wait, oops, my bad.
I'll read some more about that. I was like, I heard that shit. I'm like, Jesus, fuck you guys,
probably want a guy to play Cleopatra, too, just to make it more...
Wouldn't shock me.
Heroic and proud.
Yeah, we got 4 hours in, so... Say goodbye, Elliot, and I gotta watch more Blood of Zeus before I fall asleep because Al's gonna be in this fucking show now. I'm on episode 3,
dark side.
The Jedi.
The Jedi must fall.
Now I want to go buy a robe.
I do too. I want to just walk around the hunched over like Jedi. Unlimited power.
When episode 9 came out, what a fucking waste of a character. God damn, they ruined that character in episode 9.
I fucked your great grandmother, Ray.
That's what I'm like. I get people who didn't like the first 3, episode 1, 2, and 3, but watch episode 3. That man makes that fucking film. Holy Christ. It's so over the top. Like, I love it.
Sith seizure.
Yeah, fuck, I'll do my spiel like I'll do a spiel like, hey guys, hopefully Tuesday if I shown Elliot this process. So I have iMovie on the iMac and I have photo booth. It just takes me just sitting down for an afternoon and looking up how to record YouTube videos, but it's been a pain in the ass because I have 1 day off a week, and even on my 1 day off, I'm paying bills and getting shit done around the house and reorganizing my basement. It's a pain in the ass to sit down and spend 3-4 hours watching videos of how to record YouTube. I understand it's not that hard in a sense once you're doing it, but like the problem is getting to do it and sitting down and recording and editing and stuff. So it will get there eventually. So I'm trying. Just give me some time here. So if you're listening, thank you for killing 4 hours with us. And as always, I was just say, hey, everybody here's got their bills and we don't want your money, don't need your money. And next time we record, we'll have a either new or current president, and we'll go out and vote. And I've always said, who am I voting for? I'm voting for my favorite candidate called Mr. Nobody, because Mr. Nobody is exactly who I'm voting for. So, and what you won't be hearing about is Chris complaining about whoever fuck you want to vote for. Go goddamn vote for whoever you want to. I don't give a shit. I just don't, because my spiel has always been, no matter who wins, we're fucked. And I feel like this is November of 2020. In November of 2021, I'll be just as broke as I am right now. And I'll still be working the exact same amount of hours. So, but I would just say, guys, hey, just work hard, and I'm good without your money. Just don't be like Kanye and fucking ripping people off, and help people out that actually deserve it. Not fucking billionaire celebrities.
Facts. Well, I want to add to that about the voting. Go out and support whatever candidate that you support. If you support Trump, go out and vote for that man. If you support Biden, go out and vote for that man. Me, I am definitely going to vote, because I've learned throughout my ages that if you don't vote, you don't have a right to complain. And I love to complain. So I will definitely be voting. And who I'm voting for is irrelevant. It's my candidate. You do your thing, I'll do mine. And once again, donate to the people that could help you and your family in your times of need. Help out your local police station, your fire departments, your hospitals, your schools, your libraries. Protect your neighborhood, protect your neighbors. Do the right thing, people. Help Americans be better all the way around.
One final question, Al. So what if he's on the ballot? What if somebody says, Al, I voted for Kanye?
Listen to me. I could honestly tell people that I honestly don't let politics sway my feelings towards people. Like, I'm never going to be mad at a person for who they support or political beliefs that they have. It's just not a thing that I've ever done. It's not a part of who I am. So I would happily debate with anybody and argue with a person all day long. But at the end of the day, there's going to be no malice in me for any choice that you make. Yeah. However, that being said, if you want to maintain a relationship with me on any level, if you have voted for Kanye West, keep it a secret. All right? Thank you.
Yo, I'm going to let you finish.
You just heard the fucking buildup of anger, like goddamn Kanye.
But Junior had the best Halloween costume of all of us.
Facts.
Yeah. He only showed because he's fucking drunk. That's why.
Jedi.
I got fucking
Jedi.
He knows our schedule, and Tuesdays and fucking set.
Yeah, well, unfortunately, it is Halloween, so.
Oh
yeah. He's only had the whole week off work, but
Jedi scum.
Yeah. So, any goodbyes, Elliot?
Oh, no, that was it. The
all right,
Jedi.
cool. Thanks for killing 4 hours and 15 minutes, and